If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대
그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로
butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
결정 이건 데자vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 행걸로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, no rules. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never leave, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
I've got the feeling. Come back to me. I've got the feeling.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
The road to Paris is not going to be easy, which is why our teams have to have a strong start in Stage 2 if they want to make it to champs. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA, where we'll be seeing some brand new faces and the return of Charles Nennington and Trex today. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your host, Yingsu. I'm welcoming the return of Billy and Minnie. Not quite to the server just yet, Minnie. I think a lot of people want to see you come back to coaching. So my question for you two right off the bat is, if you could bring someone back to VCT EMEA, who are you choosing?
Oh.
God, on the spot.
On the
Yeah,
spot.
on the spot.
Oh, it's easy.
Go on.
Leo.
Oh, fabulous, fabulous answer.
From a competitive standpoint, oh no, I can't really say you, can I? Considering you just...
Oh,
Yeah, I was
No
going to be
one's gonna say
nice.
it.
Yeah.
not right, that's
I'm
not
going to
right.
say Enzo.
Oh,
I'm gonna say
Mitch,
Enzo.
somewhere Mitch is just, you
Yeah.
know, is very happy right now. And I'm going to say Redgar. We miss you, Redgar. Please come back soon. But let's take a look at the players that are here right now in the standings. Because yesterday, Billy, it was a bit of an upset.
Yeah, yesterday there was a couple of things going on, things that we probably, I don't know if we expected, right? I think Giant X we kind of described as potentially being the dark horse coming into this stage, and I think that they proved that the pickups that they've made were really good overall.
Yeah, I think that group alpha is wide open, and again today we have two teams playing it again, and I just want to see who's going to come out in those top four, because I think, again, wide open.
It is wide open, of course. All of these teams are looking to make champs, so every single point, every single win is going to count, and the schedule is right here on your screens as well. This is the game we're going to be getting, and the reason that I was so excited on the top of that show, the intro, is I don't think we anticipated the return of Trex and CNED so soon, right? So it's a pretty legendary day.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see both of them return. I think that Trex, I'm super excited to see how that kind of gelling is going on with the rest of the team. So yeah, I think we've got a lot to look forward to today.
And I'm looking forward to perhaps more Corrode, because we have seen it already on day one. What did you make of it, Mini?
It felt like it was nice to see it, but a pretty basic approach to the map, I feel like. I feel like Angel even said it yesterday in the post-plant that it was a very comfort approach, and they'll add as the meta develops, rather than them thinking they've solved the meta already.
Day one, you know? Day one. Yeah, day one, we can warm ourselves into it a little bit. But what I'm really disappointed in everyone else but Batu, because where is the Odin? This is a paper map, Billy. They should be abusing the Odin.
This is things that people can take away and put in their ranked games. Literally anything from this bit of B-roll that we've got going on just now. Because like you said, Odin, the walls are made of paper in this map, I swear, because it's just so easy to be able to spam through them. And it's not just the Odin, it's the Phantom as well. You can see the Phantom getting away with so much on this map, and I think that we saw a real lack of that actually being utilized yesterday, perhaps because we did have 2 KOs on the server.
Potentially, we saw it bought a few times, but no real big value from it yesterday. But yeah, we'll expect to see these in the future. I think the recon agents, like the Sovas and the Fade, if they can get those recons down too, and then we can spam through the walls, I think that's a really good approach too.
Yeah, that's why I was shouting out Batu, because it was just him. No one else did it. And I'm glad you mentioned Enzo, because when this map was released, Enzo was like, this is my map. I can't wait to get into it. And this graphic might look a little bit crowded, and that is a good thing, Mini, because it shows just how much you can use the paperness of
this is only a small sample, but some of the main ideas, you can see there's a lot of post-plant ideas. You plant the spike down, and a lot of Odin spams that can go down. And even in that B main, there's some Phantom sprays too. Around middle, a lot of paper walls, you know, recons coming in with some smokes. Maybe you can get some wall bangs going on there too in your ranked games, or maybe some pro games too.
I think like what this shows as well is it doesn't matter if you're on the starting on attack or defense, like either way, you're going to be able to get punished by these wall bangs. So yeah, it's very like picking the fights wisely, I guess, in that sense.
It's like if you buy the Odin on defense, the counter is Odin on attack. So if it does go to that meta, we're going to see a lot of Odins.
Yeah, I think I can think of at least a couple of teams that could potentially bring some Odin tech into EMEA. So we'll see if it happens. But also we have to talk about the comms, because you mentioned Angel, Mini. He kind of gave us a little bit of insight as to why they ran this comm. But in general, anything that you liked and didn't like on these two teams?
I thought it was a pretty standard approach. I like the KO in the sense that, like, as the map starts out, there was some comfort in finding unbreakable knives. They had knives they threw that the other team couldn't break. I think as the meta develops, that'll be less value over time, because teams will know how to play around those knives, though. I like the Euro over the Jet personally because of the TP around the map. Like, it's a big wide map, you need those TPs to help with the rotations.
You like it, even though we have double initiator on each side?
I don't like that.
Just backtracking off the one day.
No, but I do on the KO, like, it's like you say, as soon as people have figured out those knives that everyone's using on their attack, like, you're going to be able to counter that. You know where they're coming in from. So yeah, I don't see the KO staying in this composition long term. I'm excited to see what other teams have to offer on this map.
Give me a chamber. Get some chambers on this map. Yeah, honestly, why not? And Odin, you know, we'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone with that team.
Boaster.
Yeah, the Odin, the chamber. But we'll wait. Yeah, we'll see. We'll give our team some time to see how the meta develops. But we have a very, very interesting match coming up on the first one of the day between Foot and Gentlemates. 2 teams, Billy, kind of left a lot to be desired at stage 1.
Yeah, I think so. I think as well, like, we're looking at the expectations of both of these teams this year. For Gentlemates, is kind of do or die if they want to stay in the league, similar to how we discussed with Apex yesterday. Don't get me wrong, I'm super excited about the pickups that they have coming into this stage, but then as well, when I look at Foot, a team that's never missed champs in the partnerships era, so they'll have their eyes on that, but they need to get to playoffs before they even start thinking about champs. So yeah, very high expectations for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think realistically we have to differentiate between the 2 teams. Like, Foot is that team that have, I think, historically overperformed, always making it to champs. The changes they've made going in today, it feels like that is built to go to champs. For Gentlemates, you said it's just about, can we get to VCT next year? Do that whichever way possible.
And it's obviously a little bit difficult to rate the changes before we see them in action. But I definitely think on paper, everyone is looking at Gentlemates thinking, oh my goodness, this is quite exciting. When do I buy the jersey? And Minnie, on this, why? How? When?
I don't know. It's crazy to me. I think yesterday we had that talk about smokes players and this idea that these smokes players keep getting like switched out and then new players come in. Personally, I hope it's not seen it on the smokes. I hope they've got something. Then? I would put Fallen on smokes, personally. As well, I think that Foot generally hit like a cap in their play style, and they also had a coach switch. So I'm wondering if their coach switch is going to promote like a new play style for them.
Yeah, I can see that. For me, I'm all over the Gentlemates changes. I'm super excited to see these players coming in. Of course, we do have some more Tier 2 players coming up. Comeback probably being one of the most anticipated to come into our league. But Prox as well, not a player to shy away from. He was top-rated controller in the DAC League as of recent in Split 2. And then, of course, we have Vikaj as well, who's coming in from VALORANT, the France League, recently winning Split 2. So these are definitely star-studded players within the Challengers region that are coming up into VCT. So I'm super excited to see how they perform in Tier 1.
And I'm willing to stand on business and say they're making playoffs. If they don't make playoffs,
I agree.
Yeah, right?
I'm a big fan of what they've done this year. They've built around Minnie and Kamek, and they brought in like these potential superstar young players. I like this team a lot.
I do too. But the question for both teams is Comeback and Vikaj, Zeus and CNED. Billy, there's a lot of crossovers. How do they kind of maneuver around having players that play the exact same role?
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. I know that for Vikaj, he has been kind of jumping more onto that secondary duelist of the Yoru that they've been playing during this off period, and the Sova as well in the matches that we have seen from them. But I do want them to lean into that double duelist kind of ideology because they do have really great duelists on this team. They've managed to source comebacks somehow. Like I say, we've all been waiting for him to join. And then when we look at Foot, yeah, I like what you said before, Minnie. Mr. Fallen potentially moving on to that smokes. We're seeing the Chamber Vise meta potentially come back. Just chuck CNED on the Chamber. Yeah,
no, I agree. I think for both teams, it's about either double duelist or chamber duelist. And here for CNED, you can see he hasn't played many games on many agents. He's played a lot of games on Jet, but on the other agents, not so much. And I think that that's not really what this meta is about right now. For double duelist, I'm not sure what he would play, personally, because I think that we want Zeus on Yoru, in my opinion. So I actually quite like the chamber idea, personally.
Yeah, and I'm so excited just at the context of this man who was the Turkish duelist, the Turkish player, coming back and instantaneously, Minnie, going up against Comeback, who is probably the most excited we've ever been about a new Turkish rookie.
I'm not the best at expressing my emotions, but this is my favorite pickup. Probably in the partnership era. Like, I am so excited for this guy. I know it's his debut today, and on debuts, things might not always go as expected, but his greatness is inevitable, in my opinion. Like, this is one of the... He is going to be so good at this game in this tier of competition.
Yeah, he was 12, 13 when CNED won champs.
Crazy.
I just want to throw that in there, Billy.
I think as well, like, we need to give context of his history, right? This is a guy that came up from Premier with that Pacific roster last year, right? They go on to Ascension, they just fall short in that Ascension Grand Finals. Wasn't even old enough to even play in VCT at the time. And now he's here, he's finally of age, we get to see him in action as well. And I think just over that B-roll as well, we're kind of looking at the fact that he plays Operator the most, 30% usage, just slightly above his rifle. He's going to be up against someone that we considered being one of the best operas in the world at some point in CNED.
Oh, I can't wait to get in this matchup. But of course, the expectations for Comeback is huge. And he did not shy away from talking about the pressure of competing in Tier 1. I don't think we've ever been this hyped about somebody coming into VCT EMEA. Of course, it is Comeback. He is finally here. I'm also joined by Yema, who's going to do some translations for us as well. First of all, welcome back. You've played on this stage before, but the last time in Ascension, it was a very heartbreak way to experience this stage. So what have you learned since then?
Yani tecrübe edinmem benim için iyi oldu. Hem şu anki EMEA'da oynayacağım için hem avantajıma hem de bu arenada oynadığım için yani alışkınım.
He's saying that I have an advantage because I played last year in here again and now I'm back. So I think playing in that moment and now playing in the stage again, I have experience and I have advantage.
Oh, so it's not technically not your first time, I guess, right?
Yani bugün aslında senin ilk olarak başladığın bir gün değil aslında.
Evet.
It's not
Yabancı çekmiyorum.
Big advantage.
I don't feel that I'm here for the first time.
Yeah, very big advantage. Now, you also told me the last time I interviewed you about how you used to play from an internet cafe. So how different do you think this experience is going to be now you look back on how far you've come?
Çok gurur verici. Zaten çoğu iyi oyuncu hep dipten çıkar. Yani bu futbolcularda herhangi bir sporu da öyle. Yani o yüzden çok gurur verici yani benim adıma.
I feel really honored, and also at the same time, when you look at the traditional sport, every sport player comes from really deep and go up. So I feel really honored on this position, and I feel really good about this. Yeah.
And lastly, usually when we have a rookie that comes to our league, we don't necessarily know them that well. You know, we're waiting, we're curious about what they can do, but everybody knows you already. We've been waiting for you to join us. So how do you feel about the pressure having to live up to that expectation?
Yo, o baskı hissediyorum ama o baskıyı kendi avantajımı kullanıyorum. Yani hep çoğu yerde baskı yiyorum. Yani çünkü mesela ben Tier 2'de oynadığım zaman da karşımdakiler benim operatör oynadığımı bildiği için ona göre oyun yapıyordu ama karşısı pressure yediği için bu da benim avantajıma geliyordu. Burada da bence aynı şekilde olacak. Benim üstüme oyun kuracaklar ama onlar da pressure yiyecek yani.
I'm feeling pressure. I always feel pressure. When I was also playing in Tier 2, I was feeling pressure as well. But they know that I'm always playing operator, and they're trying to play against me. But actually, automatically this puts pressure on them, and it will happen again here. I will do my best.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for the translations, and we'll see if our teams can indeed deal with comeback. He's been feeling pressure every day in Tier 2 as well, Billy. But how much pressure does that put on IGLs like Mini, the fact that he's got to manage someone like Comeback?
Do you know, I think he's taken to the pressure very well, right? He wasn't the initial IGL that was brought into this Gentlemates roster this year, and every time that we've seen them come out, they are improving, right? I think it was a surprise that they beat Team Liquid in Stage 1 on that very opening game, and they're going to be hoping to set the right start by being able to do it to foot this stage.
Yeah, I don't see any pressure here from Mini IGLing this guy. Like, Comeback's just going to do his own thing and just destroy everyone, I think, today.
Just go kill. Just go kill. Now, we can talk about expectations, we can talk about changes, and we can sell you the hype of this matchup. But what is more hype than to bring out our players? It's time for the return of the 2021 World Champion, the OG Turkish legend, CNED. We saw CNED on this stage was actually exactly 1 year ago, July 17th, 2024. So what a return it is for him. But also, I just want to mention that Jonta did not actually make it here in Berlin. So he is not on the stage with them today. And looking at the map, Vitos, we speculated what will CNED play. Surely, if a pick bind Mini, he's playing Sage.
Sage on bind? Yeah,
surely.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. I don't mind Sage on bind. I'm a bit confused by this corrode ban by Gentlemates, to be honest with you. I think that having a bit more time than other teams, being that kind of dark horse team, I want them to be floating this map, personally.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I think Bind being first pick is kind of an interesting one. This is a map that Foot played 2 different comps on during kickoff. So hopefully, now that they've made a couple of adjustments with CNED coming in, they have a clearer idea of what their identity actually looks like on that map. Of course, as well, when we go to Sunset, we've not seen it from either of these teams yet so far this year. So I'm intrigued to see why Gentlemates have picked into that and what they've cooked up for us.
Yeah, and hear me out. CNED Sage Bind, Sage Sunset, why not? We do the Michael Double. Lotus, you know, I'll take a chamber on Lotus, why not?
I mean, it's fun. They like playing Sage on Lotus. So
yeah, that's true.
You get the triple.
They also play Sage on Lotus. Imagine he's just
I want to see double
main.
Duelist or chamber on CNED.
Yeah,
if he smokes, I'm going to be I know people like to play this duelist on smokes thing, but CNED's not one of those players, I don't think. He's a slow transitioner to new agents.
Yeah, and
put him on what he's comfortable with.
And he was the first person that on Na'Vi they tried to make that happen, and it just did not happen back then. But what about Gentlemates? Are we looking and wanting the double duelist on their side as well?
Yep, double duelist or duelist chamber. They've been flirting with ideas since stage 1 of, you know, the double duelist, the chamber duelist, and also putting Vcash on recon. I think that would be the weakest of the three. The maps where Vcash has to play a recon agent as a former duelist is going to be the hardest for this team to succeed, in my opinion.
I think one thing that's going for Gentlemates with Vcash coming in is he has played every single role at some point in his career. Of course, he is going to be stronger on others, like the duelist, like we say. For me, I think the tactic for Gentlemates at the moment is come back, go kill.
Oh yeah, definitely. Come back or kill. Everyone else, just make sure you don't flash him. Flash for him, just don't flash him. And I also think it's very interesting for a player like Kamek as well, because he was the rookie, coming as a sub, then having to switch teams. And now, if you look at this lineup, Mini, he's the veteran.
He's a veteran.
He is the most experienced person on that roster.
That is crazy to think about. I hope that all the lovely things that I, you know, maybe helped him.
Okay, you.
Yeah,
right.
me.
Not Liquid then, not Liquid.
Me, Boaster, and Liquid. That's the
Is that the Holy Trinity?
That's the Holy Trinity.
I think the thing as well, like I like that we're talking about Mini potentially, you know, being that veteran on the stage, but something that we've seen from Gentlemates.
Oh, I thought you.
Wait,
sorry,
I thought
you meant Mini.
No, not
I thought you meant Walmart Mini.
I love that Gentlemates have been able to upgrade every single stage so far, right? They've made big investments. They're hoping to make champs, and this is where that story starts.
Charles Neddington is playing Omen. How do we feel?
I feel terrible.
Yeah,
Okay, CNED's just got to prove me wrong. That's all he needs to do. Prove me wrong. I don't like Omen on this map in general. I think Brimstone and Astra are better for those kind of quick smokes. But it allows CNED to play a more duelisty style of smokes on this map, I guess. But Waylay comeback, I've not even realized.
Yeah, there we go.
The buff to Waylay recently is big. If he can just pop off, this could be cool. Like the buff to the orb ability is so big now that I think you can just throw out a place like lamps and it just gets all of lamps, I believe. So cool idea from Gentlemates here.
Another day of two teams playing double initiator. But yeah, like you say, I think that Waylay.
I like it on Bind. I'll preface
that Waylay is exciting for me. I'm excited to see how Comeback plays on that. This is obviously something that Gentlemates feel comfortable with. If they've been cooking up things on Bind, you know, with it coming into the map pool, they probably have expected this. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they go up against each other.
And I can't wait to see if we're gonna get a comeback CNED op battle on this map. So it's time to jump into it and throw this over to your casters for this match. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Seeing CNED back on the stage is great, but I thought we made a rule last time, Tom. CNED has to play the Jet, and he's coming in here as a controller on Bind, and the controller isn't even Brimstone. This is a strange look that we're getting to see.
Yeah, I feel like Omen has become such a sort of popular choice across almost every single map in the pool at the moment that I think teams have just started to lean in that direction. Obviously, he's had quite a bit of time off, so maybe been just practicing. I definitely do get a little bit more excited about the composition on the other side, though. Bringing in that Waylay for comeback, that chance to sort of take a lot of aggressive space. I think teams always sort of lent into that raise because of that, how far you could get in comparison to the Jet. Well, Waylay has that in his locker, but also combining that with Astra utility, having the Viper alongside it as well. I think it's going to be a better composition for mates. At the same time, though, Foot have never been about their compositions. They've always been about, let's play comfort, let's see what works for us.
Excited to see from some of these mates players. Obviously, we talked a lot about comeback, but Vekaj and Prox, potential there. Vekaj in the off-season event Game Fest was on fire for this squad up against Na'Vi, and we'll see if he can carry through to that main stage down here in VCT EMEA. Some of that same flair. Prox as well, playing through so many of the historic German teams. I think Eintracht who have, you know, Looker, Buha, or used to at least.
Of course you bring up Looker within a matter of minutes.
He's my boy. He's my boy. Oh. But this is a big chance for him, and certainly is more of a newcomer to the scene. Some of these new guns that we've seen on this stage have been playing since 2020, whereas Prox is a much newer face.
Yeah, someone that hasn't been through, like you said, a load of different teams, but has managed to make it to the Tier 1. And we get to see what they have to offer. Of course, for Foot, a lot more mainstay players. Mates have already been taking this one relatively slow. We've seen the Gecko already become a popular choice on this. They're wrapping around the back of the site, though, looking to try and find some of these fights, grouping up in a death ball, but they've ended up in a bit of a crossfire, but they've done incredibly well from it.
The deep push for Mates, a plant now as well towards the back of the site. They haven't taken that space, though. Still sitting inside lamps, but limited utility to deal with it. Yedege sitting in the orb. He's taken all the decay just to try to catch them off guard, but no one steps in. A patient display from Mates as the time ticks away and the pressure on these final two players. The tap comes in. Someone needs to clear it, and a big swing gets Yedege 1. 11 health left on Mr. Fallen, though, and he's all alone. Vekaj to dominate those final two battles, and Mates to walk away with the pistol.
Yeah, great start from them, and one where they really seem to be running this almost death ball strategy, like moving as a unit, looking to try and work on that team synergy. However, Mitch, what I want to talk about is a conspiracy theory.
Oh, here we go.
Nice.
So,
nice, Vekash, let's go.
You're going to pick up some players.
Yes.
You go for a player from Turkey, who's obviously the region in EMEA. You go for that firepower. You want a hometown hero. Maybe you pick up a German, and then you're looking to make the road to Paris.
I'll find you.
They picked up a Frenchman. I'm just saying, they are going for every single one of the storylines.
They're ticking all the boxes.
Exactly.
Well, they've already got a pistol under their belt, so whatever they're doing is working.
Exactly. I'm sold on it.
Mates so far this year, they're the lowest win rate for pistols. I think it also said they're the lowest for pistol conversions, the anti-ecos that you come into, and that's exactly what they're facing here.
Against Foot, you know.
Well, there was no need to say that. Things have gone from bad to worse for Mates with the caster curse from Tombiz. You know, pistols for Foot, this is where they have been deadly, but a man that we look to a lot of the time to deal that damage is Ada Captain. He's not here anymore. They've gotten rid of him. Also being the standout performer in most of the matches that Foot have played against Gentlemates. So this could be an opportunity to right the wrongs of history. And already it started out with Zeus on the ground, down and out of the round.
You'll be sad there watching, and you can't win this round without me, without my power. But no, they've grouped up in lamps, at least a couple. The rest coming in on the flank. Comeback, though, looking to be the anti-eco king. And while the wrap back around, it might catch one. It seems like Veka...
Oh, no!
We're not going to replay that, guys. Just in case anybody was wondering, that's not going in a replay.
There's no way Andy would put that in. No, you got no ammo left. Come back. He sprayed all the bullets. That's
also not going in the replay.
Oh, this has gone from bad to worse.
We're not replaying anything after this round.
No replays. Straight to the agents. Are the agents select the weaponry?
Wow, you're a little bit behind.
Let's restart the game. Let's go from scratch. I think Mates would take that deal at this point. They got their pistol. A good amount of damage already done. The weapons lost, retrieved by their opponents, and well, they'll look for some exits. The chances for Mates to convert those ghosts into actual weaponry looking pretty low. That fight from Mini, though, well, that's going to at least secure the Bulldog back into their hands. A little bit of solace for the squad. Mates, 2-0 start, 2 weapons carried forward.
Yeah, the loss of the Marshal's not too bad. It could have been a whole lot worse considering how things had already gone. Come back already, farming up some of those early orbs, looking to get in towards his ultimate.
They've done slow-mo as well.
Oh no, who could have seen that coming? I would never imagine that our replay team would do that.
I'm gonna have a word with EVS after this one. That was just rude.
It's his first day. How could you do that to him? His first day.
Welcome to the region, buddy.
Wow. 2-0 nonetheless. Comeback already looking for that early fight, but he's been dealt with by Zeus. The battle of the Turkish superstars, the duelists that we've wanted to see face off against each other for a while. But there's still a lot of rifles to play with. They played that bonus round relatively well in terms of the finances. It's disjointed, but Kamek can't quite correct. And more importantly, that's the spike. He's took the fight alone, and he's delivered them. Wow. I was going to say delivered them the spike, but actually they've fallen off. They've given that up.
Still a golden opportunity. Utility needs to be used to get back in there. We'll start out with your Astro Smoke down. Prox recovering the spike. 2v4 though.
Shutting them down.
Foot making no mistakes, not stepping forward into the fray. Gonna have to run through these choke points. Time starts to tick that little bit lower. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds
and
left.
now finally group up. Both players still relatively healthy. It's at least something, but that didn't last too long. A few shots onto VALORANT makes this much more difficult. With those spams through the smoke being very dangerous indeed. Already, the tap comes through, an attempt to bait out utility, but ultimately it just runs the sands of time lower. 8 seconds, it needs to be committed soon. Smokes fade, and so too do the chances for mates in this round.
Yeah, a controlled looking foot. I think the aggression ends up working out wonderfully for them, and we already know that you put someone like Zeus in those aggro positions, he's likely to deliver the 1v1 versus comeback, and then the trade eventually coming through from Yedaje. But again, there's going to be another purchase coming up almost immediately for mates. But I do think, again, most of our eyes are going to be on CNED. We know what to expect, that double initiator, Cracks is on his comfort pick. Everything else is standard. But it's whether this man can still have the same success. At his peak on Jet, he was the best in the world. I don't know if his peak on Omen will be that high, but maybe he saw tens go from Jet to Omen and went, if he can do it, I can do it.
A good man to compare yourself to. He's a world champion after all. CNED is in with a good chance to match that performance if anyone is. Gentlemates, my eye is really on VALORANT. We've talked a lot about comeback, spoken a bit about Prox, but I think the pressure for VALORANT is pretty huge. He's been around a long time. He's worked his way to this stage. He's represented historic French orgs like 3D Max, who some of the best have played for. But now he's on Gentlemates, a squad that many a Frenchman would sacrifice everything for. This is a sneaky play by Mini. The IGL's the one to open the round up.
Solid start. CNED left somewhat isolated. You do have Cracks around the angle, and a man who's, oh, okay, never mind. Prox has got lost. Not realizing what angle was left open, and losing your Astra in a post plant is always going to be devastating. Mini has done incredibly well, though. Someone who takes that IGL as more of a leader by example than maybe the mastermind behind the whole operation. Come back with another, and Cracks and Yedaje are trying their best, but look at the HP. Down to just 4 health. And he has no choice but to scurry away. And I kind of wanted to, so just before, on what you said about VALORANT, you have to bear in mind as well that similarly to what we talked about with Apex yesterday, if they finish in the bottom 4, they are out. So he has the pressure of, you're trying to keep one of the French organizations in the whole league.
And obviously coming into this, it's not been the greatest year for mates either. 3 out of 9 of their games have been victories. A lot of losses, a lot of close games in there as well. The debut that they had was very nearly one.
That was
power up here.
The super weird thing, right? Didn't they beat Liquid at the beginning of the season? A team who's consistently been within that top 3. And then they didn't win another game and lost to Koi.
I think they beat Fnatic as well. Like, it was Liquid Fnatic starting out 2 out of 3 of their first games, if I remember correctly.
Was that back at kickoff?
Kickoff, yeah.
Okay, because in stage 1 they had the 1 win, and then they
were
just defeated all the way through and even lost to Koi, which no one else did.
Oh, Ulysses isn't going to be happy about that one.
I'm okay with that. He'll live.
Good, you've made peace with it.
Yeah, I made peace with it yesterday.
Well, CNED, I mean, you already saw some decent performance from that Omen, finding a player, Prox just looking the other way, finding a gap, using the paranoia to slow the push, but Mini was dealing with him. And that's the thing that you have to say for Mini, taking up that IGL mantle. He has not sacrificed individual performance for it, nor will he in this fight, as he takes the first and the second before going down. It takes the majority of Foot squad to deal with that man, and all the while, that's space on the B side. Wide open.
They saw Mr. Farland, but he also doesn't really have the weaponry to do anything about it. Cracks in Yedaje, however, on this flank will do, but I like what mates are doing. They're re-aggressing into angles. Ooh, I was going to say, it needs to be careful from VALORANT, but he's won that fight anyway. Really feeling confident in his own individual ability, and while with Comeback trying to hone in on that angle, the screen at least will give Yedaje a little bit of space.
Toxin screen down.
reveal as well. There's the info. Good spray, but Vekaj clinging onto life in that corner. Now he's got backup. Yedeje surrounded, maybe thinking about carrying the weapon forward, but it is only a thought as he is put in the ground. 4-1 start for Gentlemates.
Yeah, solid stuff. I like how careful they're being as well. Like, you get those couple of openers, but you just look at the ult economy that they currently have. Throwing in Thrash, it's an ult that's very good for information, but a lot of the time you won't see the crazy impact you'd hope from it. So just sending it through to make sure, okay, we keep this round nice and clean, our economy is going to be built up, and then we still have 4 other ultimates to play with going into the next round. And ones that, especially when you look at that convergence path and the Nightfall, can do a hell of a lot in terms of clearing a site.
Back in a flat, hitting the brakes.
Already Comeback's going to be taking the space, or at least he thought. He'd suppressed quickly. Crack's going to delay that deeper push that might have gotten them the info of what's behind the wall. Will be used here, but incorrectly. He doesn't make it up onto the box. Doesn't get that annoying angle to play with as Prox goes sprinting through Bath. That's all the space that Foot had retreated into. And now they've got the pit
on pit
activated. And it's good for the spike. The difference is mates have taken that pit to deny some control towards Lambs, to take that backside in towards the spawn. That's a brave play from Vekaj. He survives it, but the decay on Comeback leaves him so low. He drops 2. The pit alongside it. The round done as a result. CNED sprinting away with the op in hand, but he's already got someone cutting him off. The sniper on the other side. The shots, they don't land at the start. He'll survive on 30 HP, carry that op into the next. But a heavy price paid here, and the round still going to Gentlemates.
Yeah, they committed a lot in terms of their ultimates as well. Like, that was them throwing everything into the wind to make sure they got that over the line. As said, they came in with 4 ults on the mate side, but I think just realizing that, okay, we can really do some damage to the opponents in terms of economy, and especially once they committed the pit.
120.
5-1. Their opponent's map choice not looking so tough thus far. Oh, Comeback even has an operator of his own. Expecting to see some aggression from CNED. And he was correct too. Just realized it's kind of a match made in heaven, because Zeus does not like playing the operator. So having CNED play the controller with an op actually works out very well. He's not taking it from a guy who wants it, at least.
Talking about 10s, but I mean, it just screams Eccles to me. I love to see it. Rolling back the years. The Omen operator. It was always a treat to watch. When's he coming back?
Anyway, there was plenty of comparisons you can make. That was one of them. I'm sure Eccles will be very happy for it.
Absolutely.
To be compared to CNED.
Might not be happy with your response to it.
No, but again, I'm okay with that.
Oh, wow.
I'm in my bitter era. 5-4 in terms of the players standing. I'm going to try and make a move back. Yedeje is desperately low, has a good read onto Mini. But the team, they're tracking him down. There's still another player to deal with, though, and Cracks has already managed to find them. Yeah, it's not. Oh, no! What a 4K from Cracks! Woo!
Delete the VOD. Don't you, Andy? Andy, listen to me, brother. I'm pleading. Don't replay that. I don't want slow-mo. I don't want fast-mo. I don't want any mo. Just leave it. Leave it on the server, please. Nice stuff from Cracks to start this one at least.
And then we cut the replay.
No, leave it here. Just on back to the game. Back to the game. All right. No, Andy!
Why do we get both?
Andy, come on, man. Yeah, that was rough. I think he was one shot to a classic as well, and none of them hit. You know what? It's making me feel a lot better about my ranked games last night, because I'm pretty sure I was playing like that.
I think we got Gorilla on the show later, so he can actually confirm.
I hope to God he doesn't.
Oh, Cracks. A really clean round from him in the last, a 4K.
Really
now
clean
he's
3K.
under pressure, but that Viper screen again is just doing so much in terms of delay. We're going to start heading back in the other direction, though. A rotation already in from Foot, but they still have 2 players holding.
Yeah, they've not over-rotated on this one. Certainly more numbers on the other side of the map, but still CNED's operator to contend with. The big investment from Foot in the previous round, they very much needed, and Krax has bailed them out of a very bad situation that would have been mates miles ahead. And with still a buy on the other side, and smokes down. CNED can't do much. Can't take that much of a risk, but Comeback clearly can. That was an audacious move, and one that he's punished for. Double push on the back though. The tall box has 2 players, and the off doesn't land its shot. Foot though still in with an opportunity. The trades keep coming back in the other direction, and Mini, ever reliable in those battles, has found them the advantage. Now they have a choice on that defensive side, risking the operator, their entire economy on the brink for so many of these players. Could be worth just hanging on to. They want to try to find an opportunity, and it will be Yedege that decides this as he goes down. There's no choice left. CNED tries to get out of here, and it looks like he'll make it. The rounds climbing up in favor of Gentlemates. This is a great start to Bind.
Yeah, no, they've been doing very well, playing the rotations, not overcommitting into sites where they don't have the information. I think it's made it very difficult for Stars to get this operator in the right place, but also for players like Zeus. Just constantly trying on these rotations, but it hasn't really been working out. 1 and 7. The man we deemed almost the carry of this squad when it came to the last stage, and they are struggling. And what's going to be interesting as well is with these pauses is, as it was mentioned, we've got a new coach. Geist has gone. Jonta, though, is also not here. So it feels like Foot are going to be in a little bit more trouble maybe than normal.
I feel like it's a good thing for Geist, though. Watching this game, his heart rate might have done him in at this point. The man on the other side, the countryman of Foot, Comeback, he's been phenomenal so far. A little bit of a risk taken in the last round that didn't really pay off. But I think you look on the other side and so someone like Mini, you said it earlier on, leading by example, and he very much has been. One of the challenges, I suppose, though, having a player like Comeback on the team, you talk about that communication barrier. I think it's going to be something that mates have to work very hard to try to bridge that gap.
It's also culture. Like you're bringing through players from all across Europe and the EMEA and trying to piece it all together right at the end. But I've always respected with Gentlemates coming in. Like obviously the first year, like they were in the sector that got 2 years within the league rather than the one that we see nowadays. But I like the fact they gave the sort of original roster an opportunity, but when it didn't work, they've been very happy to make changes. Clearly a team that are fighting to stay within the league and taking not so much risks in terms of who they're signing, but risks in terms of investment, because I can't imagine the signing of Comeback was cheap. Picking up some solid players from their respective leagues. Prox is definitely one I've been excited to see. Maybe off to a bit of a quieter start, but hey, you're playing Astra half the time. You're going to be placing util.
Well, Krax has been causing a lot of problems for mates. This round, they want to start by selling a fake towards that A site, and a big part of it is Comeback being able to dive in, use his refract. That's his little TP ability to get in and get out. Of course, buffed since the last time that, well, last time many of you would have seen Waylay in play. Now it's, I think it's 0.15 seconds, the same as a chamber TP. So you become invulnerable very, very quickly. But that knife has been landing from Krax every single time. And now a bit of a change. As Mini's been punished, his early fights have been so solid. They're going to play this one without the Viper, and the fake has not worked. There's still players here. CNED, though, he goes down. Only one for Zeus, but he's picked out of the sky, and Comeback dives deep into the back of the site for the advantage.
Yeah, when a showstopper is used, you'd normally expect to come out with an advantage, but instead, again, the attack have traded so effectively. Mr. Fallen has ult available, but just looks for a dry fight, and that's not something you want to be doing against Comeback. Vekaj is well already watching, but he will lose the battle. Caught moving. The problem, though, is the time, Mitch. Like, realistically, from this point onwards, there's no way he wins this round.
Now, you upgrade that weapon and carry it through to the next. It's the best decision for Yedege, but
he might not.
Might not be so easy. Comeback, blocked out by the wall. That gets Yedege deep into the spawn, and now, as long as he plays his cards right, should be an easy save for that side. A weapon carried forward, but another round for Gentlemates. The Stope steepening, goodness gracious, in favor of mates. And I think this start, it really, like, you look at the rounds that Foot have won, and one of them comes off Krax just blitzing into a site and taking down so many.
Yeah.
Even here, they commit the showstopper and the trades still found on the other side. It feels like they are really struggling to find any sort of a reliable way to put rounds on the board or even make them close.
Yeah, I think as well, like, it's been these rotations, but also the disruptive manner of comeback. Like, sure, it's not going to work every single time, but he's very happy to pressure and get in their face, not allow them to retake as a squad. Well, a lot of what made Foot very exciting was their ability to pacily hit into sites. It means that we kind of have higher expectations on the attack. Paranoia, solid. But they will be slowed down. Convergence path even thrown in as well. But I'll be interested to see if they actually execute off it. It may not even matter because Prox has done enough already.
1 versus 4. It seems like you're left in these positions so often, and mates landing these duels consistently. They're even going to close out the round this time. Nothing carried forward for Foot from bad to worse. And mates just seem to be having fun down on that stage. Doesn't matter how they approach these rounds, whether it's direct, whether it's fakes that are being canceled in the early stages by Krax's knife. The early battle, and indeed actually Mini going down early, which hasn't been a factor, not in this round, but the previous. Still, they're able to make it work.
See, this is another piece. Like you mentioned, that I feel like the whole kit here for Waylay has become pacier. Like that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, as you mentioned, you can throw out pieces of utility, like the slow now is a lot quicker to be used. You can get your gun out a lot quicker, which I think was the main problem, is you're dashing into areas and then you're stood there like, I can't shoot you for the next half a second. Get a J though. We're finally starting to see some success, but immediate responses! It's Comeback and Vakash. That wasn't all him. That kill was a teammate. But dear Lord, every advantage Foot has comes crumbling down.
And they're even being watched here. Vakash lost the battle to a Bulldog before, and he'll lose it again. That's the numbers even. Mr. Fallen even has the ultimate to clear space in towards this site. TP used by CNET. From the shadows, he's emerged in the bathrooms, and Comeback about to be revealed. In fact, they both are. CNET can now strike. He can make all the steps he wants, knowing that these players can't hear a damn thing, but the flash reveals him. Blind is good, and that'll get him Kamek. 30 HP as he taps the defuse, but it's not being stuck. Comeback jumping in, sees that, and he's caught with the spam. It started out in favor of Foot. It looks like it will end that way. Time low, but not quite low enough. 3 rounds on the board at least. They're going to shoot for 4.
Yeah, it's a solid ult from Mr. Fallen. I think I feel a little bit bad for Vakash because I feel like that's a few times now that his positioning and read on the scenario has been great. He's just not quite hit the shots, which, again, like first day jitters, I think we can be a little bit more forgiving of the players over on the mates side who are making this move for the first time. But for anybody who had any doubts about Comeback, I hope they are resolved.
Certainly would imagine that they are. 15-6. There's a reason he's getting talked about so much.
It's his first time on an international roster as well. Like, he's always been with that sort of core of BBL Pacific that was speaking Turkish. Like, you've had to swap languages and come into a completely different culture, different country. And yeah, he's 15-6, having a great time.
Yeah, we talked about those language barriers and how that can play a role. Even seen in the interview earlier, obviously he has the translator as well, but doesn't have one on the server. Evidently doesn't need one. The guy knows the game well enough. 5v5 to start. Foot battling for that 4th round. It would be a recovery on an otherwise underwhelming half. The TP taken, and they have just swapped positions with the defenders entirely. This defense is a facade that's quickly fading.
It's got to be very confusing for mates. But they are now slowly making the realization, and Kamek definitely has. That's all the information he could ever need. Zeus has won the battle, but the flash up, they'll swing it, but there's still one more to deal with. They didn't expect another player to be there. Prox, he's been revealed. And they're now being closed in. This is a tough point to fight from, but crispy aim once again.
The final note, drawing close on this half for Foot. It has finally come into their favor. 2 in a row right as the final bell tolls. That's going to give them a shot coming into half number 2. The climb back against Mates, though, will be a steep one considering the performance of that man down on the stage. Comeback has been feeling it as they move on to the defense.
Yeah, he's been impressive. He's been someone that you definitely have to deal with in that second half. More interestingly, we are going to be hearing a little bit more from Comeback as we come back after the break.
Hem kadrosal olarak bence daha iyiler oyuncu olarak. Diğer gelen tekliflere göre kadro olarak daha iyiler ve sıcakkanlılar.
Pressure on. The problem is Comeback's capitalized and he's walked right up behind him. That's another shot connected. Beautiful reactions and another a three-piece under his belt. Mandatory. They thought they were pushing and pulling the map, playing it well, but this man had other ideas.
Yani dediğim gibi çok sıcakkanlı karşıladı herkes birbirini. Çünkü herkes tier 2'den geldi 3 kişi. 3 kişi tier 2'den geldi. Öbürü tier 2 kişi tier 1'de kalanlar da çok iyi oynayanlar zaten. Öbür EMEA Stage 1'i. O yüzden yani herhangi bir problem yaşamadık. Tam tersi daha çok iletişim kurmaya başladık birbirimizle. Seviyorum kendisini. Çok iyi bir aim'i var ama operatör de geri olduğu için yani tam şey olmuyor. Ama çok iyi bir insan olduğu için yani dostuz zaten.
Welcome back, folks. 4 rounds for Foot coming out of that first half. A recovery right at the end with some close rounds swinging their way. But when you look at this map so far, it certainly has felt like mates have had control. Question is, will that continue moving on to the defensive side? And if Comeback has anything to say about it, it most certainly will.
Yeah, if anything now, he's going to have more opportunities go for these aggressive fights. I think a solid sign, though, for the other side is that obviously CNEDs look decent individually, still playing the Omen. I think it's always going to be easier for him on the defensive side. Now it's going to be more about his utility and setup. And I think the main focal point for Foot has to be Zeus. Like, he's had a slow start, which, if you go back to his statistics from the previous stages, he has been a superstar. I want to see a little bit more from that.
The stun doesn't land. Force back on Bath. Foot will be taking that control, but not for free. There's a group up on short. All of the players on this side of the map. 4 stacked up and ready to battle. Mates take the openings. Even eliminate Comeback just as he attempts to TP out of there. The refract cancelled in mid-action. Instead, it's very quick to activate now. But Foot were that little bit faster. Still, the spike is down and very much being secured by that defensive side.
Just try and stick this one out together. It's definitely not going to be easy. Kamek as well, just set up with a flash in hand, but a little bit nervous about the edge of that smoke. Mini's also gone down. The reveal will find cracks, but still no picks to be had. And they know someone's within the smoke, but still haven't been able to deal that final blow just yet. Foot have managed to make this competitive, but they're very low.
There's no utility to fight back through this. If Crack still had a flash, then popping it out would be very powerful. But all he has to work with is the knife. A smoke coming back online for CNED. Again, opens this gap, and he waits a while to use it. The idea being that their smoke will fade. They can take that space up close, but now time is low! And so are the numbers on Foot. A phenomenal pistol round from Gentlemates, identifying the part of the map that was being fought for, and then taking the battle somewhere else as a unit. And they just so happen to take it to where the spike is.
Yeah, I think the fun thing we're seeing with this roster is that even though you don't have the most experienced in-game leader, I think what we're witnessing is you have all of these players that have come up from the tier 2. Like, none of these, when you look back at the beginning of the year, were within this roster. But they all seem to believe in every single call that's being made. Like, if it is said, okay, we're going back in the other direction with 30 seconds left, they all follow. We're pushing mid, we all go together. Like, everybody seems to be on the same page, whereas I think there's been aspects of Foot where that hasn't necessarily been the case. You know the individual skill is there, but they are being beaten at the team game.
Vekash up against Classic, and he's already tripled up. A beautiful fight for this man.
Slow-mo.
That's an easy closer. Comeback even got to hit a second shot with that Marshall. Just thanks to the stun going through. 10-4 now. Finding the pistol and the follow-up. And coming into this matchup, Tom, we highlighted that the previous version of Mates, at least, have been the worst in EMEA at picking up pistols. It was like 43%, if I remember correctly. Well, this iteration of the roster, doing much better. And it's all Vekash, really. He's showing up in each pistol round.
Yeah, the second round being an in-zone flawless as well is definitely going to help them out to build up that little bit of extra economy, build up the ultimates as well. If this was a pick of mates, I'd say great work. But it's the pick of Foot, so if anything, it's great work, but also you've got to be a little bit worried for the Turkish squad that this really has not gone to plan.
This rifle round, one of the last hopes for the attacking side. Mates are nearing victory. Shadows stretching thin here. On this map, on their pick. You have to now see that spark ignited again for them. Clearing out those positions on backside. They found Bekaj in the open. Nice pick for CNED. That's the opener they need. That's the plan secured. I've got a flanker coming all the way around, which is Kamek.
He's tagged so
gonna
many
be here
players. Oh! Okay, the tags were meaningless. Sure, a couple of assists comes through, but Mini is flying. Another triple. And well, now Foot have got to be feeling nervous. He's waiting for Kamek. He's giving him the space and time to wrap around, and that was the right call. Now they can figure out the position of Yetege in a matter of moments already. That spike is beginning to be diffused. All they need to do to defend it. Oh, wow, mates. Well, I say mates, the two mates, Kamek and Mini. What a retake that was from them.
You got to look at that situation. At the start of that fight for Mini, Kamek is outside in A lobby. He's so far away. I was going to say that there might not be anyone left for him to meet back up with.
This one. I like a slow-mo on this one.
Oh. Nice! But Mini, he stood his ground when everyone fell around him. And that's got to be a frustrating round to lose with Foot desperately needing that. They're now 11-4 down on their map pick. They're left with pistols to fight in this one.
I think Geist would have passed away if he was still in the
chair. He is on the floor.
Oh, no. That is definitely a rough defeat to take. Wow, the moment Sway left alone, I'm not really sure what words could be given. Comeback, even now, having an operator. They have the extra finances after winning that. They've even baited him into the battle, but with his util fading away, he's not going to reaggress. He's not going to overface.
Even a round like this, we've seen Foot win many a time. Oh, that's a freebie to open. That's Mini down as well. The player who's been there every single time for Gentlemates. But Kamek, he's still on fire after that previous. He's looking to go through with the wingman. The Mosh fired in, he follows it up. And ends up losing his life. And another fall.
Okay.
The retrieved weapon for Foot, finding so much value. And the spike already on this A site for free.
That's one of the better opportunities they've had.
Spike planted.
But these clutch scenarios have pretty much all been one-way traffic. The players of Mates have been coming up big, but it's the less experienced ones that stand. Bekaj and Prox try and turn its back, and it's not pretty from Prox, leaving just Bekaj standing to try and face versus 2, and they are giving him absolutely nothing. He's got the right read of where Yetege is, but the time now becomes the third member of Foot, and it's Mr. Fallen, who started this with nothing, that ends it with 3. A pay save card, Thrifty, will gift Foot a round.
They didn't even buy up into that round. It was a Thrifty. It was Sheriffs across the board, and they're able to make it work. That initial pick onto Mini, costly, but it looked like Kamek had done what he needed to keep them alive, but he wanted to deny that weapon being taken on long. The problem was it was already in their hands. Yetege not letting go of hope for the side of Foot. 11-5. Still, though, a steep ascent needed to get back into this map. The choice of Foot.
Shutting them down.
CNED will now have the operator himself, and Prox has had to drop down to an SMG. A lot of positions on this map where they can hold value. One of them is exactly where he has ended up, taking that control into Hookah. And they do have Thrash available, but Nightfall on the other side likely to have more impact. And with the spike still down on the ground, it seems like, at least for now, Foot are just happy to feel out the map, watch for any aggression, and then decide where they want to go at the end of it all.
throughout that first half. Foot only managed to string together 2 rounds at the very end. Round 11 and 12 of half number 1. It was a shaky performance. They can't afford to start as slow this time around. TP taken, comeback seized, and he will get right on out of there. Quick teleport back to the other side. This means a slow retake on this B site with no advantage to play with, and smokes down on elbow, but nothing blooming for the spawn. Mates have a read. They know this is likely being held. Do they know it's by the operator? Well, now they certainly do. A trade from Mini. Every time they need him, he is there. This round would put Foot to bed, crush them. And with Mr. Fallen by the wayside, this is looking like it could be the downfall. CNED steps up for 3, and Yedajay closes it out. The classic, even used by CNED after that op shot. A much needed win on the board for Foot.
Yeah, these rounds are so desperately close though. And Mates are going to try and stem the bleeding a little early. They've had opportunities. Well, the last round should have been theirs, but this one comes down to the wire. And ends up just being actually Mini trying to swing to help his teammate and going down from the same spray to Yedajay. Still the same case though. CNED looking good, but Zeus has been going missing. Well, if he can come online, maybe there is an opportunity for them to turn this back. For Goke, clearly that's a realization that he's had. Okay, we're back onto Eco. Can have a little bit of talk, see what we can find in this round. Ultimates are not in a bad position, but when you have this low on weaponry, you can't really expect too much. But the main thing is feeling out what they're going to be doing in the next buy round.
One timeout coming to a close. 2 in a row for Foot, the most they've managed so far. Losing both pistols really makes this a difficult affair. It could be a much closer game, and they've had that stronger start. Losing the 3rd round here makes it no easier. It's not over yet for this squad. They picked this map for a reason. Seeing the return of CNED to our stage yet again, delivering that previous round. 2 op picks straight into a classic for the 3K. He's still got that spark in him.
Where's comeback about to go?
Passion for Mates. Look at this. It's 3 players running it down, and CNED ready to greet them.
I was looking at the stinger that's been brought up by comeback, but in reality, it was the rest of the team that was the one to get aggressive. Look to now try and join his teammate within the site, but that collateral should have been enough already to end this round. One of the ults went with it, but as said, I don't really expect to see any of them thrown in for the side of Mates in this round.
Well, not after those picks as well. Even coming in, they found an opening, there'd be a chance. Nice shot, but the weaponry's not quite there for him. Come back straight through the TP. He'll be refracting to the site. They haven't quite walked out to meet him. And Prox, it seems he's gotten the collateral. 2 players down. It was 2 separated, but even still, that Sheriff, it showed up. Those are the only picks that they'll find.
That second shot through the box was crazy. Just had a read on where his opponent was going to be, but hey, you take it. There's a little bit of damage. Cracks, though. There again is a safe pair of hands, and now is where things should get interesting. 4 ults online for one side, 2 on the other, but also 2 very close to being online. It's just a prediction of where his opponent was going to be. That is wonderful stuff, but ultimately, it ends up just being a little bit of extra economic damage.
Now, this is indeed the difficult round. So many ultimates for Gentlemates, and already you can see the first is put into play. The Viper's Pit locking down this A control, but this is normally where you see a team look for control elsewhere. Maybe even bypass the pit through the bathroom, and for a moment I thought with numbers accruing on the other side that they were just going to walk straight through. But they will fight for that bath control. A smoke into heaven should easily block out any of Prox's vision. It'll be Kamek on the site. He has to be the one to defend Mini's back as he holds down that pit from within. Showstopper put through as well. They know that Mini was sprinting away. He's even caught two! Full blind! And it's the Showstopper needed to put him to bed, but that won't stop Gentlemates. They leave CNET and Mr. Fallen in a 2v4, but it quickly flips back into Foot's favor, I suppose. The damage done to CNET is massive, but with an AWP and a TP for the plant, this is opening a huge opportunity. Mr. Fallen, he's on the backstab, but CNET has to survive.
Yeah, he has. Manages to dodge that convergence path. I think he's been spotted, but this given time, come back though. He has the read. A genius realizes that it's been too quiet from the other player, and now CNET left on a minuscule amount of HP will go down. It was a valiant attempt from CNET in this round. It's good to see him back.
A great read by Comeback. But a great attempt by CNET indeed. He just took that from an impossible affair into one that looked like Foot might have all the pieces connecting. He was full blind and takes down two. The Showstopper sent in to finally deal with Mini, but in the process, the door opens for that wraparound from Kamek. It's those two shots that made this possible. But it was that one from Comeback that sealed the deal. 12-7 now, 5 rounds in a row needed from the side of Foot, and they also committed quite a lot to that previous. They come in with only a Viper's Pit of their own to try to make this work.
It's a tough scenario. Again, it felt like some of these rounds, especially in the second half, have been incredibly thin margins from victory and defeat. The turnaround from Comeback was what made all the difference, and while Proc's fighting forward, I think he got a glimpse. He did get a glimpse. And this man's headshot percentage, I feel like it's got to be up there. It seems like headshot or bust for him. Comeback not overfacing, not over-aggressing. Will get out after that man advantage, and while the TP is now going to be taken, but I feel like a lot of this is just Foot trying to sell the idea they're going back, but with the Viper's Pit committed, I guess they are.
Yeah, the spike's here now. 3 players on this side of the map. CNET left behind to catch over aggression, but he sees nothing. They can easily TP. They can easily go back to B, and the hope here is that they've drawn the eyes of all these players, but those steps are heard. This is a clear signal to Gentlemates that the push is not coming in on this B side.
30
Smoke
seconds
seems
left.
to have kept them for a moment, though. Comeback cancels his rotation. It puts the pressure onto these players that are waiting, but Vekash unmoving in that hold of Hookah. He'll find CNET, and waiting inside Hookah is Prox. They thought it was just a man outside, but not quite. This will be the end of map number 1, the choice of Foot, and it's Gentlemates to dominate on Vine.
Yeah, they'll close it with an in-zone flawless, and let's be real, a lot of those rounds were very clean stuff from them, even though it got a little bit shaky in the middle. An impressive start from the new boys on the block, but there is still a lot to do. Another map to come after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tick tick boom 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that. 해골로 채운 we red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never bleed, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저주 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never bleed, I'll never fly. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, no rules. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never bleed, I'll never fly. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
What a fantastic start for Gentlemates and this new roster of theirs. They go 1-0 up in this best of 3. I am your host, Yingsu, and we are back here on the desk. But unfortunately, the CNED slander from Mini was unprofessional and out of line with what we stand for here. So we decided to replace him with a coach that actually knows what he's talking about. Welcome, Gorilla.
Thank you. I mean, like, me and Minnie aren't too different. Like, we have 2 international trophies between us. You know, so it's hopefully I can provide some more accurate insight into CNET.
Sadly, we have 0 international trophies between the 3 of us. But Billy, Gentlemates potentially could bring themselves a trophy if they carry on playing like that.
Listen, road to Paris.
Yeah.
I see it. I see it. I genuinely think that Gentlemates are gonna at least finish top 6 this stage. With
100%.
How amazing they've been performing so far. I mean, we were really hyping up the pickups, but before we even get into that, I want to talk about the fact that we saw a Waylay on Binds. Of course, the first Waylay. I know we're only in the first week, but I think the way in which it was played, we were kind of like, okay, why are they playing the Waylay? But this round in particular, I think was really, really nice, right? We see that Viper's Pit come down by Gentlemates, and then we see a reactive one from Foot to be able to kind of get back in and be able to defuse the spike here. But then we see this Waylay ult come in and just completely disrespect all of that utility that's gone down, and Comeback is able to just go in, go shoot, go kill, and I think this is really nice, right? We think about ranked games and stuff, and maybe Waylay is like not something that people have been playing more recently, but this is a really nice example of how you could utilize it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing I want to point out with that is like the positioning of Gentlemates, because Waylay obviously slows your teammates. So for them to, you know, be in a Viper ult and then an enemy Viper ult, like they were both out of the way of the convergence paths, I think it's called. So yeah, it's really well planned.
Yeah, smart from them. But as a Foot fan and somebody that might be a little bit confused about the roles they're playing right now, it might be easy to just harp on the Omen. But but Gorilla, CNED was not the issue here. We're rolling back the years. He was trying his goddamn best.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we saw him even pull out the AWP, like AWPing Omen, which is honestly not a surprise with how much we kind of know him as the Turkish jet, the Turkish operator. He was basically that staple of the region for so long. So honestly, I'm really happy to see him like flexing out onto other agents. Not really a big surprise that he's on one with mobility.
I think as well, something that we saw him do really well was being able to utilize his utility in the right ways and in the right moments, right? We saw him in a couple of those clutch situations, right? He
smoked the spike.
Not only reactive with those paranoias, but being able to set himself up well in the fights that he was taking as well. Like, just the game knowledge and awareness, I think, was really coming through. So as much as I wanted to see him on that chamber, I really liked the Omen from him.
I wish I could describe how excited I felt to see both of them with an AWP at the same time.
Oh, I know.
And then they both killed too, and there's just this back and forth. It's beautiful. It's quite literally cinema, I think. But also for Mini, we talk about, you know, what's his role now with new players on his team. He doesn't even seem like he's that bothered.
I love Mini so much. I think that he's honestly such a sweet individual, right? We see him really leading from the front, and I think as well that this is someone that we set up before this map. Being able to take on this IGL role, someone who's just grown so much as a player, knows exactly how he needs to play his roles as well, and is being able to focus on that and not focus on, you know, micromanaging the rest of his team despite having new additions coming into this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the Coisitos at home are crying looking at how good Mini's playing this year, because obviously we really wanted him. I think I want to highlight is just his ability to stay alive during the rounds when he's anchoring sites is honestly something not a lot of players can do as well as him.
Yeah, and he just seems so calm, right? He's never panicking. It doesn't seem like he gets himself into those situations. And I don't think they're gonna panic much in this series at all, because we are moving over to Sunset next. This is their map pick. They managed to win Foot's map pick, and the big question mark is still very much about roles and what they're gonna play. Because for CNED on this map, he's only ever played Raze and Neon. He's not really versatile at all when it comes to his agent pool on this map. So what are we expecting?
I honestly wouldn't hate a double duelist, but I also am expecting Zeus to perform better than how he performed in that first map. He kind of went missing, which is something I didn't think I would say about Zeus. I think he's someone that impressed us to begin with, but yeah, it looks as though CNED is still going to opt to stay with that Omen, and Zeus is going to be playing the Raze. What do you make of this, Gorilla?
Yeah, I think that when Sunset's coming back now, a lot of teams are resorting back to kind of last year's meta with the double initiator. I would have liked to see some, as you said, double duelist, really give CNED some of the explosive kind of ability that he can have, maybe a Jet Raze, but ultimately they're playing it safe, not going to fault it for them.
And the Breach Sova on the other side too.
Yeah, so Genomates actually played this map during the little sort of break that we had, right? And it's Kamek that's moving over. So beforehand, Kamek was playing that Viper and has now decided to move on to that Breach. So I wonder what the decision-making process was behind that. I wonder if they felt as though they needed to provide more support for comeback when he is running into those sites on that attack, because their defense looked flawless when they played it last.
Yeah, I think like comeback go kill is not really a bad game plan, and any support that you can really give him is probably welcome.
This is the ultimate comeback go kill, I think, if they're running comms like this. And for Gentlemates, this will be a huge, huge deal if they're able to close this out 2-0. So Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can.
Quite the task for Foot, but a good sign for them early, having CNED deliver. You heard about it on the desk there. A player that we know is that Turkish jet, and playing the Omen, playing that operator, even on a map like Bind where you don't see a lot of Omen on that map. It was great to see. Now, he has another challenge, winning out his opponent's map pick, because they just got stomped on their own. A big part of that, though, losing both pistols, which is, as I said, something that mates haven't been able to manage so far this year with the previous iteration of the roster.
Yeah, I think for me the more worrying sign was that Zeus was kind of offline, which when you go back to previous stage, I think anytime that did happen, they lost. Like, he really was a huge win factor for them individually. And I think that everybody else on the other side seemed like they were hitting. So going into a map where he is that solo duelist, and sure, you're going to have Cracks playing aggressively, you're going to have the initiators to set him up. It kind of comes down to, is this guy going to be hitting this map, or is he going to get wrecked by the duelist on the other side?
Right here. Well, another pistol and a chance for Foot to pick up their first in this series. The defensive side mounted. And a good read immediately. Look at the pings going down. The push-up from Yedege inside of B main, about to be spotted. The rotation on the back of it sends 4 players from foot to the A side of the map. It was a big rotation. They were ready for that blitz, but mates, having seen that aggression from the Cypher on the other side, they go back in the other direction. They leave Mini to hold the control, but he loses his life to that push from Mr. Fallen. Now they have to go through this utility. I mean, actually, obviously in a pistol, you don't have that much to play with. And with a ghost bot up from Yedege, his only trap's being destroyed.
That's the thing. Mr. Fallen is currently playing as Sheriff with none of the Prowlers. Like, it's not what you'd normally see your initiator doing. But they are playing with these rotations again. This is something that mates did incredibly well in the previous map. The Haunt thrown out. And because of how late this has gone, the full rotation starting to come in, but the knife gives it away. You mentioned it in the last map, how impactful those were. Mr. Fallen will at least be in the right place at the right time, and he needs to at least get something. I think he's screwed here.
Yeah, the Aftershock sending him out into the open. 3 players waiting for him. Rotation cut by Vetgaj, but it's all through the spawn. He'll be late to the play. Late to the party, leaving those 3 players on site. Maybe a bit more passive, but they've gone swinging. And Zeus is there to meet him. He had a tough map 1, but already activated in the pistol round. And a 2 versus 3. With Vetgaj sprinting in, they've already heard the steps. They know exactly where he is. But he'll spot the defuse is not being pulled all the way. 1 player incredibly low. There's still a chance for this to go the way of mates, but CNED seals the deal for the other side. It's foot 1-0.
Yeah, good recovery from them in the end. I was a little bit nervous, especially with how the rotations were played. I think Vetgaj did an incredible job of selling that fake, like throwing in all of that sort of utility onto the other side of the map. It was the re-aggression that sort of sealed it. It didn't work out for mates. They weren't able to win those fights. They're not shying away from a fight though, Mitch. I'm looking at the buys. They're going to bring out the stinky stingers.
Well, they were so good in the pistol rounds of the previous half, they believe their round 2s can be equally as strong. The force buy in round number 2, a confident play from Gentlemates, and after a 13-7 on the first map, I'm not surprised. But
they're doing the Lothar bomb.
Yeah. The right click. I think you're dead on there. That's what they're doing.
We all do that, right? Everyone does that.
You're throwing if you're not, I heard.
Yeah.
But for foot, this is somewhere that they've still invested pretty deep. It's going to give them a good advantage in most of these fights. Still 2 Bulldogs left for this fight, but Comeback has now managed to thread the needle through. Mr. Fallen waiting for him, lands the Sheriff shot, and now this becomes a very difficult round for mates. They might at least get a plant out of this situation. And anything after that is an uphill battle indeed.
That's a very good seize. It's locked them both into a corner, but the plant has come through. So many angles left to cover and no range to be had. They're going to go into the smoke. It's definitely risky. And you can see that Krax is ready and waiting for this smoke to fade. They are not looking the correct way. Kamek has done incredibly well, though. Already managing a couple, and now Vetgaj alongside him. They've somehow turned this into a competitive round, and it's left all onto that Sova. Yedege now wrapping back around the corner, but the time has been ticking for a long time. They were waiting ages for that smoke to fade. He's expecting this to be a bait, expecting the wraparound on the other side, and the spray just about connects. It's going to be incredibly close, but he has got it. Half a second left and a Red Bull clutch for Yedege.
Oh, that was down to the wire. 0.56 of a second. Gets foot their second round, and now it should be plain sailing. A lot of dangers in this round. They lose the opening on the side of mates. They lose comeback as well, but then this push through the smoke, this classic kill, or classic damage, I suppose it was Vetgaj to actually take the kill with the Guardian. That gave them not only an opportunity, but the favor of the round, but just about they'll get there in the end. And like I said, plain sailing. Now they're just up against the pistols from Gentlemates. But this was the round that Foot were able to put on the board earlier on.
Like he said, plain sailing. Nothing Mitch has ever said has ever gone back the other way, so we'll wait and see.
I'm pretty accurate with these predictions.
Oh. Comeback is currently playing a classic with full shields. But he doesn't even have anywhere near enough orbs for the ult. So clearly just feeling that his classic is so good that he needs the extra shields. or that maybe somebody else will get a kill and he can get a gun. Oh, he's already dead. Mini did get another kill, but just look at the damage that's already onto the opposing side. Even still, they're making this one a little bit costly. It's not pretty, but eventually they'll make it work. A costly few rounds for the side of Foot, but when you're winning an extra round in there, I don't think they'll mind too much.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-0 start, you probably do want to be looking at a bit of a stronger economy to fall back on. Even now, Krax is struggling for the cash, has to rely on a drop, but it's a 3-0 start, and that's a downside better than anything they had in either of the previous halves. Now they come up against the full buy from Gentlemates. They come up against a lot of ultimates that are just about to be online. Kamek 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. That could be found here in the initial fight towards A main. A very fast fight indeed, but not one that Comeback is even close to winning. There's 4 players here. They go in the back of the Paranoia. It's trades to start with, but Crackstead puts bodies on the floor, finds the spike for his side as well, and with a deep smoke, this round becomes almost impossible for Gentlemates. Yeah, 1 away from Prox's ult, though. They might be able to steal the spike back.
Yeah, the issue I'm having right now is I feel like the setup for Comeback hasn't been particularly good. Like, there aren't players on the other side left blind. There aren't players like forced out of angles or even in awkward positions. It feels like he's just sliding in to the battle. Now, they do manage to get that spike, as you mentioned. They have stolen it away. The block from Foot just came in a little bit too late. We've already seen in the last map, a lot of these rounds slipped away from them.
Yeah, they did run for the block the second they saw that ult come online when the orb was taken, but Prox was quick to steal that spike. Smoke fading, CNED sees that that angle is clear. That should hasten the retake from Yedajay and Krax. All they have to do is make sure they trade, but Main has fallen! And now everyone on that attacking side looking towards the spawn. Krax finds his first one, Mini! Saves the day for Gentlemates! An unbelievable 2v4 for this squad.
It's crazy that this guy has taken up the leadership mantle, and half the time the strat's just, I'm going to kill everyone. Like, this was a 2v4 scenario. I premised it with saying that we saw Foot let some of those slip in the last map, but a lot of it just comes down to this guy's pure individual brilliance. It's a round 1, but it was anything but clean. But as we mentioned, when you have that 3-0 start, but you're losing as many players as you did, well, you said it, they might have wanted a slightly stronger economy than this. Well, they don't, and look at what they're left with.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, the disadvantage of losing those players, but I suppose more so, look at it as the benefit for Mates for doing so well, for making these rounds so very close. Nice flash, good Paranoia. That's going to make it very difficult to even find that opening pick. The nade denies the punish of aggression towards A main, and Foot are out of there for free. They've got a showstopper to work with in this round as well. A bunch of pistols to play around. This is far from an easy victory. Good thing is that Outlaw can pick them out of the sky. Most of them quite low on shields, or even having none at all.
I know exactly.
Makes them squishy as can be. Still a 3 versus 3 that they're left in. They're gonna go through the smoke. He's just walked through. An Outlaw in hand and Comeback walking through smoke, sliding into angles. This guy's feeling confident. The ult's gonna be popped here. He's chasing down the ace and he'll get his 4th. He's solo though. Left. It's an easy connection for CNED, but an easy plant for Gentlemates.
Yeah, weirdly enough, he uses overdrive and becomes less accurate than when he was sliding in with a sniper rifle. It shows you who Comeback is as a player, but from what was a shaky scenario to now, just CNED standing. As you can see, he's trying to get in the mind of his opponent, thinking just how Kamek would.
Cover going out.
Some would even say they look very similar. But for now, at least, doesn't look like he has the time to play with. That spike has been ticking away for a while, and if anything, just going down to that spike probably holds more value. If he can maybe take a player away, he's going to try and bait them in, but there's not really a reason for them to peek. Mini just did it for style points.
Yeah, even if he hits that shot, the round's already far gone. Another round on the board for mates, but you know, we come into that one and there's not a lot for Foot. 4 pistols, a couple ultis that are almost there or that are there, and they end up committing the showstopper with it being lost early on.
He was also low as well, so I like he would have had to see someone and shoot immediately. Like, I'm all for committing a showstopper in a round like this when you've got that opening pick.
Yeah.
I just feel like when he's that low, it was a real gamble.
It didn't matter anyways with it being the outlaw, but 100%, that could have been any player there. Just the one bullet needed. Comeback is hastening his pace, but Zeus, the one waiting on the other side, finds the pick. CNED TP's out, but he's not out yet. He's made it.
He's done well.
He's gotten out. Fair play. The high mobility paying off for CNED. We've seen this before, but not quite on the Omen. Still drawing breath. He's seen a barrel. He knows there's someone close. He'll end up drawing blood. Oh, get your gun out! What is that? That could have been the round
That's a fat
for
finger.
Foot.
That's a fat finger.
Oh, man.
That's all that could be. There's no way that that was what he meant to do. Well, Yedaje, they know exactly where he is at this stage. Vekaj immediately comes out of hiding, and that's one of the biggest blunders I've ever seen.
Oh,
and yesterday
man.
I watched Angel win a 1v2 with no time.
Thanks for reminding me of that one. Never bit my tongue so hard in my life. Almost drew blood, but Mr. Fallen almost drew blood there as well. It would have been an easy double. And he takes the ult out.
You know as well they're going to slow-mo replay and pulling out the bloody
Andy,
ult.
you know what? Honestly, Andy, this time I can't blame you. Our EVS operator, he's having a field day.
He just likes to torture us.
He loves the pain.
He loves the pain.
But 3-3, that should have been a round for Foot. And if they lose this series now, that is going to haunt them. Look, the man knows what he did. The ult came out, then the hunt came out as well.
Hey, look, nice replay. Oh, look, a nice replay.
Oh,
and a not nice replay.
And then he takes... no, it was the C's. He didn't even have the hunt. He hits ult, then hits C's, bro.
Wait, do we have this? Yeah.
Get this man heavier switches, please.
Oh, God.
That keyboard's too light.
I need some help.
Oh, man.
So the Foot. They've literally, they fumbled a 2v4, and now they fumbled that round off. Not Maverick once, but twice.
Twice in a row.
Same second. Redemption. No, it's
that was ambition there, Tom. I love to see
I
it.
gotta believe it's something. My head's gone and we're only in round 6.
Oh, I wish we could press a button and do like a mid-round interview, just real quick. How do you feel about what just happened? That man is gonna be upset. Mates,
I'm upset.
They're up against pistols. They found their opening pick as well. Big dive to backside. Good flash that came through from Kamek. The paranoia may be committed as well from Prox with the assist coming through, or it could have just been them running through the smoke.
I think that has been aim training the whole time he's been away.
Absolutely.
He's looked crispy the whole time. It hasn't helped.
It's helped him. The return of CNED has been a glorious one, but
it won't be remembered.
Well, maybe not for the right reasons.
Well, he will go down in the end. Mates now take the lead after 4 spies that did a lot of damage. Ever since they've had the rifles, it has been 4 in a row. Well, this round, this one was normal, at least. Like they lost to a stronger buy. Really solid paranoia coming through from Prox as well. And that's always the thing that I look to. Like I expect to see solid individuals like take the likes of Mini winning that 2v4 with 4 kills. But I'm looking for that synergy. I'm looking for what the more supportive players are bringing. And thus far, I have been impressed. Like, it's the youngsters that have done a lot of the heavy lifting versus a very experienced team.
I think they were going to double push mid there, and then Mr. Fallen just walked away.
Maybe he pulled his ult out.
Oh, man. Left Zeus to tank that op shot all alone. Might have been a collateral had he have walked with him. Gentlemates trading out the opening pick. A look to the A site. So far, that is certainly the lighter of the defenses. Kamek's got a bit of danger brewing as he moves towards this B site fake.
Oh, he's dead.
Stump put through, but Yedaje hiding behind the boxes. The thing is, how patient is he going to be? There could be 3 players here. There could be someone staring at him, but Kamek's walking forward. Oh, there we go. That's an easy pick. Okay. He got scared. He didn't want to go for the knife. Thank God. They go to go now! Amosina has just been caught with utility in hand. That seems to be the story of the day. Everything going wrong. No command call.
30 seconds left.
They've also thrown in the Nightfall. They have them with no utility and still left stuck in the mud, but even still they're winning the fights. Come back with another. Yedajay. There'll be some hope that maybe he can retrieve this player, but it's more so going to be come back on the swing. A little bit risky, and now he's put this into a disadvantage. Maybe some over-aggression there, leaving Prox alone.
Huge over-aggression, Tom. You know that that player is down on the ground. A mistake gets him back in the game, and look at what Prox has to do now. A 1v2. They know he's still on the site. He needs this pick cleanly. It's through the smoke! Prox has a real chance, but the spray! It doesn't quite land. Yedajay is there to save the day for Foot to climb back to even numbers.
I thought he had it. Like the first bullet accuracy of this guy is genuinely scary. Even through the smoke, he's just been hitting those headshots. It does kind of feel like a... Yeah, he actually got revealed and then used it. It doesn't make any sense. It was like he just like, I'm dead anyway, so I'll just use the smoke. But yeah, not realizing that the player clearly got that far. It's definitely a mistake from Comeback and Prox with an attempt. A good attempt at that. Nonetheless. 4-4. Comeback now with a judge and an overdrive. And I'm more afraid of the judge.
Bring them down.
Certainly with how quickly he can slide into angles. Mr. Fallen safely behind a trip at least. Be good for now. Shock darts going to the standard trip positions, but they're in different spots now. Comeback close to running into one. He's heard it. He knows it's there, and it's not there anymore. And he's lost his life. The side of mates. They have the advantage to work with. Comeback, judge in hand, up close. He's got a great spot. The jump shots eventually land. And a 3 versus 4 to work with, but it's pulled back. Zeus a little early on the flank.
Oh, this smoke has caused them issues, and right back through it he goes. But even still, it's only a 1-for-1. Leaving his teammates in that post. Hammock still with a stun to play with, but probably not going to pull it out in this position. The flash doesn't quite connect, but even still, he can't land the shots quick enough. Cracks with an immediate headshot after his teammate goes down, and Foot are going to make that retake stick.
Solid work from Foot. I think Zeus a little ahead of the pack there. They're not quite ready to dive out of spawn, but still managed to land it in the end. This trap wasn't even activated. I think Mini did run into it, but he didn't end up being deleted or being revealed. Straight spams through the smoke to give them that chance. The trade on the comeback comes through so quickly, and there was definitely a chance for Kamek there. But the jump caught him off guard. 5th now for Foot. They could be leading by more. This is the recovery you needed to see.
Be leading by more.
Absolutely.
Operator in for CNED. He's proven already that this has been a gun with high value. Rolling Thunder available for Kamek. Actually, it's going to be sent through immediately. I believe it's been dodged. Well, not the prettiest of sprays. But the weapon being retrieved will be his demise. Mini is going running through, but there are 3 players left on the other side. And now, well, Vekash goes for exactly the same fight. They're swinging the full side of Foot in 1v3 duels. Now, Prox does have his ult. He could look to steal that spike again, but I think Foot should have made this realization. Yeah, they're going to try and block it.
I believe 3 players stood there, and they're there just in time. At least now, Kamek knows there's players close, but after the knife hit him, they know that he's around this area, and CNED, no slouch on the operator. He's just secured the round. Prox should just be saving this weapon. 30 seconds, spike to be retrieved, at least 3 players on the
30
site.
30 seconds left.
Knows he doesn't have a chance of winning this. And yeah, he will just sit down on the A site, carry it forward.
Oh, it's going to be Foot to extend their lead. It seems to be that they should have been in this advantageous position. Not quite like the first map, where it definitely felt like mates had their number, with a few errors mixed in. I'll say as well, it's been like, Comeback obviously is this super explosive, aggressive player, but it definitely feels like sometimes he's out on his own, especially in early stages of the round. Like, it's basically him in a 1v1. I also feel like some of the post-plant scenarios, it's like he's still super aggressive, even in 3v3. So I wonder if that's something that maybe will change over time, because it does feel like, yeah, it's like these. It's like you want him to take the space, that's fine, but I think in the round before, where they had a 3v3 post-plant, he goes sliding in and trades 1-for-1. I feel like that actually benefits the defense more than it benefits mates.
Yeah, in terms of getting to the site before that plant is down, it's more helpful. You thin out the defense.
Yeah, exactly.
When there's less attackers to play off of each other, it becomes much easier to start connecting those dots. A timeout called here by Gentlemates. Squad that had 4 rounds in a row, one of them gifted by Mr. Faldon with a little oopsie.
Well, and the 2v4.
Yeah, and the 2v4 where Mini got a 4K. Yeah, you're right.
So it has been like the sort of blips and clutch scenarios. I feel like obviously Foot also had the round that they won where comebacks swings and then they end up winning that, what was technically a 1v2 because a player was down and got picked back up. So I think both sides have had those sort of shakier moments at times throughout this match, but I think Foot are rightfully in the lead.
I need this. Thank you.
But now though, the purchase really does revolve around that superstar Turkish youngster once again. Comeback 12 and 10, and he's being given a rifle to try and win this round.
Track them down.
Lotus on the horizon if Foot do manage to pull this one through. Still have to win that next map after bombing out of their own pick. Things are already looking a damn sight better here. Pistol round helps out those score lines being a little bit more in favor of that defensive side. The op of CNED certainly hasn't gone quiet in this series, even on that first map. This time mates will avoid him. Taking it up through middle, which is now wide open. 4 players moving to the B site, ready for the big blitz, but it comes in elsewhere. Pressure now rests on Yedajay's shoulders. He can't go down without at least taking one of them down. Trap's already destroyed.
Yeah, they're going to get into the post bar pretty much for free. Now, obviously the weaponry advantage is firmly with one side. Hot flash out, come back, aggressive. He's found himself 2, but the entirety of his squad has fallen in the meantime. The knife has even revealed exactly where Bekash is. This should be a done deal.
Well, thanks to the patience of Yedajay, walking through this smoke, a death sentence. Mates locked in at 4 still as Foot climb up to 7. You do look at Yedajay there. Plenty of players would make the mistake going too early, but the call, wait for the flash, swing on the back of it together, and even with comeback, a resilient performance tucked in that corner. The other kills had already swung the other way. Mates come into this final one with just a single ultimate, the Neural Theft for Mini, online. For Foot, plenty to fall back on. We've got the Showstopper again, we've got the Null command from Krax's KO, and also a Neural Theft. The defense certainly looking likely to take this 8-4. It's an early Showstopper. He's got players right around the corner. He fires it a little shallow. Kamek survives on 44. Now takes the space, a surprise that Zeus wasn't ready for.
All right, it's a bold fight to take when you're that low on HP, but confidence definitely still there for mates. Exactly 7-5 half. Definitely not a death sentence for them. Silencing Zeus early once more, but CNED is the one under pressure. He's been great so far. Okay. I think it was a leg shot to start, but it doesn't matter. The trade is immediate from Bekash. Now it comes down to just 3, but already somewhat equalized. I don't know if they'll be able to get the res back in.
No smokes to get that done. Even then, it would be risky. The drone coming through is about to detect Mr. Fallen. He tries to take down the Sova. Player with the drone in hand at that moment, but he can't find them, safely tucked away. Yedajay now by his side. It's time for the retake. Hunter's Fury put through, using it up before the half is over. He gets his weapon out to trade as Mini gets contact. The trade doesn't come through though. It's Yedajay with 2, and again, this A site belongs to Yedajay, and the lead belongs to Foot. 8-4 at the halftime.
Yeah, a fantastic recovery. I think after the way this half started, the 3-0 and then losing 4 rounds in a row in fairly shaky fashion, Foot have definitely proven that, okay, this is a solid map for us. If anything, looking a little bit better than what we saw on their own map choice. With a whole lot still to do in this series if they want to get off to a good start. It's nice to see.
Well, that's the half over and done with. We will have a short break while we wait for the second. And in the meantime, we're going to throw it over to Yinsu. So I believe she's going to be doing a little interview for us at the halftime. And a good spot for it as well, with mates leading 1-0 and coming into this second half needing an inspiring comeback. It's been a tough one so far. It's been a difficult battle. They had that 4-round streak. They had a couple of rounds that were kind of gifted to them. Hopefully there'll be some inspiring words coming out of Squeezy from Gentlemates, who is standing by with Yinsu.
Well, if you've been enjoying what Gentlemates are doing on the server today, then you have these two partially to thank for it. Welcome back, Squeezy and Brox, to the VCT EMEA Arena. How are we doing?
Really good, and you?
I'm very good. I think you're going to sell a lot of jerseys with this roster. I think we're loving what they were bringing on map 1 and here, but it is a big risk, right, to change 3 players ahead of stage 2. So what was the reason behind this?
Oh, what's the reason? We have to change many things in the roster because we did a really bad split one, actually. So we had to reach for new players who wants to win and who wants to work a lot, because you have to work a lot to play on this stage and to win some matches. Every team is so strong, I think, this year.
Yeah.
So yeah, we reached to many of players, and finally we have Comeback, we have Vekaj, we have Prox, and we are really, really happy to have them.
You could have just stopped at 1 superstar. How did you manage to get 3?
I don't know. Our staff did a good work. They did a good job to pick the players. We were just buying them, and I don't know what to say. They did a good work. That's it. And we're just lucky to have them, and just enjoying the moment.
And how important is it for you guys to not just make it to Paris, because, you know, we're going to France, but also to stay alive, to make sure I see you two again next year?
We're afraid, you know. We hope we will make it.
We love VALORANT.
But it's a long pass.
Exactly.
But we will do it at the end.
Yeah, if there's anyone that can do it right now, it's these boys behind us. So thank you for joining me, and let's hope we can close it out for the second half.
We hope.
Let's go, baby.
Well, some inspiring words there from the booth. Perhaps mates can make it happen. 4 rounds on the board after the first half. This map certainly, I mean, if you swap the picks around and don't tell me, I was about to say, it's not looking great, is it? Not on this map. Not on the first half, at least. But Tom, it's not over yet.
Should have gone in the first half, you know?
Their pistols have been pretty solid. They lost out here. They went 3-0 down with the second round force buy not working out. And hell, if that doesn't happen, maybe it's a completely different game. But it did feel like the rounds given to mates were errors on the side of Foot.
I don't live in if, buts, or maybes. I live in absolutes, and it is going to be that aggressive B main push. Already, though, it's CNED to start. Comeback doesn't like that. He's the Turkish star of new, but it's the Turkish star of old that started off this round.
Damage done, though. Mr. Fallen and CNED vulnerable to some spams. Mates' response to losing that control is to fight for middle. But there are players waiting for them here. Zeus catches the angle, the headshot as well, but mates respond in kind. Zeus on the floor. CNED and Mr. Fallen both right low. And Comeback now in the same boat, but he's able to drop the sliver of health that was left on CNED.
It's a bold strategy. Maybe not one I necessarily agree with. It seemed like Comeback had exactly the same idea. Swinging back in while low. The reveal is going to tell them that there was a player on that corner. I think they already knew that. It's whether or not they'll know that Yedajay is sat in this corner. Another aggressive position. They've cleared it. They know he's here, but dealing with him has been another problem altogether. 2 for 2 for Foot in this second map, and they are running away with it just as their opponents did on their choice.
Well, I guess those pistol round win percentages aren't going to change much for Mates after all. Maybe back down to 43% at this point. They managed to increase it by 1. Doesn't last very long. Nice stuff from Foot, and that is a terrible sign for what's to come for Gentlemates. This being their map pick, losing both pistols, going 3-0 down to start out the previous, losing 5 rounds in a row to close out that previous half as well. But it was a forced fight in round 2 for Mates last time. Now they'll go for a more conventional purchase. The Marshall's the only thing invested into. It's not quite lost, but the player wielding it is.
But it's still, so far this game, that Zeus hasn't been there individually. And that's the one thing that worries me when we get to map 3, is that if you get him online for Foot, I don't think it matters so much what's on the other side, especially with that we've seen good plays from CNED throughout the series. Mr. Farland's looked good in this map, bar the one round that we won't talk about. Cracks, I think, was decent on the last map as well. So this is starting to get very dangerous for Mates. As I said, like for Foot, it's about a road back to champs. They've been a team that has made it in the past and always been competitive. For Mates, it's a very different road. Champs would be wonderful. It keeps them in the league. But even just looking at top 8, that wasn't something they managed when it came to the last. Well, Yedajay, he has lost his pistol, but he's probably won his team the round. I don't think they're going to be pushing that elbow again.
It's not quite a totem pole, more a pyramid.
Planted.
The pyramid scheme works
Maybe
out
a tower?
in favor of Mates. It could be.
An Eiffel one. He got an Eiffel in that round.
That was
you didn't see the extra layer,
I
did you?
didn't, no.
You were like, well, obviously. I saw it in your eyes. And now I see pain. And that's exactly what I enjoy. More pain for the side of Mates in this one. Zeus starting to wake up. The God of Thunder has been dormant.
Going down to the spike to play. Stun goes through to keep them around, but no, it won't be doing anything. They're already well and truly out of here. I thought for a second he was going to just commit the aftershock. But it's not to be, thankfully. Saving those credits for the next double digits on the side of Foot. A strong start to this second half when they already had the lead 8-4. And now Mates find themselves in a very similar position to where they put Foot after half number 1 over on Bind. The climb back is steep, and it's looking like Foot will be taking us to Lotus.
Seeing the pings at top mid. They're about to do something incredibly aggressive. Looks like it, at least. Shock Dart's been sent through to destroy the trip, but they are immediately splitting. CNED is behind them, and they have they have no idea. He's still at least got one, and the trade was there. It's fine. We don't need a slow-mo replay, but we might need one of this. It's coming to fight two.
Planted.
Neither of them connected. Leaving a 2v3 scenario where Foot are going to get aggressive again. They're walking into the firing squad, but somehow with the stinger, Yedajay has found a double. This round isn't making sense in terms of who's winning the fights. Oh, Yedajay touched it. Dodged that paranoia perfectly. He knows now the players on the left side, has the info to work with. Smoke down. The tap comes through from Prox. He's going to take it to half. Surely not sticking it all the way, but Yedajay grows suspicious to spam in. Now Prox has the info. The second tap. Yedajay sprays. He's running low on ammo, and Prox reads that perfectly. A much-needed round for Mates, but it's so damn costly. Yeah, I don't know how they're finding that much value with the stinger. The double spray down from Yedajay, not even at like that short of range. This not being more than one kill, but even still trading it out. And then the Kamek double spray down, which I'll be honest with you, like the first one was nice, but the second one took about 15 minutes. It is not the prettiest. Right. Zeus is about to change his mouse crosshair. Everything that he can find.
Gotta change
New
his
res.
Change his res and forget his lineups. Who would do that? Double digits. Double digits for Foot. they're stuck here for now. Mates win 2 more. Looks like a much more competitive game. Already pushing.
And if they lose 2 more, it's almost done.
That's true, Tom. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The credits running low for the side of Foot, so a real chance to connect that double, to put it 10-7. Bring this back into the realms of possibility for the defensive side.
Yeah, if they lose this one, it's done.
Yes.
They don't have the credits, they don't have ultimates, other than Vekaj being relatively close. Like, it would basically clear a path to Foot.
Cage triggered.
Already, a lot of space taken. A couple of kill trips set up, hoping to catch someone that they can spray onto. Nade going over the top, really nice. It's gonna force Mini all the way back, but it's the shots from Vekaj to work out. Mini alongside him has at least kept this one even. Had to go back to get the spike. It's gonna be just a firefight! Oh, just crashing them both there! One through the wall, and well, maybe one nail in the coffin.
I don't know if that flash even connected on them. It looked like they were both playing anti.
I think they were, yeah. I don't think it did connect onto anyone. He just won the fight.
He's just better. Catch it in the replay. This is the only battleground we essentially saw.
Yeah.
This one set of stairs, having all of the duels, CNET, both barrels proving deadly, but yeah. It's just that spray down. They waited for the flash. They swung off the back of it, but they cannot win the duels. And gentlemates, oh, they're calling a timeout here, man, but it's almost just leaving them stewing in what's in front of them. No credits for this round, as you said. That should be 12, and then 7 in a row needed. This defensive side hasn't looked dominant. It hasn't looked solid. It's going to have to be a different game played by this squad.
But that's the thing, you're looking at Cracks currently 18, 10, and 10, CNET 18 and 12, Yetajay 14 and 9. Like, unless you somehow pull off a miracle in this round, I don't believe they're going to win 7 in a row. Like, I think when Foot are on individually, someone will get them across the line. As we've seen in a lot of these rounds, there's been a lot of clutch scenarios, a lot of individual brilliance, like CNED with a double, Cracks them with a double. And on the other side, okay, like Mini had his moments here and there. Comeback has been decent, but I feel like he's won them a lot of fights, but then also over-peaked in quite a few scenarios that have ended up letting rounds slip away. It could have been a closer game, but
I will find
as I said, it isn't. And now, well, Mini's going to try and be the hero. I don't mind it. I think if anybody was going to pull off one of these clutch rounds, he's probably the name that I would suggest, but it's a big ask.
You got to hope on the power of the numbers on the other side of the map, but even now you can see that the net is being spread thin by mates, assuming that the play is coming towards B, but it's a default for Foot. They know that they're possibly up against a force buy, likely up against a mixed bag. These are not the rounds to make mistakes in. On the cusp of victory, a more dominant victory than what they were dealt on their own map pick. Going into Lotus, that could hold a lot of value to have the wind in the sails.
Shadows traveling. Here.
CNED already has spotted a victim. But that is where the majority of players currently lie. Cracks with the lineup. They've also thrown a season as well. This is all to sell the idea that they're going towards A. But to be fair to mates, they have read it as a ruse. They have got this spot on.
Mini saw the knife being thrown out. He saw it thrown from the B side of mid. He didn't see anybody cross afterwards. The immediate call was to rotate in. Now there's 5 players here. This fake has played against the hand of Foot. It's a solid opening for Mini, but Yetajay down below. He's able to double, and CNED comes in with 2. No shields, at most a light shield on the other side, and that's a field day for CNED Sniper.
And there he is.
CNED himself.
Yeah, CNED himself,
the
the Omen. It never would have been said. If I'd said that a year ago, you would have called me crazy, but he's currently 21 and 12. Playing the Omen Sniper a lot of the time. I'm honestly surprised, like we saw him get caught out with Util earlier. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen that more with the way that he's playing, but it has been working. 12-5. A group that definitely seems tough on paper. especially for playoffs being crucial for mates. A victory here versus a changing tide of Foot without a captain going would be huge, but this map is looking like a bridge too far.
Well, it's so much needed as well. Like, obviously, they commit Null Command and From the Shadows previously, Neural Theft as well, but Showstopper about to be online. Coming into next round, it will be. They've got credits to purchase up in the next. Zeus will have Showstopper if they lose this one. It's not just about winning 1 or 2. It's 7 in a row for Gentlemates. That could be 2 full ult cycles on the other side. 2 big rounds that Foot can play with. For mates, consistency has never been more important than here and now.
And as said, with the way that the individuals are currently playing, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Comeback, okay, they're going to have to break the trip, so at least that gives Mini a warning sign. Get back into the corner is something you'd expect to be cleared, but he still wins the fight anyway. That's a gun retrieved. They believed in him to hold it in the last round. This time he gave them an advantage already. It's going to be the showstopper thrown into play. Zeus, you'd expect him to win that fight, and he does. Level again.
Neck and neck. As time keeps on ticking, it's Gentlemates that need to fight their way back into the site. They've given Foot control there. They've waited. Their courtesy.
Ahead.
Running low as they fight tooth and nail. Down to a 2v2. Both players low, but a totem pole stacked up. Yedeje, so reliable in these moments. The tap from Kamek. He swings wide, tries to catch him off, but Yedeje, he saw the shoulder. He knows that defuse isn't being stuck, and he's got the info again. A phenomenal play by Yedeje as he uses the clock to his advantage. It is 13-5. A dominant showing from Foot on their opponent's map pick. We need to go all the way to map 3.
Either the veto was backwards or both of these teams have managed to find life on the opponent's choice. Nonetheless, it has given us a show to be had. We've got one more map to come. We'll see you after the break.
There is a reason why you should never count out a group of Turkish players on the server, and Foot has just proved it on Sunset. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again, joined by Gorilla. Mini snuck his way back into the building after we kicked him out. I think you owe a Mr. Charles Eddington an apology.
Yeah, I'm gonna straight to camera. Just apologies for...
Is that one actually?
That one?
Yeah, that
there
one.
we go. That one's red. Yeah. Sorry, Seedned, I was wrong. You were actually pretty good at smokes. And I was wrong. His ability to improve on agent seems much quicker right now. I'm gonna give myself credit. I think I motivated CNED with my comments to play as well as he did. So
oh, wow.
It all comes back round to me again, of course.
Everything is about you, Mini.
Exactly.
But Gorilla, he's normally wrong though. We've seen Mini get things wrong a couple times.
I think
we have.
Have we?
Yeah.
I mean, back when he was on Fnatic, he got a lot right, no? Sorry, I don't mean to stroke your ego at all.
But this guy needs to come back more. It's nice.
How many times have you lost to Ballista?
To Ballista?
Yeah.
Oh, that's... I
Zero.
I think I was still playing
Yeah,
in Tier 3.
There we go then. But the important thing here is Foot, they managed to bounce back, and Mini, they managed to bring some extra layers to their game.
Yeah, like we just saw the compositions there, and it seemed like same old Foot, you know, like the KO, the, Cypher, the double initiator, the kind of standard stuff that, I've been not a big fan of recently. And I thought same old Foot, but then we saw some rounds here where I was like, this is a different style. Like for Foot, I consider them a team on defense that likes to just hard hold and flood everywhere and just be aggressive. But here we saw them playing a bit more of a retake style where they weren't just immediately trying to stop all plants that happens. They had flanks going on sometimes. They played with discipline a little bit more. The core identity to me is still there for Foot, but a couple of things added that I saw.
Yeah, maybe I think it might be the new coach Jonta coming in. Obviously, very structured in the way that he works. It's kind of like more traditional towards Eastern Europe, like that kind of style of play. So maybe that pulls into it. Also, Sunset, new, I don't want to say new map, but it's kind of the first time we're seeing it with the changes from last year. And I think honestly, especially about how B site works, it really favors playing retake now.
Yeah, and on this A site as well, it's like I think this is the first time I've seen Foot play a full retake like this year. Like every time I do prep for them, I'm like, they're just running in. But like for once, I've seen them play a disciplined, let's just survive kind of style,
Yeah, and it's crazy because Jonta's not here right now. He's with the team, but not physically with the team. But all in all, we like the new things they brought.
Yeah, it's like a little addition on top of their identity, which I think is nice.
Which is really ironic because they've brought back CNED, right, alongside a new agent for him, some new stuff. The CNED comeback, Gorilla head-to-head, is so interesting on so many levels, but it's really nice to see CNED hold his own because God knows he's been criticized a lot in his career.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this was at least my question mark coming back in is like, how good is he going to be after, basically almost a full year off, right? I think you said in the pre-show that it was like a full year since we've seen CNED play professionally. So that was my main question, but I'm really happy he's doing well.
Yeah, I wonder how they made that decision, like to just be like, oh no, CNED could play smokes, because I don't know how that happened. Like, did CNED just be like, look, no, I can do this, and just convinced them?
I mean, this is the first time he's ever won on smokes in his career. All the other times we saw him back on Na'Vi, also map 1, he didn't manage to get a win, so congratulations.
He's rubbing his hands like he's ready for map 3.
Yeah, I mean, he better be ready for map 3 because if Gentlemates can come back under the leadership of Mini, and speaking of not you, Mini, the Mini that's good on the server. But yeah, if we take a look at Mini's performance highlight presented by Herman Miller Gaming here, he absolutely not just popped off on the server, but vibes-wise, because Mini, you were speaking about the importance of having a hype man like this, and I think he fulfills that role pretty well on this team.
Yeah, there are some teams in the league that don't have it, and Gentlemates aren't one of them, because Mini is shooting and having fun at the same time. Is something that is sorely missed. IGLs in general are sorely missed. IGLs that can frag and give vibes, it's like he's probably the best upcoming IGL in my opinion when it comes to those things.
Do you reckon you got bigger biceps in them? Because you've been hitting
I've been at the gym a little bit.
Yeah. So who can outgrow the Mini? Who can out Mini the Mini? Yeah.
Where are we going?
No, I'm just saying that you said that in order to win. You know,
Oh, because I can flex my biceps.
You
to
got to
give some
get your
aura now.
biceps out.
I think I
so-
still have 0 aura, to be honest with you. So.
Based. But we're going on to Lotus next. And Gorilla, what are we expecting comp-wise?
I'm expecting standard 4-4-2 from Foot, double initiator, get cracks on the KO.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what duelist they're going to run, maybe double duelist, hopefully. Can we please see some CNED Jet? Oh no, but we see CNED Yoru, okay.
Yoru.
Oh, he's done this on Na'Vi before, and I quite liked it, to be honest with you.
Is this a win con for them if they're playing into a very capable comeback Neon on the other side?
Yeah, I think they definitely need to watch out for the orbs, like the aggressive orb, like off angles, and like even orbing on attack. I wouldn't be surprised if they like kind of put Yetajay in the pack and let CNED kind of go off by himself with an orb.
Yeah, and something from Gentlemates is they were recently playing some chamber, testing that out, and they've switched away from that. And they were doing quite well in the recent events they're playing. And so it's interesting to see Vikash now back on Sova. It worked well with the Fade on Bind, but a bit of a question mark here for me.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen Omen. This is what you wanted to see. You didn't want a
They're going to
CNED
lose
on
now,
Omen.
of course, because I'm cursing everything today.
Yeah, because everything's about you, Mini. But Gorilla, what do you think?
I think if CNED can really show us, like, yeah, he's back, I think Foot take it, but like, I'm leaning Gentlemate still.
Ooh, okay. Well, we're going to find out in just a moment because it's time to hop back into the decider here and throw this back to two people who never make it about them. It's Mitch and Dom.
No, I'm actually Mini, and this is Mini.
I'm going to out-Mini the Mini today.
I'm going to out-Mini the Mini.
That's what
Mini, you've been
out-Mini
out-Mini'd by Mini and Mini.
There we go. Well, it's time to see if the bounce back from Foot is just for a single map or if they're about to dominate here on Lotus as well. The decider between these teams, and I am excited to see CNED on a duelist. Yeah, it's not quite the Jet, but the Yoru, you don't have to convince me.
Oh yeah, the man was always aggro whenever he played this. I think I remember him first playing on like a Na'Vi, and it gave me nightmares, and not for good reasons. He'd flash his whole team and then still managed to find 3 kills. It's the most CNED things ever. Then again, when he used to play this map, he used to just run in and swing angles on Jet. So I think we're going to see a little bit more. Mr. Farland taking over the smokes is not something I'm too worried about. And already an aggressive start to this from Mates. I'd say compositionally, I prefer what Mates have on the table, but that has never stopped Foot before.
Aggression from Mates as they've already taken full Roble control and they look to continue swinging deep into the spawn. Zeus has got a bit of a battle on his hand, caught with util, but he still does a lot of damage. Prox holding on to life. Those shields have kept him alive. Comeback on 22 as well. It could be an easy close depending on how these fights go as Foot retake that Roble control. There's no one here, but they've set up a trap a little bit further back.
Fake teleport.
Lead from Mates right now is solid, but the paranoia going through. My main worry is if they know how far forward Yetajay currently is, and the answer is a resounding no. Even still, though, with his teammate falling, they now have the info. It doesn't seem to matter, though. Yetajay has been in great form. He's waiting and almost gets the job done. Instead, though, it's left onto Mr. Farland. Spike has been spotted. 2 players are within
left.
a single bullet from death. With a frenzy in hand, he has a fair few bullets to play with.
Wrap around through spawn. It's comeback that will be the first point of contact.
Traveling.
Smoke goes out towards B. Both those players hearing it. They think that's where the play is coming
10
through. It
seconds
looks like a
left.
free pick. But the step's made. Oh, he still grabs the kill. Mr. Fallen, full HP. 1 versus 2 now with the plant for him. The question is, does he commit to a deep wraparound? Is he just looking for a pick because they're already on the site? He's going to be too slow. He has to go back in the other direction now. Having cleared this out completely. Is no, oh, now he hears them. He knows they're here. The steps made on the way back as well. Paranoia lined up, fired out, and both caught by it. It delays them a little bit further. The smoke out was risky, and the frenzy. A few bullets left. They need the reload. Mr. Fallen. I don't know how he stayed alive for so long. Oh, Mini. So reliable so far, but he falls at the first hurdle here on Lotus.
The last 2 days, I feel like we're getting more galaxy whiffs than I've ever seen in my life. Like, It's just moments before disaster. There's a Red Bull clutch, by the way. This is just... He reloaded mid-fight. Like, how is he able to do that? Oh, no. I like the immediate fist bump from it. He's like, yeah,
good job, guys. Good job.
I'm fist bumping my way out of this one. He was fighting his demons. They were actually to his left and right.
Yeah, they might have been pulling at the mouse there. I think that's his best excuse. That's tough. The pistol rounds for mates. We talked about the win rate. It was 50-50 for this roster coming into this final map, but now they're in the red. Living up to the name that was set for them by the previous iteration. Foot
and the percentage is now
not good. 2 out of 5, right?
It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
I forgot how many pistols there were. That's the hardest part. Foot dominate those battles. It's an easy close and 2 for 0 to start. That's 100% of the rounds for Foot.
Nice.
Thank you. I worked hard on that one.
2-0. This time they have kept it clean. Second fastest attackers team on low. Who was number 1? You can't leave me hanging.
You want to guess? We can tell you if you're right or wrong.
Quick. I don't know. Oh dear, oh dear. Who's quicker than Foot? I don't think that's a title that anybody wants.
Fast on attack. I don't know. Maybe we can get that answer fed through to us as the game goes on. For now, I can tell you that the opening pick has gone to mates. 10 HP left on Vekaj, but he survives the initial battle. A lot of weaker weapons on the side of Foot, but those Bulldogs can still do quite a bit of damage. The Guardian on Zeus, a scary thing to face off against.
Yadajay Stinger. Every time, I've not really brought it up, but every time he seems to deliver. Probably this will be the time he doesn't, now that I've said it, but already spawning up against Minion. Nope, there you go. Double spray down, of course. Plant.
Them down.
Not going to be easy with 2 players able to spam through that cross. Estefallen is going to join. From here onwards, any extra kills, it's going to cause damage.
30
that
seconds
plant
left.
will come through. But he might, no, not quite. Doesn't quite reach.
Just about safe. Still the numbers to fight against. Spam's doing damage. He's down to 50. Door open. They've got info on a player potentially isolated. Swing them together. Good stuff. But they've taken quite a few blows. Mr. Fallen already out of the round, and Krax is surrounded and dealt with. 2 players left alive for Gentlemates. It's 2-1.
Yeah, I think from the position Foot we're in, they won't be too mad with that. I want to see how Cena's going to continue to play this, though. The fact that he went running through. There you go, okay.
Got your answer.
Team on Los is Team Liquid. Expected that. Like, you've got Nats on your team. You want to play slow so that he can get in behind. You want to play quick.
Takes him about 46 seconds to plant, so with 54
46
seconds
is a very long time, I've been told.
It's impressive, but yeah, 54 or so left on the clock when they go for that. Interesting. Well, let's see if Foot can pick up the pace.
Yeah, you gotta go quicker now, guys.
They've got Cena to
claim the
work
record.
with.
But he managed to die within like 4 seconds last round, so.
Impressive. Only had an outlaw, though. He's upgraded that sniper, this time working with the operator.
He'll live for an extra 15 seconds now.
I'm not so sure. Cena with the op is a scary man to fight against, and let's not forget, he did leave Vekaj on 10 HP. He did hit his shot. Yeah.
Prox will be forced back. His teammate in the drone, but a stun cross map from Kamek. He does have Hunter's Fury, but decides not to pop it, which is actually unfortunate. You see how many players are there. That could have been the greatest Hunter's Fury we've ever seen. Instead, he may just use it to disrupt.
That would be like shooting fish in a barrel with a big old bow. Those shots not quite landing.
Oh.
They managed to evade every pulse of it, and at this point, no info. They could be going back.
The big
They could be fighting elsewhere. But as the smoke goes down and the door swung wide open,
30
Foot are
seconds left.
faking out that A site. They're looking to take the battle towards Link. The flash already pushing them back. Running through the snake bite. Cned's not deterred. He's got Yettage on the other side. That swing needs to be well timed. It's good for Yettage. They distracted for him. He has certainly done well with that opportunity. We're down to a 2 versus 3. And that guy's stuck in the corner with Cned's opt to contend with. And he won't be winning that battle. 3rd time lucky for Cned. 3rd round for Foot.
Oh, I feel like that stat's about to drop. That round was left incredibly late, down to the 10-second marker as they finally get themselves that plant. And I was nervous up until the sort of Yettage double. That little bit of bait that came through from the teammate of, I think it was Cned, wasn't it? Just gave enough space for him to take the fight. And although I think Comeback did reasonably well here, just to try and delay them that little bit more, wasn't enough. Mr. Farlin late on the lurk as well. It's already going to be a 3-1 start and a much earlier pause this time from Gentlemates, maybe noticing some of the same issues that they had on the last, wanting to quell them a bit earlier.
Well, Yettage being a standout player for this squad so far. His stinger has done damage, and with all those kills on the board, he is now just 8 kills away from getting his 1,000th kill in EMEA. It's always fun to track those milestones, and I think for this guy, I can remember quite a lot of those. He is an impact player at his finest.
Do you know what the stat I really want to know is?
What's
and this
that?
is one that they won't be able to get.
Oh, yeah?
Is how many kills to scream ratio is there? Not scream the player as in him shouting.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm wondering if he's screamed more on the stage than he has got kills.
I think if you told me he's had less than 1,000 kills, I would confidently guess he's had more than 1,000 screams.
Me too.
I think so. The ringing in my ears at night tells me that that's the case.
And if that stat comes up, Captain Cow, you've watched a lot of demos.
That's a lot of replays.
Or someone's been counting the whole time, in which case, go outside. Nonetheless, 3-1.
Feels like every stat we put up, his mates have the lowest stat for this. 8% of retakes won when it comes to this map. Again, old roster, but
yeah,
at least for Pistols, they've been holding true to that negative win
he
rate.
said the stat is undoable. Boo. Go and count, man. We must have put most of them out as clips on Twitter anyway. So.
Count the tweets.
Exactly. Well, count the screams within the tweets.
Exactly.
3-1. This is about as low of a buy as you're going to see, but the overdrive is available for Comeback. And he's bought full shields. Clearly waiting to see where Foot end up going, but they have been playing things very slow. I feel like that stat is going to be blown out of the water. A different look to this squad. They mentioned the addition of Jonta, very experienced coach, and someone I believe is much happier to try and take things that little bit slower, feel out the map a bit more. 35 seconds left. It does make me nervous in rounds like this. Your opponents are much more likely to
30
stack.
seconds left.
So the fact that you're only really starting to probe the sites now is a bit scary. They have got it right, though.
25 seconds, 20 now as they put boots on the ground. The spike making it to the site. Candle bleeding its last light, but the utility not in time. That plant will be secured. The cost of HP, but a trade they're willing to make, and a fight potentially for C-Link, but it is only the ult put down. Luckily, because it didn't catch so many of them. Pushing into the pistols, always a dangerous thing to attempt. Comeback, pops the ultimate, comes out, lasers from his fingers, and he's already found one. It's flying in favor of Gentlemates, with only Yettage left. A big step towards his 1,000th kill, if he can find this, but that guy's just there ready and waiting. A sliver of health left, but he lands the shot first.
Oh, an incredible round from mates. Like, they don't even have to invest anywhere near as much. They put in the overdrive, and sure, I think it helped for Comeback to take some space, but the pay save card Thrifty, a lot of it comes through of, the pistols. It's the kill from Mini to start, another comes up from Prox as well. And, just a team effort on their timing and getting back into the site. It's incredibly impressive, but I don't know how Foot have managed to let that one slip.
I mean, the clock seemed to be their biggest enemy, but once the plant is secured, they're up against Pistols on the retake. They've got everything they need to pull that through, even committing the Nightfall to slow down, to buy that little bit of extra time. Gentlemates, an AWP recovered. Now in the hands of Comeback. It's going to be tanked up as well. Just eating the Boombot. The spray a little high, but Zeus, as he swings on out, he finds out that that op is well and truly waiting for the peak.
Comeback, it definitely seems like fear wasn't a part of his DNA.
Cover going out.
Continually fighting, swinging. Well, Stefanen's going to try and find him. Would need a missed shot, and those really haven't been happening too much since getting this operator. Yedaje hoping to bait him into the fight, but the full squad is here alongside Comeback this time. A much cleaner round for the side of Mates and a mass boost to their economy. The last round winning with a thrifty. This round winning with 4 alive. They are now starting to really bolster themselves in the defense.
You can see the logic there of taking that fight, though, from Mr. Fallen. You know that the op's in that position after it already finding those picks. This one here, he's one hit to any weapon. So why not take it up against the op? A risk that his teammate can't quite take, or at least can't justify. But yeah, you're right, Comeback. He's landed every single shot with it. Giving that weapon over to him certainly seems to be a pitfall that Foot now have to fight out of. And it's with pistols in their hands that they will attempt to do so. Already pushing him back from that C control. They've grabbed themselves an orb that's going to go on Zeus, so Showstopper available. Is this the round to commit it in? They might need a pick first.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ults to play with, so they could maybe throw one in just to cycle them, but... And it's like, what impact will the From the Shadows or the Neural Theft really have? And up against the Outlaw, probably not too much of a chance. Comeback is just looking to show straight up disrespect. Already left to just CNED, and that's not pretty at all. An in-zone flawless for Mates as they now take the lead in this map.
I love that change-up as well. Why bring the op into a round like this where you know that what you're going to be up against is those weaker weapons. You're giving them a potential easy pick if they flood you, and then a big weapon in return. Instead, play the Outlaw. Your teammates aren't one hit to it. You get 2 shots, and even one landing will get you the kill. Minimal losses for him. Regardless of what sniper's in Comeback's hands, he has been delivering. This is a crazy start from him, 10-4, and the lead in the hands of Gentlemates as a result of Comeback showing up like this.
Oh, he's coming again. They proved that they're strong on the defensive side of this map when they played over in Turkey. He's using the pit to almost just shroud his peaks, but hasn't gone to plan. CNED has already taken a massive amount of space. They're looking to try and get in behind. He spotted Mini, wants to try and clear him out, but I think realizing he's stuck in the mud, the pit's being, well, destroyed, but it doesn't even matter. Finally, Zeus, Yedaje combined, but Zeus fell before his Showstopper landed.
Yeah, CNED felt comfortable putting that TP in towards C-Link, knowing that the B site was clear, but Kamek was so quick to fill in that space and move towards the C site because of the information that Comeback got them with that early peek. They knew Omen was close, they knew Raze was on that side as well. And because of that rotation, Kamek gets himself an easy pick. Now 2 versus 3, not an easy situation to win out.
Where are you?
With the plan to tree control for them, Yedaje is playing a very late lurk. He's wrapping up behind them. They don't know he's here, and this could be an easy pickup. He's got players looking the other way, but the one man that was spotting behind them eventually picks him up and leaves Cracks to do it all. That Rolling Thunder is going to stun him. I don't think he can stop this now. His swing is going to be into 2 players. The diffuser inside of smoke, and an impossible task ahead of him.
Yeah, fair play. I didn't expect to see the Rolling Thunder committed, but clearly for Mates, just making sure that they get this round over the line was far more important. And while with the damage that it has done to Foot's economy, they are going to now see that pause taken. He mentioned it. Kamek's reaction there was everything. The major issue, though, is, we mentioned it throughout the game so far, Zeus has been dominant. But now that CNED's moved over to the Yoru, he's struggling as well. So it doesn't seem like the double duelist, the 2 stars that we wanted to see, are really delivering whatsoever.
No, they're looking flat. They're bottom fragging on their squad, bottom fragging on the server as well, with Gentlemates showing up. And this is a team that's playing for survival here in VCT. previous iteration, still led by this coaching staff, it was not pretty. 3-9. Victories to losses. It has been a very tough year for Gentlemates, but now it seems the changes that they've made have taken them in the right direction. It seems the man on your screen is having the impact that previously they were missing. Even players like Mini, sure, a little more quiet here, but he was the commanding force for this squad, not just in terms of in-game leading, but in the fragging department as well. You saw it at the in between the maps. The highlight from Mini, your Herman Miller highlight, that he won that 2v4 for them with a 4K on the previous map. Gave Gentlemates one of the few rounds they found there. That's the thing. Right now, it's all about comeback, but we know how deep this bench can go for Gentlemates.
Oh, the buy from Foot is still not a solid one. Krax is going to have his trusty Guardian. Hopes of doing some damage, but expectation is it's not much to be had. You also have to bear in mind that Showstopper and Dimensional Drift were used in the last round. So it's not even like they can pad the gap with ults, they can throw in anything extra. It's just going to have to be a more direct take. Well, that's not the start they were looking for. Okay.
Big show up from Prox. Foot having absolutely no sign of life in this round. It's an in-zone flawless for the defensive side, straight out of the pause. They're continuing this win streak. That's now 5 rounds in a row, and they're only getting more dominant.
Oh yeah, we've started to see the flawless rounds come through. The worst thing there is they actually get past a lot of the utility, but Prox just catches both of them with their pants down. The utility used to isolate a lot of those fights. While Foot are going to come back into this one, it really does feel like it needs to be now.
You look at that fight, the fact that mates are able to send Vekaj deep through B to spam that door, that's not something you'll see a lot because you have to be conscious of the space outside of B, of players being in that area, lurking up late. And mates having such a good read on that space being wide open is a massive problem. Foot becoming a bit two-dimensional in their approach, and it was read perfectly, giving them that extra pick and taking away valuable utility, valuable weapons from that fight. We move to round number 10. Foot still on 3, but with a decent chance. They could still be neck and neck at the halftime.
CNED has got them a lot of space. I guess they had to read. They TP'd into the back of that A site. Was happy to take the risk. Nightfall also available for them here and immediately used.
CNED's given away. No surprise anymore. Player hadn't ran back. He's still standing his ground, and they'll take him down easily. Vekaj on another. They're crumbling. The dominoes falling, and we need to see a stall. It could be Krax. He's already found his first, but Mini's operator, the one that draw blood times 2. It's Yedeje alone, and they're jumping through that corner. Kamek ready and willing to lay his life down for the round, and it's not even needed. Mates so good on the retake here, and that's one win rate that you can't take away from them.
Well, the impressive thing from them here is that you look at these two teams, you go, okay, one of them coming into the year is basically 5 players that are coming up from the tier 2 to try and make it in the league, and the other team is 4 players and 1 rookie who's a superstar that is going to be facing off against them. The team that's looking more controlled, more structured, better in terms of synergy is Mates. I don't even really think it's arguable. You look at that retake, that was a 5v5, weapons on the board, they hit the Nightfall, they throw the Seas, everything lands, and then they just get wrecked. It doesn't look like they had that same interplay as their opponents. Comeback as well. It's been a force to be reckoned with. Even just willing to try and tank the Prowler, well, he's tanked the bullet as well.
Oh, that was close. CNED down to 39. And he even gets a shot off after. There's a world where he's out of this round and numbers are even. Instead, it's a 5v3. This is not a round that Foot can afford to lose. They're already trailing by so much. A walk-through with an Odin.
Yeah.
And Mr. Fallen wins that with a pistol.
right,
He just gifted that kill.
I take back everything I said. Never mind. I was wrong. Oh no. Somehow though, Mini has made this one look competitive. CNED desperately low on HP in the spike. I'm not stuck. They could go back.
This is CNED's.
Trying to sell the idea that they have shot-taking Climactic, trying to be a bit spicy himself, has Mini alongside him. That's a third kill already for him in this round.
30 seconds left.
He was the savior when it came to a few across the last couple of maps, but this was one of the most damning situations we've seen for Mate so far. And now, whoa, looking at weaponry, it's even looking at positioning though. Krax has found a gap, but there's only 14 seconds left. Stun could delay them enough. In fact, it's perfect. But he's just going to try and escape this one. Nice work from Climactic. That plant is coming through though. Nothing that he can do to stop Krax, and now on the close angle, look at the HP. There shouldn't be a chance. Krax is going to try and swing this one down to the finest of margins, and it will be Krax to close it. It's a pay save card, Thrifty, that gets them a fourth.
That's from a 5v3. They had to catch a player looking the other way. With Mini down and out, he was the player picking up a triple, putting his wall up to cause problems for that operator. Was it dropping it just in time?
It was a 2v5.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was 2v5.
The double there. Not even the 2v4. And the fact that they're able to bring it so close, it's worrying. It's concerning. You can see the belief in the Gentlemates booth. 7-4. Still a chance to have double the rounds of their opposition. No matter what, Mates will be walking into the next half with the lead.
Some of their recent matches, though, it was their defensive side that proved to be favored. Although the same could be said. Foot's attack. My main worry, though, again, is still that I think in some of the victories, I think it was this map where we saw Zeus just utterly carry them through it.
My eyes are down.
Seems like he's having an off day. Maybe the change is not benefiting him. Wow, he's just run straight into the blender. When you're trying to go through a Viper Spit snake bite, I think there's an orb in the mix as well. There is. He ain't coming out alive.
Toxins going up.
They managed to take him down in the previous, but he still had 3 scalps under his belt before that one was gone. He'll now be left to solo hold the C site. As Mini is alone, comeback is dealt with on P. An opening pick for the side of Foot, but they're not taking it there. Moving back around to this A site. Trying to link up with Yedege, but there's been no space conceded. This is still being held by Prox. When they pushed into him, he's caused problems before. And he'll only find the one here. Reveal, good for one. Not so spammable for Vekaj, and he has to just concede the space. Play from the backside. But look at Climactic is close by.
Caught by the flash. The time's starting to tick away. 10 seconds left as they're going to try and plant what CNED has done well to defend them.
Shadows traveling.
Mr. Fallen tagged low. The Aftershock doing its job, but not quite finishing the meal. And it's down to these 2 players once again, but they're being wrapped on. Mr. Fallen's positioning, he should be dead to rights. He's managed to survive. Just walks away scot-free. The shot, however, onto Krax. That wasn't even meant for him. He's bit the bullet for his brother, but ultimately, there's still so much more to be had. Mr. Fallen knows his opponent's also desperately low, and he will take it home. But at the final stages of the half have found their footing. But there is still so much more to do.
A resurgence in the end, but they still have to scale quite a climb back if they lose the pistol for Gentlemates. 7-5. This is VCT life on the line this season. They're starting out with the right foot forward. We'll be back after the break to see how this map ends.
Red Bull gives you wings.
2 rounds between these teams, and the pistol round could split the difference in favor of Foot. Welcome back to map 3 of the series. We're on Lotus to see who is going to be starting out stage 2 with a victory. For Gentlemates, this means everything. For Foot, bringing in CNET as well, this would certainly be proof that they're on the right path.
Maybe proof that he should be sticking to the Omen. It's definitely been a tougher time, but going on to the defense, if he can get that operator in early,
scanning ahead.
I definitely have the belief that it'll be a big factor already stuck in the mud. Sova, Backash definitely causing them issues, and it seems like, at least early, they wanted to try and pressure here, but instead the orb will be their goal.
Will be taken. One thing for Gentlemates in this half that Foot didn't really have to struggle with is that flank control. They don't have those trips. They're not certain that no one's pushed into A lobby. They're not certain that there's no one up on B. So everything has to be cleared manually. At least to start, they're running into empty space, but soon they'll be spotted. Crack's about to see quite a number of them, and now the read is easy for Foot to make.
Still though, the rest of the players are still that little bit further away. Delay definitely being bought by Yedajay. This comeback to deal the blow. Cracks will fall as well. An advantage picked up by mates. And this 3-man retake should be difficult. They're going to go swinging in, but Zeus still hasn't managed to connect.
Player standing.
Winning this pistol for Foot could put them even, but for mates, that lead could extend. Mr. Fallen stands in their way. Already thinning the herd, and he's left it to a winnable 1v1, but he's caught with paranoia in hand. Mini's triple matches that of Mr. Fallen, and it's a pistol round win for Gentlemates.
I feel like there'll be a few clenched cheeks after that one. Definitely a bit over-aggressive in the 1 versus 4. Mr. Fallen did incredibly well. A shot on the player coming up the rope was lovely. And then the reaction onto Prox. And luckily, Mini is that safe.
Fake confidence, guys. Chill.
There you go. He's fired it himself. Don't need that over-aggression. 16 and 7 once again. We've spoken a lot today about the new man comeback, but sometimes it's the old stuff that does the best. Calling Mini old as if he's not also a youngster, but he's been here a little bit longer. For Foot, any damage would be nice. It seems like they're going to challenge this smoke. It feels like a risky game. There is still one more player here, but it is just classics.
Even getting the jump on them here. Getting more than one shouldn't be possible. Really needs a big performance to put the numbers back in their favor. Krax is at least able to take another, but still, it's a 2 versus 3. The spike for them, no weapons retrieved on the side of Foot.
Spike planted.
And from here on out, the angles they're coming from should be easy to predict. The flank watch every now and then from Mini. Actually, he's just tucking. He's letting them walk up.
Do something.
Grenade!
Well placed.
Yeah, it's going to force comeback out, but they didn't really push anything off it. He can just go right back into the same angle. 2 players are at least 1 shot to the head from dying. I think they're just considering that they don't really want to give any additional orbs over, just try and hold on that cross instead. And there you go. That's 1 extra gun down. Not a bad round from Foot whatsoever. Okay. Krax really has done a great job of making that cross lead. 3 in a round where he only had a classic. They should use that one in an ad.
Myself. And 9th on the board now. For mates, it is costly, as you said. Krax does a wonderful job following up on Yedajay's aggression here, turning the eye of Kamek, allowing him to grab 1, but it's this cross that's really an unpredictable level of damage, swinging into Prox, and taking him down as well. That's a lot of value found by so little, and the reward is massive. Mates come into this round with a lot of stingers. We could see a much more direct approach from this squad now to make up for their lack of ranged weaponry.
Oh yeah, they're sending it straight in towards this side of the map. We'll see how the Yedajay hold deals with this. Mr. Farling, he's under pressure, but Yedajay still sat in the back corner. His spam's doing more than enough. Don't really need to overfight this one from here. At least they will have retrieved an additional rifle, but Prox is tagged low.
I'm a big fan of Yedajay's patience in this series. Just backing out has given them a leg to stand on in this refight. And they will do wonders for their scoreline. 3 behind now. I think this has been a factor throughout the entirety of the game, of the series. And we heard it even from Mini on the analyst desk. The fact that Foot previously have been a team that likes to flood in. They like to get aggressive. But here, after he finds one, Yedajay, a little bit of spamming, backs out, and they take it together. No. Much better look to the squad.
Yeah, looking very controlled. Something they're going to need in this defensive half. I also think mates have been accustomed to some over-aggression, some over-peaks in moments that can definitely let the game slip away. That round, of course, not talking about that. You've got SMGs, go for it, take a risk. This C site seems to be a massive point of call. Now, obviously, a lot of the time you're going to see a Senti alongside a Viper. Maybe they think the Sentinel of Yedajay isn't going to be enough, while CNED has just been wrecked. Oh, Zeus, though, is going to even things up again.
It's a little ambitious from Prox to go for that TP up top. They had a smoke down, but a player standing ahead of it, not cleared now. He's being dealt with. Mini, feeling confident, will keep on swinging, and it's bodies on the floor as he does. I think they just saw cracks. Maybe not, actually. They're looking in other directions as well, but now they certainly have the info to work with, and Comeback takes him down through the wall. Mates on the cusp of finding their first win with this squad and starting out stage 2 with a victory.
It's crazy how good Mini is, genuinely. Looking like the best player in a server full of stars. And a lot of this, it does feel like at times his IGL style is, screw it, I'll do it myself. Like, just so clean with the aim, taking down, as said, other players you would put in a superstar bracket and making them look like chumps. One away from having his Viper's Pit online. Who's surprised by that? And more importantly, even the buy in this round from Foot isn't good, but in the next match, it'll be way worse.
I love this bait from Mr. Fallen, staying aggressive, then TPing back while they've got a player in the corner. They late push out into that space, but see nobody. Steps now heard on the other side of the map. Crash,
oh, no.
He's got a free kill. Now they know where he is. They'll look to deal with him together, and it's the slide from Comeback to take 2. Fighting their way around that backside. CNED still to contend with, and he just gets out of there with the gate crash. A 3 versus 3. Foot have bought themselves an advantage from where they started, at least. The Sheriff worked wonders, but the site now has to be retaken.
Losing Mini early means no Viper's Pit. And already Zeus has stepped up onto Prox. He's been caught again. It has been a regular story. Comeback though! It's just going to style them to end the round. A lovely final shot to remove Mr. Fallen. Well, there's a reason his name has been coming up for the last couple of years while being too young to enter the league. There's a reason that mates were willing to spend the big bucks to get him out of BBL Pacific. And there is a reason, or at least one of the reasons why they might be winning this first game. Money well spent, lads, yeah? Money well spent.
Come back, come back.
That was outrageous. That final shot, the flick over, the headshot found as well. Shields or not, that's going to take you out. That was crazy. What a player. You know, we talked about Mini a lot. He's 20-9 right now. But Comeback, 20-11. Playing that first man in role.
If you see a man sliding towards you with a sniper, run away.
4 of you must peek him at once.
Zeus, why are you not doing that? It's been a bad day for Zeus. It's been a really bad day.
It's been a tough
series. If
series.
this is the first time you're watching Foot play, where have you been? But secondly, this is very much out of the norm. This guy has been, at times, I think he was top of the whole ACS ladder earlier in the year. Like, for not just for our region, for everyone. Well, we were talking about this guy as like, he might be the next coming to Christ with how well he was playing. Today, it just looked very bad, especially for his standards. I gotta hope it's an anomaly, and maybe gotta hope that in these last few rounds, he's starting to wake up.
Look at the investment here from Foot. They've kept credits for the next round.
Mr. Funlock, why me? What would I do?
But 12-6 looking likely to be locked in. From there, it'll be a very difficult situation for Foot, walking a spine of knives to get back into this game. One stumble, and it's done for. And in almost every fight, it will be classics brought to bear. They've got a couple of sheriffs to work with. And no shields across the board, which only gives Comeback a chance to have that ult online before the game's over.
Let's be real, it didn't matter if they did have shields, as we saw in the last round. Oh, they've got the stack right for now. Of course, like with the amount of space that's already there for Vekaj. The drone will see nothing. That might start to be alarm bells in their minds. Although, he sold that as a ruse. The idea is, okay, guys, lane out think, we're going C. Best of luck on your way into the... Okay.
Spike.
That's also the spike.
Spike and a weapon to defend it. But the ult from Prox is going to just grab it back before they can triple stack up. They were a second late, and now they run back out into Comeback. He's popping. What is he doing, man? A 4 versus 2 at that point.
That was rude.
And he just tries to shorty them. They've even got Vekaj back here as a second lurker on this side of the map, and geez, he's not even needed. 12-6, easily put up on the board. And now Foot face a gargantuan task. 6 rounds in a row, matching that they've managed to put up so far, some of which was off the pistol.
This round, expectations were almost 0, but it still became interesting for a second or two. There was no realm in which mates were letting that round slip away. 12-6, close to their second victory since stage 1 began. They won the first match versus Liquid, didn't manage anything else. Now look to go again, but CNED is in their way. Mini, Vekaj have already given them the advantage back within the first 10 seconds of the round, and now Zeus has hit another. It has come back also on just 2 HP, both duelists incredibly low.
This is it. CNED, he gets out. He doesn't! The gate crashes way too close, but the ult keeps him alive. This man is dancing with death, trying to take the lead. But for now, it's Foot locked out of the side. They've got a player from every direction. They've got a showstopper fired through and Comeback found. CNED tripling up with the operator. He should have been dead to rights, but Foot are still drawing breath as this series nears its close.
It's not the first time he's had the AWP. I feel like it must have been. Like, he's been in a position where they just haven't really been able to do it financially, and I think that has bitten them. This guy is so good with this weapon, the early aggression, the TP out of there, the realization, literally a millisecond away from death, but looking comfortable with this gun in hand, and I only wish that we had seen Foot go for this a little sooner. But if there is going to be a change of tides, maybe that will be part of it. Comeback, though. Anything you can do, I can do better. He's bought one up on the attack, clearly trying to counter.
Starting out with that AWP versus AWP battle. This is going to decide the fate of the round, and it's Comeback to open things up. He doesn't know that Zeus has slipped by. Made it into this corner, but as he swings back out, he'll win the fight.
Fair enough.
Taking Comeback down and evening the numbers. Ops removed.
Yeah, I thought he was going to give Comeback the exact fight he wanted. He still manages to win. He is hanging around, though. We've mentioned this man, but this is a big ask, and I think overstaying is welcome in the end.
It's only one player going in this direction. That flash is going to go deep. Kamek isn't even clear in the corner. Wait, he's turned, but not in time. Yedeje manages to thread the needle for the numbers back equalized. It looked for a moment like the tide was curling its last finger. But Foot may yet stand a chance to stitch it to the shore to keep this series going. They need a pick as the plant is coming in. The reveal clears that backside.
30 seconds left.
The late play from Yedeje coming through, but this is going to be a contest for spawn by the looks of things. Mates have already taken that control up top. They've taken drop, and the plant is right down below it. Mini, the man that they haven't been able to get past in so many of these rounds. The beast that they had outrun many a time now stands in their path, and he swings wide. He's looking for that kill. He's found the Omen, looking the other way. It's a massive pick for Mini. The first domino falls here and now. And as time ticks away, a totem pole stands against them, but it's only one. It's only Vekaj left. The beating heart of mates in this round. The defuse tap at the time, desperately low, and Yedajay, he's managed to get it. Close as it may be, footer on 8.
Yeah, they have needed him to bail them out of so many scenarios. But he's been happy to deliver some early battles, some very aggressive positions. Well, the Gentlemates now taking themselves a pause, realizing this is the moment they need to chat.
This is no problem. Well, with this big play from Yedajay, he's kept foot in the running. He's put 8 on the board, 4 in a row. That's a bit more of a digestible task. And alongside those kills were his 1,000. He's managed to connect it here on stage today. Yedajay, a mainstay of VCT EMEA, and for good reason, styling his way to this milestone.
Still such a young player as well. I think he keeps this up for the next 10 years. 10,000 will come easy, but he's definitely off the mark with the 1,000. Of course, some of the players up against him joining the league for the first time. It definitely shows the parallels. That man who's obviously been here, done that, got the t-shirt, been around since the very beginning with champions under his belt. But they're going to need the mentality of champions if they're going to turn this back around. 4 in a row still needed. And mates, well, they tried to stop it early.
Now, looks like there's a lot of weapons for Gentlemates, but keep in mind they are saving their credits through to the next. Come back with a bookie in his hands, but an ult in his back pocket. He's still got a big opportunity to do some damage, and it will be a very direct play. Brought through, he's been caught ulting by Yedajay. 1,000 is not where he's looking to stop, and see it joining him for 2. This round should be done. You can never count Mini out, but he hasn't got the spike, and even if he had his ult, he won't be able to steal that back without some serious effort.
I think his expectation is that Foot aren't just going to sit still. They're going to go looking. They're going to go hunting.
They don't know what to have,
down.
No. Maybe it was spotted when they got the kill, but even still, with the position he was in, they've given it up for such a long time. Spike has been retrieved. Timing looking possible, but tapping this door once again. Because he went all the way around, it almost sets the belief that this could be him making his way back to B. So they'll have to leave one behind. At least creates the possibility of more of an open fight. And with how much time he still has, could go looking. Instead, Prowler leads the charge. With how much utility still there, he's definitely in a troublesome position, revealed, and the trail will give away his every move, and seized up as well by Cracks. It's the full belt of utility in the kitchen sink thrown at Mini, but it makes sure that Foot confirms the round.
3 in a row now. It's looking more and more doable as time ticks on for this defensive side. Building their way up. Now, I think that puts Mini 1 away from the Viper's pit. They've got a Rolling Thunder to get into a site. Big problems potentially brewing. You think about how impactful CNET has been with that operator. Well, it's certainly not going to be easy to use that into a pit. If Gentlemates get onto a site, things will spiral out of control quickly for the side of Foot. They have to be solid in their defense.
This goes here.
Viper's pit.
Scanning ahead.
Rolling Thunder. Both potential usage in this round. One to get you in, one to potentially confirm it. Not taking their time. It's been a slow game so far. I'd be surprised if this is sent through before the orb is picked up. I guess they don't want to sell the idea that they're here, and while CNED already is going to fall out. Happy to give that up. The plant should give the ultimate in anyway.
I think they might have even waited for that gate crash to fade. If not, a terribly lucky timing from them. And this is what we were talking about. Rolling Thunder to take the site. Viper's Pit to secure it. And it stretches far. This almost blocks out the waterfall approach. A Paranoia into a TP now behind them. A big chance here for Mr. Fallen. He's dropped the pit. That gives them an opportunity with the advantage already theirs and health. The decay fading away. It is Foot to march back into that site with a dominant battle and no utility to deny that defuse. Double digits found. The ults, they landed. Nate's got everything they wanted out of them, but a great response from Foot has kept them alive.
Yeah, it was the TP from Mr. Fallen in combination with CNED just basically giving his life. Like, clearing out that pit was so desperately important, and I don't really feel like Mini had the support that he needed to hold on to it. I feel like everybody else had other ideas of taking space and getting aggressive, and it ended up being maybe two different plans set in motion. But have done incredibly well though. Their fourth retake in a row, their fourth defusal, and more importantly now just 2 rounds away from taking us to overtime. It was looking like a similar scenario to map number 1, but once again, that opener has only gone in one direction. And just look how surrounded it already feels. A TP. 2 players on the backline, but I don't mind this from Mates. They've decided, okay, we're surrounded. Let's try and take some space.
That's a good read to take that fight elsewhere. Yedeje, though, has caught them off. The first was looking, the second wasn't, and now he's almost dead for the grave as Yedeje sends them straight there. It's 12-11 with Mini. Unless Mini can pull off this 1v4. He's got the first. Maybe I shouldn't count him out so quickly. But he is 24 HP with 40 seconds on the clock. A plant needed, players close by. It seems as though right at the end of their path, the Summit is retreating from them as they continue to press on. Overtime on the cards again.
Well, he also killed Yedeje, right? So he 1v5. Would be. It's not going to happen, but it would be if he does it. We'd have to put that one in the history books, there's no doubt about it, but with how much HP, how many players still standing, and they're just waiting on the other side, it was never going to happen. Zeus comfortable in the close, and what was such a dominant position, a done deal, a signed seal delivered, has now come down to just 1 round. Gentlemates are crumbling. And as we mentioned, the playoffs position, even though we're in week 1, you've got to talk about it with their life within the league on the line. Every win counts for them.
There.
That is 5 match and series points for Mates that have been fumbled. 5 in a row. Soon could turn to 6. We could go all the way to overtime.
Go, go, go.
And as time limps towards its brink, it is Foot that are heating up in this series. Mates committing so much to previous rounds, they don't have ultimates to play with, and look at what's there on the other side. Good info gathering alongside CNED's Dimensional Drift. Their more favorable rounds are behind them, Tom.
The operator for comeback. They did well to deny the aggression before, but haven't really needed to put that extra pressure in. They are so passive right now. And you can see the amount of time the Mates are having to take to just clear every angle. They're fighting shadows that don't sit before them. The TP has given Mr. Fallen every single piece of information he ever would have needed. 40 seconds left on the clock as they look to make their move. He's still got Paranoia ready, a smoke to delay them as well.
Paranoia is going to buy so much time. The reveal as well, they've seen Comeback come in. They know that the commitment is here, but Mr. Fallen still needs to stand strong. Now has backup with Cracks by his side. Another needed. Damage done, but he's wrapped on by Vekash. Dimensional Drift gets here, perhaps too late, but it's left to a 1 versus 1. CNED! Oh, and the shorty! He has brought them all the way to overtime.
Switching sides.
A battle for Foot that looked so unlikely. They needed 6 in a row. And after dominating on Sunset, we've got a close final map that almost ended here and now.
I thought he had it, like when he hit that shot and then the flash dissipated, I thought for a second he was going to land that shot. See Ned back on the stage.
It's the most animated I think I've ever seen him.
I think he had 6 kills in the first half.
Yeah.
He's up to 16. Ever since that operator was put into his hands, he has got better and better and better and better. And for mates, oh, this is looking like a real crumble.
It looked like a new face, Tom. But it could be the same old story for mates. Close, but not close enough. Faltering at the final hurdle 6 times in a row. An opening for Foot sends them into a spiral. Kamik's known to be close, but he doesn't know there's 2 right around that corner. And Foot, this plan should be free as mates crumble one after another.
They've been known for these clutches, but as they've seemingly become weaker, Foot have only been getting stronger. These post plants. Oh, Mini's done well already. Well, Rux ends up being left out to dry, and now Mini has to try and fight everybody, and not this time. But continue their streak. It wasn't just a fake comeback to OT. They are now 1 away, and they're back on that trusty defensive side where, well, once we get back in, you can already know they won 6 in a row on. They just need to add 1 more.
It's got to be tough, the mental game at this point for Gentlemates. They've had a team creep back up from where they seem to be down and out. They doubled the rounds on the side of Foot, brought us to overtime, and then crushed mates. These kind of comebacks are so difficult to fight against. I'm not talking about the man who has been opping for mates. These scenarios are where fate forgets mercy and teams fall by the wayside. A streak from Foot stands unbroken. And mates have 1 chance here to buy another overtime, or this will be a bitter memory for them throughout stage 2.
Tough thing as well is that Foot have fallen back into these super passive holds. But because throughout the map they've had these cheeky, aggressive plays, you can just see the mates are kind of in their own heads about this. They're taking time so much time to clear everything. Trying to sell a ruse as of right now, which will hold players into the site, but their opponents have been happy to play retake and selling comeback for this opener. Will it be worthwhile?
They didn't break the trip.
Yellow up above. This is such an unorthodox spot, but realizes he doesn't need to overcommit, instead falling back, wanting to try and escape, and will do. They've been happy to play the retake, why not try it once again?
That discipline, it's going to pay off. The trades out on the other side of the map keep numbers in Foot's favor. This is a different identity. A team that before would have spiraled into 1-by-1 fights, flooded the site, attempted by all means necessary to stop the plant. Instead, teamwork has taken over. They will look to move back in together for good reason, but Vekash stands in their way. The 1v1, another chance, and this time he wins it. The series not over yet.
He was the man in that clutch last time when he faced off against Cena with an operator in hand, and last time it didn't work out. This time they hold strong together, but he's the one that deals that additional damage. So important as well, because that initial fake, it kept players there, but it did not work. They needed a hero. And on his debut within the league, that's exactly what Vekash has delivered. A story yet to really be told, but one that I'm sure if he keeps this up, will definitely be a talking point.
Comes the challenge onto comeback. He doesn't find it, but Kamek is there. Even stunned up, he's good for another. Foot on the back foot, but in goes CNED to try to even the odds. Instead, he has left one man alone. One man who has threaded the needle through this C site. Yedege looking to add 2 more kills to the tally. But they've read this. You can see by where Mini is looking on that mini-map. He knows that this player should be wrapping around. They're looking at the spawn, but they've cleared it at just the wrong moment. A 1v1 offered, but he doesn't find it in time. That now should be it. They can play this together. The snake bite even to delay him. He walks straight through it, through the smoke, catches the angle, but not the shot. A second opportunity. But he falters here, and as the wall goes down, it's a shorty to take him out. 14 to 13 now. Another match and series point for Gentlemates.
Again, it feels like the thinnest of margins. Kamek managing to kill out a player while stunned.
One enemy.
And other than that, effective trading, and that was what they were going for here. If the shorty can find even just a bit of damage, they're happy just to look for that trade. Mini has now hit his 30th kill. It's actually going to be their pause being called by the looks of it. Goked just wanting to give them that little extra boost. Maybe try and be the calm within what is a storm of rounds. But it also gives the same for the other side.
Well, this is the 7th opportunity to close this series. A hard fought one that, let's not forget, Mates started out dominantly, but they went missing on their own map pick of Sunset. This timeout, I think, is so valuable because you can't allow that stall to rear its ugly head again. For Foot to climb right back into it. It is so hard to bounce back from those scenarios, and I think that injection of morale from Vekash winning the clutch, it got them that mental reset. Now's the time to steady the ship and make sure they don't veer off course in their most crucial moment.
That goes there.
Only a long 5 weeks
This should do.
for either of these teams. And they'll be hoping for quite a bit more, but it feels like both of these squads have somewhat earned, but also somewhat thrown away opportunities at getting that first dub onto the board. Of course, for Mates last season, it was exactly the same. The first match went their way and then nothing else, but they'll be hopeful that with this young squad of rookies, they'll have found the missing pieces of the puzzle. An aggressive stance taken for Mr. Fallen, but he does have support.
Yeah, Zeus is here. Crack's not far away either. I think that door is broken open, I'd assume so, with their positions. Yeah, it is. So the quick rotation, certainly possible here. Zeus takes contact. He's drawing their eye. He wants them to think about him and only him, but now Mr. Fallen's hand is being forced with the snake bite. He grabs one. Another goes the way of Foot with Zeus, but Mini, again, the hero of this squad. They still have to contend with Mr. Fallen, and it will be done. A 2 versus 2, and a plant for Mini here gives them the pit to play around, but they have to get past CNED, who's got the angle and the timing. We could be going to another overtime. Vekash again with a clutch for the series, but Yedege's caught him off guard.
14-14.
Switching sides.
Again, proving to be a marathon and not a sprint. Another player starting to step up is Zeus. I think he only had 4 kills in the previous half, but nice! Trying to climb his way up the board. We mentioned that if he comes alive at the depths, nothing will matter. Well, can see the stress that is there for the side of mates. Once again, it's going to be aggression in the early stages of this round, and wow, Prox has started off well.
He has done well to start. He even gets out of there. The teleport. Shrouding him in the shadows as he makes it across the line. Yedishe. Oh, he's been spotted. They saw the barrel. The stun grants the kill. Numbers back in favor of mates, but Vekaj quick to fall. Another in favor of Foot. 3 versus 2. Vinny's been good for multi-kills almost every time. Above 30 kills so far in this series. But he needs to push so much further. It's him and Prox against the world, and it's Mini that they look to push.
They're undoing Prox's position revealed. Mini now going to be facing in. He needs to pull off a miracle nose. There two there, tried to isolate. They're forced back in to Prox, and now Mini is all that remains. CNED looking to try and join up with his teammate, wondering if that was a fake, and it's close, but it's not quite enough. It's CNED with 3 of the best.
Switching
But
sides.
now, with a chance to close this out. We've had miracles, we've had heroes, we've had just about everything.
Enemy remaining.
Once again, it's the experienced squad of Foot that have the chance.
I do really like the new look to this squad. I think the discipline, especially Yedishe.
CNED's now top, by the way. You remember, was he like 6 and like, I don't even know.
12, 13, something like
It wasn't
that.
great, whatever it was.
Oh, it was abysmal. That first half was not kind to him, but he has heated up. Perhaps he'll be the downfall of Gentlemates. Patience on display from Yedishe is being commendable every step of the way. It looks like he has a challenge brewing as a sea of red shifts its way towards this A site.
He's looking well on for like a 60-70 kill series, which for his first time back in a year and on a new role, I think Foot will take, but the thing they're really looking for is that victory for mates. The site is under their control, but Yedishe, that is gorgeous. He hears the position of comeback and already manages to take down the Turkish player on the other side.
Oh, a flurry of frags go back. Gentlemates looking down and out. A dark spot on their career, and it's Foot looking to bring this night into full effect. Mini stands alone, and the light has gone out for Gentlemates. Foot 16-14, a hard-fought series. They went down 1-0 to start this. They barely played Bind, but nobody was missing here on Lotus.
Yeah, a really impressive turnaround, and it's definitely going to be a heartbreaking defeat for mates from a 12-6 advantage that ends up slipping away. But that is the difference. You play up against a squad that has been around the block, has been to champions, been to international events, has a champions winner in their mix who's brought in just for stage 2 after the first couple being without a captain. And well, the fact is, it seems like that experience is what got them over the line. A fantastic recovery in a match that looked to go the other way, and a first all-important win on the books for Foot.
Well, he might not quite be top of the server top. Mini 34 kills, but CNED, after a slow start, he really found his form. 25 and 22 closing that out. The off in his hands, it looks like it's at home. And this series, it goes home with Foot as a result, but a great showing across the board by this squad. Even Zeus managed to climb his way back up that board.
I'm starting to wonder if that's the play. It's less about the role and more about just having someone who likes to use the operator, because it genuinely felt like at times he was just in that superstar role, but still playing on the smokes, or in this map, obviously playing on the Yoru. It was a really fun return for CNED. But I don't think it's only the start. A lot more expected to come from him.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, this man has reached heights that most can only dream of. And seeing him down on that stage, it's good to welcome home the world champion. Let's send it down to the interview where Yinsu is standing by with the man himself, Charles Neddington.
Oh, he's home. All right. Welcome back, Cine.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, I've witnessed you on many, many stages, you know, champs here, multiple different tournaments. I have never seen your emotions like that as we saw, you know, going into OT. Talk me through, why were you so pumped? You know, what was going through your mind?
I don't know, like I just missed the scene, I guess, you know, like the competing in the arena, and yeah, emotion just come out.
I love this version of you, Cine. I love this. Now, I think a lot of people didn't expect you to come back so soon, and also for you to be replacing Attacaptain. So talk me through, whose idea was it for you to play Smokes? Do you feel like maybe it was a challenge for you, or do you think it was, you know, easy to do?
Like it wasn't someone ideas, I guess. Like after stage 1, I just get like contacted to like, do you want to like try to smoke roll? So I said, why not? Because I think in this scene right now, the game is evolving, so you need to evolve as well. So, and I like to actually play. I love playing smoke. So yeah, it wasn't something not challenging, I would say. Like Angel taught me how.
You learned from Angel.
I learned from him in Navi. So yeah, like joke aside, like it was good to back. Actually.
Unfortunately, you didn't win on Na'Vi on Smokes, but you have got your first win on Omen here today. Did you read any of the, you know, potential criticism that people had that they didn't believe that you could play Smokes? Did you see that?
Yeah, I see, but I don't care.
As you should, as you should. Actually, Mini apologized to you. I don't know if you saw earlier, if you had time, but he gave a full apology because he was one of those non-believers, but he was very impressed with your flexibility and your utility usage. How long have you had to realistically practice your Omen to get to this stage?
Maybe 3 weeks. Like I was playing like only 3 weeks, only Omen, not anything else. So I think it's improved. Like because when I start to play first time, it was not that good, I will say, because you know it's very hard to. For example, you need to help your teammates with smokes. And you need to also care about your side because you usually play anchor. So it's a different role, different ideas, and I can't play aggressive how I want because it's if I die, team is gonna play without smoke. So it's a different role completely. But I think I proved myself in this match. But more will come.
It was nice. It was nice. Are you comfortable opping now?
Yeah. It was good, I think, no?
It was really good. We're rolling back the years. I feel like I'm watching you in 2021, although you were playing Sage on Bind.
Oh, yeah.
So
good old times.
Did you ever try? Did you guys ever try and play Sage on Bind?
No.
It was always going to be the Omen.
Yeah, I mean, for now, yes. Maybe in the future it will change. I can't say anything about that.
I liked the combination of foot that we saw. You know, you always play KO. We knew you were going to play KO. So the KO stuff was nice, but there were also some new ideas. So was this you guys or was it Jonta, your new coach?
Like, I think our comps is not that different like from the meta, but I think like we are deciding together to what we should play, and everyone like how we always say in foot, like everyone needs to be in comfortable role so we can perform better. It's even if off meta, you know, like we were playing Lotus Sage without initiator and we were using Cypher as an initiator and we were winning like, and it was like our characteristic. I don't know what to say, but when we are comfortable, when we are understand our role, we perform better.
You've come so far since that Lotus comp, I feel like. And last question, back in your days, you were the only Turkish player really that everybody knew and looked up to. And now, I think anytime a team wants to scout, they always go to Turkey. You know, you had comeback on the other side of this. Are you back to claim your throne, Cine, to be #1 Turkish player again?
I hope so. I will do my best. I don't want to speak like to, how do you say, like trash talk, you know, like do stuff, but I am up to it.
I can't wait to be there to watch that happen. Thank you so much for joining me. Cine, congratulations. Once again, he's back. Do you know who else is back? Trex. So he's going to be on stage right after this. So make sure you join us after the break.
You got your name in lights. You give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry. I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry. I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17 watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Sit back, enjoy the show. Getting lost in more than we'll ever know. Yeah, kick your feet up. We've got time to lose. I'll be Bonnie and you be Clyde. And we can pretend that we never died. There's no other place I'd rather be with you. Don't leave me dry. I'm feeling like I've lost it all.
What a way to start our day. That was only the first series. I'm now joined by Gorilla once again and Yutta from Foot. Massive congratulations, Yutta. Although you didn't start screaming until map 2. What was happening map 1?
Actually, for map 1, we can just win a round. That's why I don't scream. But I don't know. I just like when I need to scream more, we need to take pistol. If we take pistol, then everything is just in our hands. But if we can't, then it's going to be hard.
Maybe,
because, like,
yeah, maybe you should just
quality.
scream anyway because it's like a high win rate.
Actually, I just did it for one game. The map was heaven, and I don't know who was the enemy. But we were Rico. Then everyone is died in our team as well. But we killed like 4 people or something. Then I said nice. The team thinks that we win the round. But I just said it for the kill more, yeah.
I love that. And Gorilla, did you ever think at any point on that Lotus second half that we were going to be sitting here with Yutta instead of a player from Gentlemates?
Yeah, no, I was a bit naive. I was like, yeah, Gentlemates have got this, and then I remember back to stage 1 when Koi played Foot, and we were like 10-3 up or something at that point, and let's not talk about
it. Happens. It happens. It happens. But we were just chatting here before we went live. Yutta, you were saying the old Foot, maybe, you know, the result would have been a little bit different. But it's just CNED and Jonta coming in, right? So it's not really like new. So what are the biggest differences, you would say, compared to the Foot in stage 1?
I guess why did I say the old Foot? Because the old Foot was a kind of, how can I say, they can lose the control every time, like the old team. But now Jonta and CNED is come to team. CNED is always like so experienced player, and he always try to hype the team or do something with them. And for Jonta, he's always positive. So I guess we are better right now for the mental because everyone is just positive.
When's Jonta joining you? When will
I
he
guess
be here?
because of the visa problems, but for next game he will come.
Gorilla, can you imagine being a coach right now, not here, and you having to watch that from home?
Yeah, as a head coach as well.
Yeah.
It's like, if normally they're the one with the most impact, and it's like...
Oh my God, I can't imagine the stress he was going through. But I'm glad you also mentioned CNED's kind of personality, because there's one round here, we're going to show you round 24, where I have followed Charles Neddington far and wide across the world, and I have never seen him react like this. So Yutta, talk me through what was going through your head, and how did you feel when CNED stood up and reacted like this?
like at this moment, I just wanted to close my eyes and wait until the end because it was so hard. And it happened in the Prague, but we lose the round this time. But unofficial, he got it, so I'm so happy. And it's against Vegas, so Vegas is the entry player, the old entry player, so he can do some magic stuff with operator, but CNED got him. I'm so happy.
Yeah, because it's usually you that's hype, so CNED being that pumped is new, right?
Like, I don't know, he's so hungry. he wants to eat all the enemy, like.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard the interview, Gorilla. He was talking about how he's seen the slander about how CNED can't play smokes. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I've been grinding. So I don't think you were slandering him. You were quite sensible.
I was on Team CNED.
Yeah, you were pretty sensible. So does this give you some hope, Gorilla, for this new foot?
I think it looks very promising, honestly. Like, it's kind of revitalized, especially with, like, it literally feels like CNED's a different person. Yeah. And honestly, like, I'm all there for it, you know? Like,
these kids don't know what he used to do. You know, Comeback was 12 when CNED won champs.
Yeah. I don't know. He's not that much old, but he's looking like more older, I guess. But I don't know, for his age or for his I guess the
experience.
Yeah. 4 year on EMEA or 5 year maybe, and he's just playing like newbie. He's just here for to get more and more. Maybe he's just angry to us because we bench him. That's why he's screaming, I guess, maybe.
You're so real, but we're here for it. We've loved your performance today. Thank you so much for joining me, Yutajay. And thank you as well, Gorilla, for joining me. Very quick, are you allowed to predict the next game? Are you allowed to say who you think is going to win? Am I getting you into trouble?
Koi, you're going to win.
All right, Koi's going to win. Let's see if he's right after this break.
Sleep, I dance in the realm of dreams. I dance when I'm in the boneyard. Dance when I'm caught off guard. I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night.
We've already had one returning legend win a game in the studio. It's time to welcome back a couple of more. First is Minnie and Billy. But then if we talk about the new players and the returning players, in this matchup, we've got Natank coming in, we've got Batty G Monster, and we have got Trex. And now, are you surprised, Minnie, that Vitality would let a player like Trex go so soon and go to a rival of theirs in this league too?
Yeah, I mean, I think on Vitality, Trex was one of the reasons why they were so good at the start of this year, to be honest with you. Like, I'm going to be glazing for the next 5 minutes, however long we got about Trex, because this is a hell of a pickup.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because why didn't you pick him up on Fnatic? Because I know you could have.
Yeah, so we did interview him, but the problem is like, you ask me questions like this a lot, but it's like you're comparing to Leo and Kron. And to me, like, Leo and Kron are a perfect balance of great gameplay and good attitude, whereas with Trex, it's like he has the gameplay aspect where he's one of the best players in the game. I have no doubt about his skill, but those chemistry issues that come up sometimes, I think are his downside.
I want to quickly glance over the expectations that we have for these teams now that they're making roster changes. Of course, for Team Liquid, they have made each global event so far this year, and Champs could be the third of the year for them. And let's not forget that they didn't make any global events last year, so it's been quite a turnaround. So I think Trex is a really nice addition to this roster. I think when I look at Movistar KOI, the last match that they played in VCT EMEA was their first win this year so far. So I think that it's been a complete overhaul of this Movistar KOI roster, and I'm looking forward to seeing how quickly they've been able to build up that synergy with this rebuild.
Yeah, expectations very different for both these teams. I think for KOI this is a tough match to come in first, but one for them to just prove that they can hang with a good team. I like all the changes they've made. I think all the changes they made are the kind of changes where all these three players should have been in the partnership era, in my opinion. I think they're good enough for it. So I'm excited to see what they can bring today.
I mean, you heard it from Jutta, right? CNED is so hungry. He wants to prove himself so badly. And you have to expect the same from Trex because, I mean, elephant in the room, there was a bit of a, back and forth. That happened. But that kind of, probably gives you more motivation to prove people wrong.
I think that it's both his motivation to prove people wrong and his determination, but also that leadership from Lohan and Nats. Coach Lohan and IGL Nats this year, I think that has been the best thing about Team Liquid, to be honest with you. They seem to have built around that, and adding someone in at this stage, I have no problems with Trex joining this team. Like, I think this is a beautiful move.
I do think it's a big upgrade to the roster in the sense that Cyril is having to drop out now for Trex coming in. And when we think about in terms of agent pool flexibility, that's what I'm thinking of here. The depth that he's able to offer to this Team Liquid side, and I know it says up there, global events attended for, he didn't win his first title until kickoff this year, right? So I think he's a great addition to this Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think this is where we don't even, it's not even we talk about can he make a comeback, is he going to be good? We already know he's going to be good, but the question is how long can they be good for as a team? And it's also very interesting if we look on the other side, because for KOI, they've also made changes I personally really love in terms of giving the players that should have been in this partnership era for the last 2 years. Badiji's got to be one of the most unlucky player we've ever had, I think, in the league, just in terms of the fact that he never got his chance.
Yeah, Badiji's been one of those, he's a kryptonite. I think he's got the only player with a really good positive win rate against me. So
You've never beat him.
Yeah, he gives me a bit of
He's always
PTSD.
beaten
So
you.
he's got something going there for sure, and he's got good energy, good aura. That's what I've been looking for this week, and I think he will give that for KOI.
I think for Badiji, he's been on so many notable rosters throughout the years, and this feels like he's got a shot at finding a home, right, by joining this Movistar KOI. So I'm excited to see him performing on the stage today.
I'm glad you mentioned the word home, because Natank is back home, baby, stuck in Americas. And I managed to get a catch-up with him a little bit earlier, so take a look at this. Well, it's been a while since we've seen this man in the building here in VCT EMEA. Welcome back, Natank. We missed you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Back in business, happy to be here in EMEA and looking forward to start the match,
Have you missed us?
Yes.
Have you really?
Yeah. I mean, America was great, like overall, like Los Angeles in general and America. But yeah, it was short. Like, I don't see it like as a good experience. I mean, you can always have some, you will always learn from this experience, but of course I would have preferred to be longer,
This is more like home, right? Does that give you that feeling? I know you're with a different team, but is it a homey sort of feeling?
In a bit, yeah. I mean, you know the people, you know everyone here, and you feel more at home than in an area for sure.
Can you tell me a little bit about the Badiji reunion as well? Because I don't think we expected that.
I mean, I'm really happy to be with Buddy. It's been a while we didn't play together, and it's someone I always play ranked with. Like, I really like to stay in touch with him. We do some stuff. Like, he was even coming at my place when I was in Berlin with mates. So yeah, I enjoy being with Buddy, and it's really cool to be reunited.
I think a lot of people look at Buddy and Monster as well, to a degree, as the players that should have been at Tier 1 a long time ago. They should have been here since partnership started. So how hungry are them and you as well as a team to prove yourselves?
I'm pretty sure they're gonna be wild. They're gonna be wild. Yeah.
On stage, the energy, they're gonna bring the energy?
I think also in the stats. Like,
oh, okay.
I think Buddy is like really. I told him like yesterday or 2 days ago. I was like, yo, you're at your prime right now. Like, I don't want to curse him, you know, but I can see that he's really strong now. And Monster, like, I didn't know him personally, but like from what I've seen in practice, the kid is insane. He's insane.
And last question, I know you spoke about maybe America because it wasn't as long as you wanted or the experience you wanted, but it's still fundamentally a very different region, especially on the server, you know, in terms of agents and comps and so on. So do you think there's anything that you've learned from there that could help you guys here?
Yeah, I think I learned, how do you say, I feel in EMEA, the players are more like they want to pick everything. They want to take duels every time. And I think in NA, they have more this knowledge of like, okay, when I should not pick and when I should not repick. Like they get one and they leave. In Europe, we are more like, okay, we get one, we want to take 3 more, you know? So they have better discipline individually, I would say. But macro-wise, I think like the best teams in EMEA are like the best teams in, I think overall we even have better macro in the EU. But for example, the best teams like G2, Sentinels, they also have good macro. So that's why they're the best teams in America.
We're still the best region. We're still the best region.
Yeah, EMEA is the best region.
But thank you very much. And Tang, we're so happy you're back home with us. And I can't wait to see you on the server.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously not going to say anything negative about his teammates, but BaddyG in his prime, him and Monster are going to be wild, energy off the server, on the server. That gets you a bit excited, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he looks so like he was just chill in that interview too. I mean, like all 3 of them coming in. I'm buying into this vibe on the team.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see how they shoot today. They should be good, but if the vibes are good, then surely.
Yeah, I mean, you know BaddyG will get his bicep out. He will not hesitate.
If he doesn't, then we have to ask him.
He might have the biggest bicep in our league, to be fair. Yeah.
So funny. No, to add on to that, I mean, I think the positive vibes are good, right? It seems promising from what we're hearing from that interview. I think one of your lessons from Masters Toronto was teams need to have fun to be able to win as well, just to reflect back to that. But I think a big part of that is going to be BaddyG and Monster joining this team, right? It feels like they kind of finally got their moment to step up. Of course, you've got Monster getting that call up from the academy team of Koi, finally getting to make his name for himself on the stage, so I can't wait to see that. And then you have BaddyG as well being able to come up. And I think we're talking about like players reuniting as well. These 2 players were together at Ascension 2023, playing under Ascend and ended up getting beat by Natank, by the way. So yeah, I think it's really nice to see all of these players kind of reuniting and coming together.
Yeah, and I refuse to retire until I see BaddyG play Phoenix again. Just one more time, just one more time.
And then for me, I think like in the start of this split, like Magnum was my player that I was kind of rooting for a little bit. I think it's now Monster. Like Monster, I've not seen in.
You ditched Magnum. That's all it takes.
He's done good enough now. I don't need to root for him anymore. Like he's hit the highs. Now it's Monster's turn. Like this guy is much like Magnum, like a traditional Sentinel player. He knows his role very well. He's good at fragging. Should have been in partnership, I think, 3 years ago. And so I'm going to be rooting for him.
He's less silly though. He's never given himself a concussion.
Silly, but you could tell there's a little bit there.
Yeah, I think but if you combine them, you get, you know, all of the silliness, the fragging, and so on and so forth. But this is the thing with Koi. I mean, I like that you spoke about expectations because realistically, they don't need to make champions. You know, we're not expecting them to make champs. But if they make playoffs, though, that's a nice place to start. That gives us some hope. And since you're rooting for them, and also Billy, they're your tier 2 boys, we want to see them make playoffs. We want that to happen for them.
I do want to see them make playoffs, and especially when we think about Natank never making playoffs either when he was with Gentlemate. So I think that this is really their kind of shot to prove themselves, to show to everyone that this could be the new version of Koi that we have been praying for. We've been asking for it for the longest time. So I'm optimistic.
Yeah, they need to just give us something to work with. It's a track-by-track situation.
Here we go.
Let's not think about
Are they paying you? Are you on the payroll with Koi?
No. So you know it's real this time.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn, Minnie. Okay. I'm sort of with you, but that is all going to start by the possibility of them taking down Team Liquid. And how high or low do you think that
yeah,
is?
I mean, going back to Team Liquid, it's like, to me, it's not whether they make champs, it's about how far they go at champs. Like, I know that seems weird to just already call this team a champs team, but they've proved this year enough that it should be a no-brainer they go. And by upgrading the roster with someone like Trex, who is world-class, it's now about how deep can they go globally, not domestically, in my opinion.
And I think that's something that we would ask of Trex as well, right? Because every global event he has made, he's not been able to make a deep run either. So I think him coming into this team, they will be well aware of what the expectations kind of are from them. Yes, make champs. How far can they go, like you're saying? And I think like all of that is coming together really nicely for them.
Yeah, I think the structure Team Liquid has just means that Trek's never been on a team with this kind of structure, in my opinion. I think that there's always been some kind of issue. Whereas with Team Liquid, I see the structure there, the leadership there. They can go very far.
You're going to do guild like that? I can't believe you. The audacity.
I'm sorry, Bob.
Again, I was going to say they beat you quite a few times as well while we're on the topic of that. But this is the problem with Liquid, right? The expectations are almost too high because you can't, it gets to a point where in the beginning of this year, it's like, okay, we see the pieces, we see what you're trying to do. Kiko's moving roles. You still have one of the greatest player IGLs we have in the league. And after they made a couple of global events, you know, we're happy with the way they are right now. But if they don't make champs, or at this point, listening to the two, if you don't at least make a top 4 or something at champs, it feels almost like a letdown.
Yeah, it's almost like, because at the start of the year, honestly, I had them like mid-table. I didn't think they were going to go this far. I think Kiko playing as well as what he is on Smokes, and Nats looking as good as what he is on the IGL role, and the structure that probably Coach Lohan and Nats have is all being great. And so they have set those expectations for themselves.
It's too high, I feel like.
It is pretty high.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's all we got to work with. So I'm at the let's see them at champs phase of this.
So what would you, what if they lose a map today? Would you be worried?
I'm off the train. No. I would have to see why.
Okay.
Like why. And we'll come back to that next week.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for me, like the stars of the show for Team Liquid this year very much have been Kiko and Nats. It very much has been Cats Nation. Like we love them, right? So I'm looking to see what they've done in preparation for coming back to stage 2. Because of course they were at Masters Toronto. They've had a bit of time off since bombing out so early to actually consider the new maps that are coming in. We have Corrode now. We have Bind back. Bind was an okayish map for them at the very start of the year. I think of, you know, Nats and no access to site, right? So like, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like.
Yeah, and they have an identity, right? They have a very real identity on the server, the things they like to play, the maps they like to play, and so on. How excited are we at the prospect of the double Senti when it comes to having Trex now on the roster alongside Nats? I feel like we pray for days like this.
Double Senti?
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to play the Deadlock Vice stuff if that's the kind of direction they want to continue going down.
I think that you just put Trex on Sova, Fade, keep it boring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Billy's giving you
yeah,
evil.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I mean, that is an easy win. Like, that is a very easy win.
Yeah, but I want to see something exciting.
I agree.
Like, do exciting stuff
me.
around that. It's just, I think, if you got one of the best recon players in the world, you put one recon.
Yeah, because Na'Vi, you definitely do that all the time, you know?
True.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, I think that would be interesting to see if they continue the tone they've set when it comes to the agents they like to play.
Yeah, like, do they stick with the approach that they've had? Like we said, yes, Trex is an amazing recon player, but we were also discussing the depth of agent pool that he has, which gives them more options to decide what kind of composition do we see a double sentinel? Do they go down the double smokes? Like, I think for me, I'm kind of reserving judgment until we actually get to see them play today and get an idea for what their sort of identity and style is with the pickup of Trex.
I think it was more of the double Senti fit with Serial, because he was the traditional sentinel before joining the team, and it felt like that he couldn't find his place so much unless they played that style of comp. With Trex, it's quite clear what the approach should be. It's just recon, in my opinion.
You've been wrong so many times in the last 2 days.
Every single time I've said anything today.
Yeah. CNED.
I'm happy to be wrong.
Double
again.
Initiator, you know.
I feel like Team Liquid have more layers to them than that, though. Like, surely, it's not just that easy. You're not gonna make a deep run at champs if we're playing that safe, in my opinion.
It's not. In my opinion,
safe is not, you know, playing anymore. Sorry, that's horrible of me to say.
You don't need your recon player to flex to make the compositions interesting. You'll need Patty tech.
That's what I mean. So do we expect Patty to flex? And what does that look like?
I doubt it, just because he seems so comfortable in that flash initiator role, in my opinion. I would, as myself, I prefer the comps that aren't those double initiators. But because there's so much comfort on it in this team, I'm not sure we're going to see much different. Trex is able to flex for sure. But I think that he's predominantly going to be playing recon.
Actually, don't give me that brimstone. I don't know why I would try and manifest that into the world. So you've changed your tune with double initiator now?
Absolutely not.
In the last 24 hours?
No.
Yeah,
If
he's
I-
asking for double initiator
Yeah.
now.
Only on bind do I want double initiator.
Yeah.
Every single other map, I want some double senti, some double controller. or
Okay, so
double
what are Team Liquid playing now with Trex if you don't want to see double initiator?
What should they play?
Yeah.
I think they probably... The problem is that Patty, I don't know if he can flex to the stuff they would need. And so they pretty much are going to have to play double initiator.
Here we go then, here we go then, here we
No,
go.
do you know what? I think double senti still works. Just use deadlock as that kind of pseudo initiator. I'm fighting for the
Yeah,
deadlock.
the Sadak
that's still
deadlock,
here.
the Sadak
Literally,
deadlock,
Like
yeah.
we can play deadlock as an initiator and it's still double senti.
I agree, but so somehow things are less complicated for Koi. I never thought that sentence could ever come out of my mouth. But it is time for us to stop yapping and for me to bring some players onto stage. It is the return of some familiar faces and the debut of some new faces as well. Here comes Team Liquid and Koi. We are back once again, and it's not just us that's back. Trex is back. Natank is back. We're also welcoming, of course, Batty G and Monster 2 on the stage. And looking at the map vetoes here, we won't get Corrode, but we will get Bind. Team seems to like to play Bind right now. And oh my goodness, Nats on Bind and Icebox.
I love that I teased that. I love that I teased that. But the fact that Koi have decided to ban Corrode, when they've had prep time that TL haven't had due to being at Masters Toronto, feels almost like a waste of a ban to me. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, I think if you're an underdog team and you're banning Corrode, you've done something wrong, to be honest with you. You need an advantage wherever it can be. You know the teams that are more experienced are more likely to just ban that map against you. So I think that that is a mistake, in my opinion. When it comes to Team Liquid, not surprised by the bind pick, to be honest with you. As you said, Yinsu, Nats is great on this map. Even Coach Lohan's had very good experience in this map historically. They understand this map extremely well.
I mean, the 13-1 Sentinels at Masters Bangkok, when we think about it, like that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can also do that, Biddy. Let's not give them that much credit. I'm kidding.
So when I think of bind, I do, like I say, think of that no access to site. It is Nats, right?
There we go.
Baddy, we miss you. Welcome back.
But the Icebox as well, like, I don't know why Koi have chosen this. Are they picking it for the right reasons, do we think? Do they
The Icebox? Yeah, they've always been good on Icebox. When they weren't winning anything, they were kind of being able to at least take an Icebox
I don't know if they see that as a strength for them or a weakness for
I think it's a weakness for TL. But
Yeah.
also, Simo's the new coach, I believe, was Sage Believer.
Yes,
and
big
I'm
time.
on that hype train. So I'll be interested to see if they're still running stuff they did with the previous team or
Yeah.
switching ahead.
And let me add Natank into that mix as well. Imagine being a Sage believer and you have Natank as your
I love
potential.
this. It's all coming together.
It is all coming together. But honestly, like I said, I know it's a different roster, different coaches, but back in the days when Koi weren't winning anything, they were at least being able to bring us some exciting things on
there we go
Icebox.
again.
But
Talk about
how could you not root for this man? How could you not? The damage that he does, you know, when the couple of times we've seen him on Tier 1, back on the FPX days,
Oi.
he didn't he 13-0 you?
Might have done.
Yeah, but Batty G is just, every single day that I get to talk about this man is a good day. But it is a tall task against Team Liquid on Bind. Everybody likes to say, oh, I know what Nats does on Bind, but nobody seems to be able to figure out how to beat him.
Yeah, when I think of a player for a map, Nats Bind is like, they just go together. So I think that Koi, they've got a very uphill battle on this first map, and it's going to be second and third that I'd be looking at personally.
And it looks like we are getting a Trex Gecko right out of the bat and Kiko Brim.
Like this, as I said, the only map I really like double initiator on is this one. Playing Gecko and Fade, I think that is the best double initiator combo you can have on this map. So I like it. I prefer it to the Sky personally. I think that Fade's just power in general just slightly better. I think that the Sky on B long with the nerfs in the past just makes it harder to get information.
I think interesting from Team Liquid to just completely stick with what they were running at the very start of the year. Completely no changes here. Of course, they have Trex coming in who's going to jump onto that Gecko, but yeah, 0 changes, and there's so much footage of them playing this map.
It's
on this
something they've been comfortable with for ages, and again, I'm going to reference Coach Lohan before he joined Team Liquid. Ran the same composition, very similar ideas. It seems like a map that he and Nats are just very comfortable on and don't need to change too much.
Yeah, and Trex, he's played so many agents at this point. We've never had the pleasure of seeing this Gecko, so it's going to be interesting to see how he performs here for Team Liquid. We've been very excited about the returning faces. I want to know what these two think about the return of our players, so it's time to throw this over to Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you so much, Inzu and the Desk, for leading us into this one. Mike, I want to kind of start at least with Liquid here, because they are the team that I think Mini put quite rightly is not if they're going to Champs, it's how far they go at Champs.
Absolutely agree.
Do you think that Trex is that pound-for-pound upgrade now?
I see this as a big upgrade. I think some of the issues, and again, not to go into too much detail here, but with what we saw with Serial, a lot of it was kind of high-pressure scenarios, that confidence maybe not being there, but also some kind of decision-making things that, and I'm not even saying that that's the reason that Liquid have struggled at all, but Trex, I think, is probably something that ticks all of those boxes. So internally, if that was some of the discussions being had, then absolutely yes, I think Trex is the upgrade that actually takes Liquid to a pretty terrifying level.
It certainly does, and I guess it's a lot of pressure in the mind's eye of how well he performs here, because you want to see him hit the ground running. It is a good role for him.
This is all optics as well, considering the out-of-game things.
Isn't it just?
It's, but again, I mean, I was talking to Vinny earlier, results are going to kind of cancel that out, at least for this initial transition period. If Liquid are getting wins here in EMEA, you can smooth over potentially some of those internal issues, but have to wait and see here as Liquid already probing towards B here. Only one anchor in the form of Monster or MCoy.
Yeah, and again, for Koi, there's a lot to be said about this team and a lot of, to be said about the players and the potential. A lot of people have been waiting to see these guys take on towards the big stage. And I guess really the proof is in the results as well. How competitive do they look here?
I was going to say, they're going to be able to cut him off with this smoke here. Monster's got to be careful. He's going to be overwhelmed.
So low here. Paditek is hungry for it too. He's got him pretty much locked into this. Yeah, dead to rights and eventually overwhelmed. But the space that he's gathered and kept safe will facilitate the plant. Now the time's on their side. And the Dizzy Gecko doesn't quite find what they needed. It's a brawl in the end, but Liquid come out. The two still standing. Plant as well. They've got what they needed there.
Yeah.
Again, it's an eye test for me here, Mike. Is the quality of Koi going to be up to task yet? What sort of time scale do we need to give them to get themselves ready? And how good do Liquid look?
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about this kind of, we'll call it a roster overhaul, really.
Yeah.
For movie star Koi. Again, I think the bar's pretty low.
Nice skill, Patrick.
I think that's a fair assessment to make, but I'm certainly hoping. I mean, you were talking about this yesterday with Giant X. If we have a team to even get excited about map wins, I think that conversation definitely applies to movie star Koi as well. Again, start with smaller steps here to kick off stage 2. Obviously, it's tough to draw Liquid, really, in the opening game.
Exactly. The bars continue to raise for Liquid as it's gone on. It was kind of that, oh, they're actually looking pretty good to, okay, no, they're actually a real contender. And a touch of a lazy clear will at least allow Flyer to capitalize on camo. You're not going to get much more than that, though. And the weapon still firmly in Liquid side of things. So not the end of the world by any means. Koi, if they can get a little bit more done, that would be wonderful. Beautiful attempt. I love what they're trying here. And that is a recovered rifle. That's much better. And the spike in the position it's in is a problem.
Yeah, it's 2v3 now. Patty and Nats. A little bit split focus here. Nats going to try and challenge this solo. Does have a snake bite. Now looking to sync up once more. Wide to get on the first Patty Tech. We'll find Monster as well, but
30 seconds
Tank's
left.
still unchecked as of yet. With Nats down to 30 HP, that could be a problem. The heal's coming through. This is awkward.
Yeah, that is
very awkward.
And he had a Vandal there. I was kind of expecting him to lean towards it.
Definitely.
Sure if he, I don't know, didn't expect to have the time on it or what have you, but...
Even knew he picked it up, to be honest with you, in that situation.
But as it stands, Liquid still pretty safe here when you're looking at the time on their side. The tank not finding probably the best opportunity he had. That's drifted away. Now you're into the post plant. And Nats's composure is one that you don't really get to shake too much. Spotted, but it's only a shoulder, and now Natang just gets toyed with. Can he pull off a bit of a miracle? That's a good start, but look at the HP.
And we're back.
Alitech just has to play to the time, and he does. It could have been dangerous, Mike. I mean, it's costly,
I mean, absolutely,
to say the least.
Absolutely was dangerous, considering it's just the one rifle maintained here. It's going to really dampen the next purchase here. Fantastic crunch through. LG finding 2 here. Unfortunately, I did just catch it. I didn't know what the lineup was, but I mean, all things considered, you got to feel pretty happy about yourselves if you move Starkoi. Coming into round 3 now. Just the 2 rifles, 2 stingers, and a sheriff. Liquid to bring forwards. Really tracks with ultimate progress, to be honest.
Big info early.
Yeah, actually, the pop's going to come straight through.
And Camo, look at that absolute shutdown on backside. It's beautiful from Liquid. A very well-rounded site take. Everything cut off there. Very few spaces for Koi to even make anything out of it. Kind of cut off by all accounts. And you're looking at Batty G and Flyer, who are pretty far away from this. Already Liquid looking comfortable now. Getting those upgrades into hand. Making up for almost that fumble in the previous here. Flyer, great damage though. And now into the 2v2, similar scenes. Same players in the form of Paditek and Nats. Full clear, Paddy down to 45 though. Brilliant timing for Paditek there to catch Paddy G on that walk up. Flyer still going to try and make something of
Actually,
this.
6 HP.
He's low. Oh, it's gorgeous from Flyer. After what felt like the perfect side take.
I mean, yeah, a beautiful entry, but so sloppy in the post plant here. Getting an overcommitment to that early angle on elbow. Really, you want to see it being Kiko to take first contact, then the swing comes through the trade, but Flyer's able to isolate too with ease.
I feel like the job's done by this point, don't you? Maybe that's a little bit of the issue.
It was so clean on the way in. You get the upgrade for the people that didn't have them. It's this here. Kiko's tucked in that deeper angle. I mean, credit where credit's due. Flyer absolutely running away with this one. Almost a bailout round here. Get themselves on the board. Got to be careful he's not isolated with some of this early round utility here.
Confidence is a dangerous thing as well. To get that going early, you had a really nice round 2. Even in the loss, you still did that damage. The conversion off of the back of an individual player like Flyer having nice impact makes it feel doable.
Yeah, I don't want to be too overcritical there for Liquid again when you're kind of onto site that quickly. Maybe you're not anticipating somebody just dry swinging onto these angles on elbow. It's all something to consider. Rex does have his ultimate now. Kiko, good progress. Also on the back of that round 3. Pretty awkward timing here. Camo could get over the top here. He absolutely will.
It's caught both. It's caught both. I think Camo might even get a second reward from this. No, Flyer still managed to release a bait for a second longer, but he's been found. Awkward timing on that, wanting that deeper prowler to clear through to confirm contact, but still just caught in that no man's land. Completely rolls out the red carpet, and I want to see this clean now, Mike. We've had a couple of these post plants get a bit shaky. Now we need to look sharp here. Good trades, good spacing. And a pick found, but still 2v4. It's unlikely, especially with Trex closing down the account.
A little more consideration here in the post plant. 3 rifles carried across. Starkoi going to be reset in that regard. Pop it. I mean, even here with the C's to slow things down, it's rough, but Flyer eventually falls to the nade. So that even though, considering this early timeline we're looking at, Flyer and the tank both have their ultimates. Matty G just going to throw a stinger in the mix here. Beacon here. Get something done potentially. It's actually deep enough to hear a couple of these steps, so expect it for the time being. No real opportunity to contest this early space. All across the camo. Showstopper now in hand.
There. Toxins going up.
Put a threat on the site though. 4 players now.
I think Movistar Koi probably want to try and make something happen here on the retreat, but Liquid are already out of dodge.
I like the attempt there from Koi. Try and make something.
Yeah, catch somebody on a TP on the backside of the rotation. Potentially, I mean, the benefit being Matty G's going to be already on his way back towards a side flyer. What? I mean,
What the hell has gone into Flyer? That's a classic! You're not meant to be doing that. And a bit of a messy shot from Kiko, but well made up for on the second. But now Matty G's in the mix. We're back down to this 2v2. Trax is lower.
Look at their HP bars.
Hold on, and the tank fancies it. Spots out one, claims one. Hello? Are we asleep at the wheel here? What is going on, Mike? This is a mess. Hightech left in the corner, 14 HP. There's nothing more. A real fumble of a round. Look, credit to Flyer in this already for being just the thorn in their side. Cool. But everything else, Mike, what the hell just went on with Liquid there?
Yeah, and again, this is hard to call from the outside, but why I say the first year, Camo just kind of gets caught off guard, I guess, from another brazen swing with a classic. Like I said, you get the first there, you almost, I don't know what's gone on there, but yeah, things just spiral out of control here. It's when you really look towards potentially Nats to tighten the leash a little bit in game.
Okay, looking at it back, I guess Flyer's ult removed the sound, but they seem so unresponsive to this, put a very pacey beginning Flyer, and everyone's trying to evacuate down long. The tank's already been caught, but this pace is just unforgiving. Filu trying to slow down the roll a little bit, get himself out of danger. There is still Flyer here. Liquid looking a bit shaky.
Oh, for sure. Certainly allowance to be made, but in the course of this half, you want to see some of this cleaned up. Monster swinging out here. Commitment to the second. Nats going to shut that down. Still strike invested. Actually going to isolate Trex here. Opting to go forwards. That puts Nats and Kiko 2v3.
And that's where he started late now on the molly, but
Nats just found it.
That's ridiculous from Nats. I don't know if the half even came through there. It doesn't look like it did, no. So now Kiko gets to swing in. Saved in the end. That got so deadly. Look, as much as Liquid are winning out these rounds, this is so close from a team that no one knows where to place with Koi yet. You know, there's too many changes to really be able to guess. And Liquid now, as said, being expected higher end. You're looking at them doing deeper runs. This has been a scary game.
I mean, for Movistar Koi, this might actually just be the game plan to kind of throw them off, play unorthodox, and I guess make what's jump scare for Kiko there. That's a brilliant replay. But yeah, maybe you just throw them off a little bit, make things chaotic, and I guess play towards what you would argue is the, I don't want to say the weakness, but the, I guess the chink in the armor of having a new player come in, which would be the internal communications, right? And players understanding their comfort positions in certain executions.
For me, I do think we have to be very critical of Liquid to an extent, and that feels almost harsh to say, but you know, we're holding them to higher standards now.
Rightfully so.
They've been making it to these internationals, and they're not just the underdog team that does well and everyone loves a bit, you know, seeing Nats having a good game. No, this team is
showing they can hang.
Exactly, right? So I also think there is something to be said about playing to your own level, being able to control a game like this and trying to keep a team who's being pretty feisty, right? You look at Koi, they are absolutely willing to brawl out. They're willing to take high risk, high rewards. I like what they're trying to do, because maybe in a more standardized affair, you won't get a good game from it, right? Liquid should run away with that, so why not try and find that little bit of space to work with? I want to see if Liquid can continue to control it, though. As it stands, yeah, they are winning out more than they're losing. It is 4-2, we can see the score. But keep in mind the pistol is involved in that, right? The first 2 rounds did go their side. So now we have to see if that tempo can continue, and if Koi can keep nipping at the heels. Can they continue to be this bit of an unknown quantity? Now the purchase is going to hinder most of that resilience, but that hasn't really hindered them up until this point either.
timeout, that's what is discussed. Wider spread default here. In pressure, or at least presence, shown by Boy on both sides. But yet to make moves. Spike now in hand for Nats. Their sights set towards B once more.
If they get nervous about this and they can't quite identify, maybe if they're worrying about a stack, so you still got those Seekers there, you still got Nats as well with his ult in case
again,
it gets sketchy.
How this started, you're not going to be too upset throwing that into an anti-eco. In terms of security. First tag came through there from Camo.
Poison's off.
Isolate Monster here on long. Still very conscious of a trap play set up. As elsewhere,
30 seconds
found
left.
Baddy G. Now we'll hear Monster repositioning.
Toxins going up.
Monster's one of the danger players now. Phantom in hand, Filu the other. It's a cautious approach, really. Wingman going in to get the plant. Monster caught. Oh, beautiful from Camo, real quick. Just making sure no threat came through. Yeah, this is solid as a rock. That's better. I want to see a really firm control coming out of this. An in-zone flawless from Liquid. More of those. Navigate these threats. Take your time. Clear this map.
More of that, please, going forwards from Liquid. Again, for Movistar Koi, like I said, if this is something they want to
One enemy remains.
try and test Liquid almost and force them into recovery mode in some of these rounds. It's always easier to be the team to create the chaos than the one to handle it from the opposing side. Now Liquid set up outside A. Flash will catch on Flyer. So some deep presence towards Showers initially.
We need to see Filu activate too. Currently 0-7, not really finding the impact the rest of his team is. And well, that'll do the job. Padizek goes down, Camo soon to follow, but Nat is still in this, still trying to control the site. You can see the temptation from Baddy G to try and play that forward, but Plant's not in just yet. There's a bit of a gap.
It's rough now. Smokes have expired. They only have this pit covering just a slice of default. Go. Plug the gap. He comes through with the flash here. Two players playing inside. Baddy G caught on the outside. The tank decayed up. Back forwards.
He's in a whole lot of trouble here. Trex feeling the pressure from the back too. Rightly so, Monster is on the way, but Trex opts to just tuck in towards the corner, make sure no one walked the wall, but still Flash gonna connect, and that's the shot. Monster now starts to constrict towards the side, but the pit keeping Liquid safe here. Kiko trying to play out of it, lovely, can't get the follow-up, and the defuse is going on. Wingman doing his duty, and there's nothing more to be said. Another good round from Koi. They are pressuring Liquid, Mike.
Yeah, and Liquid forced to make some pretty awkward decisions here on backside. That's pondering the outcome. They said that pit doesn't really give you an awful lot of security in terms of holding the site. Lamps, sure, but you almost need a second player outside with Trex. Trex has so much to worry about here on the outside of the pit. Rough situation to be put into. Gamble's wrong in this scenario. Already pretty impressed with what Movistar Koi are bringing to the table here on Bind, at least. Almost a refreshed approach to the game in general.
See a couple of stats there for you guys to kind of have a little look through while we take a second. Koi wanting to touch base here. It was Liquid's timeout before, but again, this is one of the players that people were waiting to see how well he'd do once he gets back into this. Certainly is. Certainly is. And again, not having the biggest highlight performance yet, but doing what he needs to. 5-7, sitting safe. I mean, Flyer kind of set everything in motion, it felt like, but again, my eyes still will travel to Filu. I'm going to try and keep a close eye on him. It's the first half in the first map. It's, you know, not all the be-all and end-all, but I'd love to see them all activate, see that potential in play on the other side. Kiko, I mean, he's having a lovely performance so far. Nat's a bit iconic on this map too, but again, beyond that, 3-5, it's still competitive. As much as we, you know, take into account that pistol, once we've gone into these rifle rounds, it's been a better game between these two. Liquid need to make sure this doesn't get too close.
Feels weird to even say it, but now in round 9, you almost expect some of the early chaos to dust to settle in that regard.
Monster on the loose.
normal seat to follow. That's it, finally opening it. Monster lining him up in the snake bite.
Fortunately enough, Panatek's done really well there to get to keeping them competitive in this. That could have completely spiraled, but he's still in it. Still 2 flashes, still got the dog, still got the heal, full kit ready to go. Quick flash in, but a fight through CT. Trying to get some stability before the plant. That's going to be coming in next. Pain Shell as well. Prowler, almost indicative of a quick backside take, but no, they take their time here.
3v3 here. MCoy given space on site. Now going to read into the fact Liquid are playing a little deeper in the post.
One shot there from Octagon, so maybe they don't know about the second. That's why you see Filu drifting across, maybe a little lazy, but you can't be lazy against a team like this. Trex and Nats, well established, good post-plant protocols, solid as a rock.
Nice clean up here. Said maybe a little misread on the way in from Koi, but Flyer is landing shots today, Lauren. Number of situations looking so sharp. You're absolutely right, Patek did really well to find the second here. I thought Nats found the second on top side for a second, the way he snapped on, but it was Trex applying a little pressure from elsewhere. Just pistols a sting up once more for Baddy G. Chelsea really, in terms of inventory, ultimates, yes, but we're anticipating some early round antics. I didn't see it previously. Flyer with a double with the classic and a full buy round for Liquid.
Oh my god,
that's awful timing.
Kiko.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
What?
All right, well.
Okay.
I'll imagine that's going to be on the replay.
Yeah.
Okay, Nats.
Spike.
You know, what are you going to do?
Gun.
Big fan?
Yeah.
Big fan. I mean, come on. Hoping for an ace.
It was, yeah.
He's fine. Did his job.
You never want to see an anti-eco ace, but 7-3 now. Liquid, you need to pull ahead a little bit. Here we go.
Seems good.
I mean, it's rough there if you wants to. You see the first two appear in the kill feed.
Sleep well.
Oh, but Kiko's face there, just eyebrows fully raised.
All right.
Committing to that spray, really?
A bold choice. It would have been good for the clip. That's all you got to know. Might be a gear shift here for Liquid, looking very dead set on this A approach. Viper's pit down on B-Long, don't really blame you.
Well.
And Baddy G is absolutely fried. Beautiful. This is better. This is looking more dominant. Camo following up as well, can clear that space towards sight. Trying to thread the needle. Ah, that was ambitious, the tank. I know you wanted to get back to it, but you're not going to have the red carpet rolled out like this. Monster and Filu now have to deal with that pause. Liquid taking a second here, see if they can catch someone maybe looking for a kill like this.
Even going to give him one. Plant finally coming through. Smokes will expire.
Spike planted.
The coverage still there, though. Monster to try and find something. That's will fall.
Bad. 3 more to go. Kiko, though, if he's still alive, man. Yeah, Kiko's so clean as well. Looks like he's bracing for impact in the camera, but still, he's
getting jump scared today.
He is a little bit feeling paranoid about all the wrong reasons. Pointless pain shell gonna go, but he can't find the last two here. Trex, yeah, the position too good between the last players there, and time pretty much gone. As Liquid starting to get a real solid hold on this half. And you can see the core, yeah, there's still a bit of a threat, but you can see that fire starting to dwindle.
Open up this hellfire! Combination here with Baddy. Caught by the stun. It almost just opens the site up for 3.
Nice, good job, guys. Nice kiss here.
Composed on stage as well. I said towards the back end of this half, it was whether or not Star Koi could continue really to, I mean, the funds not being there to justify some of these scrappier rounds, but Velo
He's having a
slapped
nightmare.
out of midair.
Flyer's still making a stand, man. Like, Flyer's been on it today, but not looking like it's going to change much. You've got to account for Badiji's HP.
I was going to say, yeah, Badiji looked like he was about to walk that smoke, and then you look down, the glowing red number at the bottom of the screen. Just 4 HP. Still numbers advantage here for Liquid in the post plant, and a pit just to make things even worse.
Going to need a big bailout here from, well, that's not going to be where it's coming from. Monster just drifts in. Kiko all too prepared. Tank going to take down Nats, but it's traded. The numbers game looking very favorable for Liquid at this point. Badiji now, we make that last stand. A nice try on this. I like what he's doing. The 4 HP. He spotted Camo. Still a smoke to play with, but this is just hoping, praying, and it's not going to work out. A great attempt.
What a tag there on Camo Atsi initially. Again, didn't want to see him just sit inside that smoke with that HP level, so had to try and make a go of it. Liquid. Felix just can't get it off quick enough.
And I feel a little bit for Felix, he could have done with a nice round, build up some confidence there. Really hasn't happened in this half. Credit though to Flyer, big performance coming through for him, so hoping to see that continue on the way forward. And on the other side, of course, Liquid found that stability. Those 4 rounds back-to-back, absolutely essential. However, a little treat for you lot playing along at home. We're going to hear from Harmy, waiting by with Yinzu.
Now, we've had quite a few iterations of Team Liquid, but Harmy has always been here, seeing through it all. First of all, welcome back to VCT EMEA.
Thank you.
Now, that one time we saw you sub in for Team Liquid, you did play on Bind. So I wanted to ask you, is Nats as good on Bind in the game as a caller? You know what he does here, as we see when we watch him?
Yeah, I think even in ranked, like Nats is one of the smartest players in the game, I would say. I really enjoy to play with him, and it's always like a free win.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people say that like he's been doing very similar things on this Viper agent for a long time on Bind. So surely by now we're going to figure out what he does. Why do you think that people still find it difficult to deal with him on this map? Because it's been 5 years of the same things.
I think Nuts really enjoys playing Viper, and if you enjoy playing an agent, you also play better on him. And I think 5 years of success says it all, right?
Yeah, I think you're right as well. And of course, Trex is now on Liquid. Everyone's very excited about him. What do you think of this addition?
I think he got like more experience on stage, so I think he could be a good addition. But I think it needs time, so he's like to build a team up with him for the team chemistry. But I think it's a good addition.
Yeah, it's a very good addition. Thank you so much, Harmy, for your time. I hope you enjoy your watch party here. Make sure you go check him out as well. I'm going to throw this back and see if Liquid can close out on the second half.
And I think it's just lovely that, the Liquid co-streamers turn up on site supporting the fans, the team. It's just great to see.
Dedication.
Yeah.
You can't buy that.
No, you can't. No. I guess there's only one co-streamer for Liquid.
9-3 though, on the half for Liquid. I think as well, talking about it, this first kind of showing here, like I said, the bar is high just because I think for Liquid, we know the potential. Also for Movie Star Koi, similar to what we discussed yesterday, do want to see some results. They're actually pretty confident here on the pistol round.
I mean, they were on a mission.
Where are they headed after this now? Clear through lamps, so almost looks like a rehearsed retake here.
Frenzies are back as well. Trex on one of them. Sorry, we was at Vitality yesterday. That's maybe the comparison I should be making for success, but here we are. That one looking pretty good. Trex already going to find Flyer. That was kind of the headhunter as well. Flyer's been the one who's been on top. Monster going to find Padatek, and the fight breaks out towards the site. It's a clean-up crew, though, from Liquid. Monster the only one to be drawing blood here consistently. The tank trying to chime in.
Actually did finally get the defuse.
Oh! How are you hitting that? It's fine, the defuse is there, but it's a nasty little shot. Down to 1, but double digits for Liquid.
Down to just Kiko. Little bro nearly got the full defuse, but Interesting approach here, almost anticipation of something happening elsewhere on the map, but
One enemy
Movistar Koi, stars aligning for them.
Hold on to your hats.
We need Kiko face cam, just
constant.
Picture in picture all day today.
Yeah.
Some fantastic facial expressions.
Force up here, round 2 as well. You can see the stingers. And as much armor as they can try and build around it. Now, I guess luckily for them, there is no outlaw, but there is still a judge, and Kiko is here. Yeah, that kind of shuts the door on that approach, doesn't it?
Don't want to entertain the possibility of a judge being in there. Let's try and hold down the fort on a site here. Now he's probably going to give the game away pretty early on, but able to get through actually. Avoids the snake bite, and actually Nats will fall.
Yeah, Monster's doing really well on this half already. A good start for him. Are now going to come in. At least time's on their side.
Spike planted.
Into this retake now. Camo's at least got control of backside, so they've got a nice little springboard in. But a lot to clear. They don't manage to catch. I think that's fire tucked on the corner. Kiko's still going to connect though. Judge removes Monster. Playing these smokes, but the drop of the smoke reveals the problem there. These Bulldogs going to find the bite as Natan can fly. The last 2 alive. Going to try and maybe play off the Dizzy if he can, but it's dealt with swiftly. And yeah, numbers game there, better weaponry there.
Yeah.
And as much as he's been close in a couple of rounds, Mike, Liquid going to make it up to 11.
I mean, after Nats falls there, you almost want to see Movistar Koi over commit towards backside, because once Liquid can flood back through from heaven, the range really becomes an issue for them. Kiko forcing the issue. We're back into lamps here. Movistar Koi though.
Let's go, focus up, nice, let's go. We're chilling, everything is fine.
Okay.
Okay, everything's fine, sure.
Everything's fine. Make me a believer.
I don't know if everything's
wow. I say GG, but I mean GG.
Just a bit of confidence, guys, it's all you need. It's another T1 documentary at this point. Right, Sheriffs. All we got here. Get some shots. That's all you got to do. Just click on the heads, you win the game. No problemo.
Tank a little close up. In terms of ult progress, nothing really on the cards for Liquid either. Tank's opposite man in the form of Trex, probably the closest, but along this half does drag out for. Try. They take the orb on long, as they did with the control they've got. Get any early contact. Orb's still here. Well, they do want to try and make a play off this. It would be bold, but catch somebody. Certainly make a Shiko a little easier to pull off.
Go. Still worried though. I've not had my confidence.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, everything's fine. 24 seconds, gotta go now. Padatek waiting in the smoke, pop flash and swing. It's lovely. Liquid, it's just too easy. An in-zone flawless to put them up to 12. And this is the level of dominance that we kind of wanted here. Yes, it was a scrappy beginning. I loved the fight that was coming out of Koi. They were in the game, they were trying it, they were giving
getting up in their faces, yeah.
Absolutely, you've got to. But this has now been a string of rounds for Liquid.
Course correction.
One enemy.
3Bs found by Kiko.
Nice kills,
Sliggy there. Confused, couldn't spot him, not in the building. But
everything's fine.
Everything's fine. They were just playing for this round, playing for OT. That's belief. Now you got to try and stick the landing though, don't you? And it looks like Liquid ready to take the stand. Camo already denies Filo any space to find that next layer forward. And look at them backfilling this too. Trex willing to fight for it. Oh my god, I thought
Trex just got that kill.
I was about to take my heads off. I was taking a walk, but okay. Padatek, let them have fun. I would like you to allow for fun. Kiko, same thing. Can't ignore Wingman. Padatek.
First, but down to 70 HP now. Get a connection on the flash either, so there'll be some question marks as to the whereabouts remnants here from Movistar Coin, a tank. Showing respect, doesn't want to swing onto this. Flyer got the deeper angle, so yeah.
2v1 like that, all good. Okay, look.
Well, the issue being Liquid still got the funds here, and now a couple of the ultimates coming online for them. Orbital strike here, 2 away for Camo, 1 for Patitek. Plenty of big tools, and Sarkoi going to be walking the tightrope in terms of the finances.
Holy shit.
For the watershed.
Is it? What time is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, we're fine, I think. Germany, come on now. They'll say anything. Right. 4-12. Still a buy in hand here. Got Flyer's ult. Anything else nearby? Batty G 2 away from Monster. The other side of Liquid, though, it feels very close to just getting across the line, doesn't it?
Not really. Here you could stack ults if you wanted to. I doubt Liquid are going to be looking towards trying to slow this half down.
Face your fear.
Investment here from Flyer immediately. Feely going to try and follow up. Batsy caught the doorway coming out in the second satchel here. Oh, isolated by Nats once more.
How is Nats being such a nuisance, and it's allowed time for Kiko to get over here as well. And now Batty G called upon. A brave bit of work from Monster. Gives them a chance in a 2v1. Camo could close it down now, though.
Felt like Camo's chance there, though, to try and get a kill. Awkward placement of the smoke, almost begging Camo to swing out on the edge.
30 seconds left.
Plant in. What does Camo do here?
He almost has to wait the smoke out. 56 HP.
An isolated fight to be had, and he's trying to bait it. He knows what this post-plant setup is, but very oh my... Oh!
Like a fiddle!
You're so damn smart. That was beautiful. Reading them like a book. 13-4. We wanted dominance. We got it closed out with a Red Bull clutch.
Fantastic work here from Camo in the end. Actually overall stabilized throughout the course of Bind. Big tick in the box for Liquid here on map 1 to see if MKOI can bounce back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds is my shining now. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just let you down. Leaving you. We'll leave you now. I've come a long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, get you.
Team Liquid, they're back to their winning ways. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Minnie and Billy. We had a lot of questions, a lot of expectations about how Liquid are going to make champs. I think they answered those questions pretty well.
Yeah, despite the fact that it was actually, for a 13-4, quite a close one at times. Like, Mike and Pansy were like showing in some of those early rounds
Mike,
specifically.
yeah? You know him like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Carry on.
Like some of those early rounds for Koi, it felt like just the player quality at the end of some of those rounds just took it for Team Liquid. And I think that's a big talking point for me, is that despite the fact that Team Liquid were pushed to the limit on some of those rounds, they were still able to come out the other side with a 13-4 scoreline.
Yeah, I think if you were to just look at the scoreline and go, oh, 13-4, Liquid, they must have dominated. It's like you say, some of those rounds were super close, and you could see the ideas that Koi were coming into with this. But looking at the actual MVPs of the match, I mean, Monster having a great time up on that stage so far. And of course, it is Kiko and Nats that are at the top for Team Liquid, something that hasn't surprised us and something that we kind of teed up going into this. I'm looking at Filu for the side of Koi. I want to see more from him going into this next map. I think that first one, maybe taking a little bit of a while to warm back up to the stage. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a while, and also Liquid not an easy opponent to go up against too. Especially now we talked about adding Trex onto this roster. First time Gecko, what do we think?
I mean, statistically, it was like a middling game, but realistically, I think the impact he had with his utility seemed pretty good. He's the kind of player that, you know, you're always going to get something from him with utility. Maybe not shooting so well this game, but he didn't need to do much this game. It was 13-4. It was, you know, at the end of it, pretty fine for him.
Yeah, I think this round 4 was really nice. The things that he was able to get away with that Gecko ultimate, you know, it set Camo up really well to be able to get those picks as well. And I think as well, the lineups that we saw from him on that attack side, he was able to throw them onto showers some rounds, throw them onto B-long some rounds, and really kind of fight with those extremities with just a lineup. And it meant that Team Liquid were able to kind of alter whichever pace that they were looking to approach to the site on.
I mean, this is why they got him, right? He's never been the kind of player that wants to top frag. He's never been that, you know, player that cares. He wants to do the dirty dirty work and do it well.
Yeah, I didn't see a single missed lineup, which is a good sign for someone on a new agent. I know he's never going to miss a recon, never going to miss a Gecko mosh pit.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't think I have ever seen him miss a recon, actually, in his entire career, which is very, very impressive. And I've also, Billy, never seen Cats lose a clutch when they're together.
No, never. We absolutely love Cats over here. And I mean, it's these two players that we just keep looking at and coming back to with Team Liquid that just stand up in those moments where they're needed most, I want to say. I mean, the fact that Nats was able to get away with this position 2 rounds, like, you have to be expecting it as Koi. You have to be able to go out and look for Nats in those kind of situations, because most of the time he is going to be able to win out those clutches.
I'm glad Batty G's got, he's feeling himself, you know, despite the way that they lost on the first map. As we head to the next one, though, this is where at least we want to see maybe the warm-up, you know, into it, the whiz on the side of Koi to be ironed out.
Yeah, the copium here is that was Team Liquid's map pick, and in my opinion, Bind should be one of their best maps. So for Koi here coming into Icebox, one of Team Liquid's not so great maps historically, this is where now they need to get a map win.
I think that's why I was worried, and I kind of do want to hold judgment until we do get to see it from Koi. Of course, this is a new version of Koi, right? So we can probably expect the kind of ideologies of comfort picks coming out from some of the players, but as you say, Mini, Team Liquid,
there we go.
I mean, okay.
Yeah,
Koi,
the VALORANT stage.
I told you, the Sage from Coach Shimo there, I think, coming into play. His whole team having a phenomenal time on Icebox. I think applying those theories now to Koi, we see how that goes forward. Batty G on the Omen too, taking over that duelist spot, kind of, but it's like Batty G.
Yeah, but did you expect VALORANT to do stage and then Nathan Killjoy? Like, this is, I think,
feels wrong.
Yeah,
in a way.
This is definitely a different look than I expected.
I guess what it says is that when they play these kind of comps where it's the double controller and Sentinel, that the tank is going to have to fill that spot. They don't have a natural player to fill out that spot, and if it's him, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and what about the Trex KO?
I personally am not the biggest fan of KO on this map. I don't think the knife really does as much to like stop the Sentinels as on other maps potentially, but look out for him backside of A, just throwing flashes and dueling, I guess.
Hold on, Kiko is playing Killjoy.
Oh yeah.
Are we, what is happening?
I'm honestly really confused, and I think as well, to bring it back to the Trex on KO, Patty Tech playing Gecko, this is someone that said he doesn't like having to learn lineups, and we saw so many amazing, good Gecko lineups from Trex in that last map, so I don't know why they've switched this over.
Well, let's just jump into the map and find out. So take it away, Pansy and Mike.
Who?
What are you laughing at, Minnie? Do you hear him having a little giggle?
What's wrong with my name?
I don't know, it was really rude of them. Nasty. Nasty those. I'm so sorry. Well, do you know what we can do? We can bully him back, don't worry. We'll throw it to him in a really horrible way. But talk to me about this Liquid comp here and who's playing what as well, because it's... How do you
I would have liked
feel about it?
Star Core.
Would you? Would
well,
you? Well then,
that's the elephant in the room. I also hate KO on Icebox.
KO haters around the world now.
Again, there's the argument to be made for Trex. Yeah, sure, we might just see him going a little more self-sufficient. So the possibility is there on the KO, but I'm not a huge fan, to be honest with you. Elsewhere, some question marks, sure. I mean, Kiko has looked fantastic on the Omen, so that's one for me that I'm probably going to have my eyes on. See if the comfort is there. Nat's potentially teed up, but Matty G removes any possibility of threat developing.
I like the start. Like, why not? If we're going to see this brawly Koi, I'm down for it. And it felt short-lived on map 1, right? We got 4 rounds from him in the end. Kiko, early challenges. Just with that share of the rest of Koi, though. Already hightailing it around towards the other side of A. Going to try and box in Liquid, but still going to have a flash with Trex. Still got Patatek with a Dizzy, too. And the first contact! Camo! He's on today! Oh, he's even seen some more as well. Gets to play freely out of that corner, and all of that initial threat looks to be dwindling. Going to be reignited slightly by Filu playing it out now. Camo's position is going to be considered, but it's Kiko to find it. And yeah, this is just too comfortable. Liquid able to kind of take these individual fights, slice and dice them up. Monster, it's a good try, but the time's gone, and Liquid have already found you.
Time almost going to decide that one. Liquid able to slow things down, knowing that the flank was going to be heavy. that early information from Nats. What's the human drone here? But like I said, it created enough of a window here that Liquid knew they were going to have arguably a 4v1 worst. One on the board here, and I think you're right, whether or not Koi are going to continue with this early kind of call it pace, call it aggression. Have to wait and see. Track's looking to potentially set something in motion with the flash, but Liquid swinging onto these close angles. Here. 3 rifles brought into this. Scope for Nats as well.
Okay, it was Flyer before who made the Classic actually look pretty lethal on map 1. Don't know if he's going to have the same opportunities now, though, as the plant's already going to be in play. We're looking at the post-plant. I want to see security. I don't want to see a messy anti-eco. There is that Sheriff with Filu, and again, for Koi, not much to lose here.
You want to look for here with the Classic.
Yeah, he got 2, was it, on map 1 with that Classic, I'm pretty sure, but let's see. Flyer trying to set something in, maybe just the dart off the back for Camo. He's looking to farm Monster, trying to just cut the gap, see if he can get towards the back line. It's not going to happen. 5 alive and in zone flawless. And Liquid looking pretty locked in now.
Yeah, I think bigger picture-wise, coming out with a confident performance in map 1, now maybe feeling as if they have a better read on Koi's approach. They can now across the map change, bring that ethos across.
Kenny was feeling it, I like reaction from him.
See how it does progress. That's it, yeah, interesting actually. Liquid having the fastest attack speed. Nice box in stage 1. It's going to be a, I was going to say a raw here, but Batty G standing tall.
Look, Batty G's on for it. 2 already, spiked down. Wall's kind of there, it's weird, and we're having the weirdest fight in the world. You can't really see much, but there we go. Finally the reveal, and Nats is going to strike. He doesn't like this sort of business. He wants that composure, that calm start. And Monster has to respect it now. Trying to fall away. It's Liquid regaining control, at least of B long, but not the rest of the map.
Conscious of this flank coming through. Turret's probably going to spot it, dealt with now by Flyer. But a window of opportunity for Liquid, maybe to get a little more aggressive.
One suppressed.
Will reveal on the tank as well. Maybe not concrete information. Flyer though, swinging on the angle. Really nice. He found 2 himself.
Yeah, that was really nice from Flyer. The swing deeper to try and maybe take some control there. Going to be the downfall. And look, it feels like Koi have kind of made a statement of what that playstyle is going to be. It's going to be in your face, it's going to be aggressive. And Batty G, I hope we caught some of this at the start. There's that paranoia. Yeah, just finding Camo, follow-up almost free. And look, again, it's an early wake-up call to what to expect. Well controlled by Nats to fight this back.
Yeah, I mean, Nats is the sort of player that thrives in those sort of situations as well.
Nice, let's go!
To kind of handle aggression. Certainly going to keep testing Liquid in terms of their patience. Camo here, though, shuts down any possibility of Koi looking to snowball an early round once more.
And it's like a quick kind of mental check, and it feels like for the Liquid guys, it's like, okay, well, map 1, they were doing this. Map 2, I just need to be a little bit aware that they're probably going to try and be aggressive. Now, it looks like Trex, I don't want to say caught off guard, but outdone by
Filu. That's the res as well here on the back of that kill.
You're right. They go for it. Filu fancies it. Could get punished. They're still so nearby. Does he get to live? He does.
Coverage is good.
Takes down Camo and Palitek falling at the same time. Liquid looking to be caught out. I thought they'd be very aware. Even the start coming out from Camo looked good, but the double down on the aggression has made this very hard for Liquid. Down to 2 players, Nats and Kiko.
Kiko's got to be really careful here.
I got the spike.
That's overall a solo mission. Filu. Probe sent out, confirmation. He's retrieved the spike.
Last player standing.
Still, Mkoi well handled so far. Will require an ace from Kiko.
30
Wants
seconds
to try and
left.
flip round 4 here.
Just seen monitor position for Kiko, and it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Scooped up into his face.
You can smell the pixels.
He's actually in next round already. 13 seconds, he may as well be.
10 seconds left.
Flyer, really well done. Gotta say it for Koi. I know it feels almost simplistic at times, be aggressive, but there's layers to it. They're willing to fight for it. And
also for me, in kind of smoothing over these transitions of what I would still say is a roster overhaul, and getting aggressive like this against a well-versed team, certainly the way to maybe shake off some of the confidence that you may have making such changes.
It is done.
So all tied up to a piece to kick Icebox off.
Get out of my way!
Hunter's Fury available for Flyer as well. We know the Red's already invested, but Camo, cool with a flash. Once more opting to go forward.
I just don't. Again, this is when I start question marking.
Is this him kind of, puffer chesting up to kind of say, if you're going to play aggressive, we'll meet you on the front line, but...
Also, you're going to be running what? Without a Sova, you're still going to be struggling a little bit on that early tempering of maybe aggression. Koi, if they're already looking stylistically like they want to do that, well, they've just been given the green light. Yeah, Paddytech's got the Dizzy, yeah, you've got the knife, but it's still not quite the same. I do still want to keep checking in. If this is the comp they want to commit to an extent, how much does that get exploited by Koi here? But now, hindered and dealt with. It's lovely. Really nice synergy there. Flyer setting that one into motion. Filu just patrolling. Maybe unnecessary to go for that.
Weapon's going to be safe behind the wall. So no upgrade found. Paddy G feeling a ton of pressure now, though. Has to respect this close proximity.
30 seconds left.
In terms of the stinger, well, 2 stingers still being on the cards here for Liquid.
Is a laboured approach to the site, isn't it? And that water drop. Knife in. 14 seconds now. And another reveal, spotting out Paddytech there. Monster, Baddy Chi, solid. 4 standing, well controlled. And again, that early touch of aggression, looking at those early kills here. This is a good show from Koi.
Yeah, because to come back to the comp once more with the Gecko and the KO, it's difficult really for Camo. You can't space the same way as you can on a drone from the Sova, for example. Even here, I mean, yeah, the dash comes through just as the blind takes full effect, so it is rough for Camo. It might seem like, yeah, you've got, 2 flashes to follow through. But it's the spacing that's key, really. Just waiting out this first wave a little bit and some further consideration in terms of the approach for Liquid. It's going to put Camo in a position to succeed.
I like this mid-exploration though, because it's almost like the reaction you want to do is fall back behind screens, fall back towards spawn, and Flyer's still going to find one here. And the shot is good enough from Nats to get 1, but Filu, I feel like he should have been on, I don't want to say red alert, but maybe a little bit more aware. Just sat behind CT. Good work though from Liquid. You can see what they were trying to attempt to exploit. And Nats trying to take a lot of space. They don't quite know about the additional player of Camo here. Filu.
Nats got second there.
How did Nats get another? And Filu looks lost. And now on 1v2, Kiko and Paddytech can have full side control here. Full option. Nice post plant.
Util down as well, so Monster try and flip this 1v2 pretty quickly. Snake Bite in hand, still healthy. Liquid just going to sit all the way back here.
Toxins going up.
Perfect timing on the first. Nano actually going to eat a ton of that damage. Just 77 HP now, barely any shield.
Toxin screen down.
The Mosh as well to follow up, but it's an awkward part spot here. Somebody
that's going to be half.
Has to run this down.
Guys. Oh my god, Monster. Oh my god, Paddytech.
Read it perfectly.
Oh.
Yeah.
That plant spot, Mike, just gave me anxiety through the roof.
It was such a deep position here. And the wall to consider as well for Monster. And the Toxin maybe being... Oh, beautiful adjustment for Nats to find Baddy G. No harm, no foul. Still. Round on the board for Liquid. Tie things up once more. Operator back in hand for Filu. Ultimates wise, Baddy G TP. Still got the pit as well. Camo further problems in the early round. A weird wall coming out from Philo to look for something.
He's managed to escape with his life. And look, again, I don't mind it. You're going to have a little bit more freedom to make these plays from. Harder to play it back in, though, now in this close plant. That Viper's pit there, and Kiko, he's on the case. Catching the tank on the play up here. But it's not just one flyer with a fantastic shot to trade that out, and now the backline is pressured.
Big info for Liquid to now push forwards a little bit more. So the pit going to give them some insurance on site. Paranoia is big.
Flash out, and Monster on top here, trying to hunt down Trex, who seems completely unawares of it. And Monster still doing well now. Nat still trying to stay alive in that pit, trying to buy the time. He's going to spot at least one now. I don't think he would have noted the other. It's Panatek, actually, excuse me. Trying to find the positioning here. Time now going to start running low. Koi going to have to make their move. Panatek once again controlling this one, keeping it well and truly in hand. I mean, Liquid, you're playing it by fine margins, but you are winning out.
Yeah. Nat's able to just kind of trade places with Patty here. Didn't want to lose the pit. And obviously in this sort of scenario, Decay taking full effect here. Boy, looks to try and prioritize the flank here. Kiko good for the first, and like I said, it's key information for the rest of Liquid.
Come here.
Huh? Who was that talking to?
Sleep paralysis demon. Just what is that? Oh no, it's a quick round. Lock in, Michael. Panatek absolutely swarmed. It's a quick trade out, right? We're looking at what really comes from this. Nats last time almost saved them here, but Patty G still digging in those heels. Not wanting to give away the position. Hello? Wakey, flyer there to save him.
One enemy
Trex drifting forward, and what is going on here? This tempo of this game has not settled in at all.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like Liquid really learned much from the first map, even though the adjustment looked perfect. Here just caught some really scrappy trades coming out from Koi. Kiko now left in the clutch. 1v3. Badiji tagged up from that early engagement. With no information elsewhere though, Kiko opting to retreat. Could find this 1v1 potentially under tube. Not much time left to play with.
30 seconds left.
Finish.
Oh! My ultimate is ready.
Okay.
Placing sentry.
You're not going to get it. Right? Nah, the tank. Playing safe in the end, but I got a little excited by it. A shot like that, I'm paying attention. But 4-4, I don't know how I feel about this game yet, because Koi are just mad.
This is the point now. Again, timeout coming through. I think it's probably going to be tough there.
No chance.
Again, it's the second swing from Nats here, prioritizing the swing onto site.
One down. My ultimate.
What you like on screams, no? Exit, frags, ace.
Yeah.
So yeah, now looking towards Liquid to make a similar assessment they did on Bind.
It was 4 rounds. Well, it wasn't even 4, but again,
Well, I mean, it
held
was
on 4.
yeah, it was a string of rounds to follow. I guess in the first half initially, but Liquid kind of just running away with the rest of the map. But it's clear that Koi are trying to make Liquid sweat a little bit,
I mean,
and probably find themselves as well.
Yeah, I quite like the idea, though, that if we're looking at what a test could look like here, this is good for Liquid as well as a learning experience. If teams are going to be trying to play this confident play style, get in your faces a little bit, you're not going to have that kind of run of the map. It's a good learning process for them. And for Koi, if they can keep it up, now that's where it gets exciting, right? It's, you know, one every couple of rounds, sure, you can get under the skin a bit. Now, if there's some real depth to it, that's where I'm paying a little bit more mind. That's when I'm a bit more locked in, because it doesn't look bad. I don't like, you know, I don't dislike too much of it, but I need to see consistency now. They've broken the buy from Liquid. Can they find stability? Can they exploit this composition, these role swaps? Let's see. To the races now. Liquid back to this B approach here, and they will just find Monster, and it's, well, it's Camo taking a walk, and for Monster, You don't want to really go down, take too many risks here. You might have to give up the site, but a lot of teammates on the way and a lot of weaponry to support.
They bypass some of the util as well with an open plant alongside site here. TP from Baddy to reposition. What, 2 ghosts and a sheriff for Liquid to try and make this work. Nat's going forwards. Spammed out, actually.
Yeah, Kiko going to give it away as well with that shot from the sheriff, and now it looks like Koi going to be kind of bringing this one down. Trex last alive. It is clean stuff from Koi. Composure on the play back in, not letting them get up to any naughtiness or catching them out, and they will be taking the lead. 5-4, an in-zone flawless to do it as well. Koi tipping the scales in their favor.
Timeout coming ahead of this buy being on the cards now. Ultimates wires Camo 1 away from the knives once more. Paddy G trying to rally the troops a little bit.
Like that though, you know what I mean? You got
He always
on the
was
other
one of
side.
those players. Has that sort of character about him.
And again, Liquid are very calm, very collected. You can see that kind of, you know, quiet composure from the likes of Nats and co. But if you've got someone against you actually giving it, all these rounds mean the world to them. It does change that atmosphere. Now, can they keep it up? Buy back in play here for Liquid. Light in some areas though, some light shield's going to be on the cards.
As well, the position of this ult cycle really for Liquid. I said lockdowns here. Patty and Camo just missing one. It's lighting the tank and Spike considering exploring middle a little bit. 2 members of Liquid on the other side of this, but not noted here with the drone.
Poison orb emitting.
Expecting this aggression. Alarm bot immediately removed as well. No safety net for Koi in terms of mid control here.
Nice timing on this as well.
I mean, the lockdown will effectively mitigate this pit.
Yep.
Unless there's a pocket to play up that will keep it active for Monster. That's a deep lockdown, yeah.
Hunter's Fury though. And look at the
where it
position.
is, yeah.
Oh, that's so sick. That's really nice stuff. Tucking it in the bed. And now a couple problems.
30 seconds left.
That is time purchased.
Did he get back?
The pit, is it still good? I mean, it looks like it is. The tank, they're going to find Camo. No, it has indeed dropped at this point. Nat's now going to catch on the TP up. Baddy gone. Kiko locked in as well. We're down a flyer in the tank for Koi. Spike not planted though. Time, 13 seconds here. And Padatek,
10 seconds
what
left.
more can you do? I don't think you're going to be able to do much here, Koi, and all the commotion and pandemonium come out on top again.
I'm going to be honest, I thought the spike got planted, yeah.
Same, big same. And then I saw it on the floor. What happened?
What exactly happened there? Because, I mean, we were looking back towards under rafters. Lockdown comes through, pit drops. Spike's already up in nest.
Good.
I mean, did some util remove the wingman or something? That's what I didn't catch.
Sure. Any Noahs in chat?
Get out of my way!
But it's a great round for them to work from because it's once again put the money back
here
in the bin for Liquid, holding them down on 4.
Here.
And yeah, you can bank a little bit on Camo on that ult, but still, by all rights, this could be another.
Brazen approach to mid here, and that's just walking out, dealing with the alarm bot. Camo, I guess not confirmed just yet. He's dealt with the turret.
No charges left.
Now he's confirmed. The tank will fall, and actually an opportunity to turn on, but Flyer will find that headshot.
Poison orb emitting.
That got so sketchy, it felt like. Red's going to be invested too, keep that money up, keep those players up. Diminish any of these opportunities beckoning as 3 players try to slowly scale up towards 8. They can give up the plant, but it's the post plant that becomes problematic. Lockdown forcing the hand and forcing the fight. Good flash though.
Big respect shown to use the lockdown here. Maybe not a full grasp of the purchase. Trek's gonna give it up to maybe look for a kill, but doesn't find one.
Now we're down to Padatek and Kiko. You don't even have a chance. You already got the wall in. There's security here. Yeah, Kiko, you can put on a show. You can put on... It doesn't matter. Koi walking on the tightrope and keeping the scoreline so good for them. I'm impressed. I'm a little bit frustrated at some of the looks from Liquid, if I'm honest. I don't love the comp coming out from them. No charges being played. I think there's a little bit of a desk question marking towards it here. But credit I want to put towards Koi. That aggression's still in play. The pressure still in play. And Monster's having a great game. Flyers up there again. Batty G on the aggression. I'm liking what we're seeing.
Hattie going to have his ult going into the final round here. Trex 2 away from his as well, so potentially some tools to invest. It's Batty G now donning the operator. Slow down a little bit. Biglu has an op of his own as well. Did see him looking for the rifle, actually. It's up on rafted, so could be an awkward swap out.
Get out of there if he needs to. He has. Gonna get a catch, and it looks like Camo trying to close down, but in reality, just gonna be able to secure backside for a second. Taken away with Batty G and that operator up towards heaven. Little Aldron as well, tagged towards Palitech, gonna force him away. This is good. This could allow them to start working forward here. Liquid not wanting to completely fall off sight though. And somewhat from Maze, but that Dark gonna make their intentions known. Flash through for Trex finds very little still. Trex trying to poster up here, but he's already lost control. Maybe a miscommunication. They lost Maze, but they dig in deep enough. The post plant there for Liquid. The deeper layering, able to secure the round.
Switching sides.
7-5, all things considered. Liquid closing out with a consolation. Yeah, Movistar Koi, I guess here on Icebox feeling much more comfortable in terms of their approach to the first half here. See if that does continue into the second.
One enemy remaining.
As you can see, 7-5 here, but we did have a couple of question marks from that first half here, but overall Koi coming away with that lead at 7-5 over Liquid. Still not certain about this comp here for Liquid, but maybe we get to see a bit more of that validity as we switch into this second half.
We're going to have a chance at one of the question marks we did have. What exactly went wrong here?
30 seconds left.
Climbing up on the box. Here
Spike down.
Who
just
spams
gets
it? Oh!
all the way.
Batty G.
Batty G catches
Brilliant.
just a glimpse.
That's fantastic.
Unfortunately, obviously from there, the round just kind of spiraled out of control for Liquid, unable to retrieve the spike. So the window created off the lockdown to remove the pit, but the flood comes through quick enough from Koi.
I do like that. Had to have a little look back on those moments. Quite hard to see it in all the chaos, but good stuff there. And very heads up from Batty G to be aware of it. Again, you know, Wingman being dealt with and just trying to play peak on his own, make it up towards that summit. Doesn't get to have fun. So we go back in, Frenzy back out for Trex, who's having a rough performance. 1-11, not looking that comfortable yet on this KO. I don't know if the defending half will make it much different. Maybe a couple of those flashes from backside could be pushing it forward, but we aggress as Batty G off to the races and instantly gonna find Palitech. That was so pacey. And now they look to just speed up.
Pressure through mid. Trex actually does find Monster. 22 HP though. Gonna try and flash himself out.
Spike planted.
Gonna double dip here. Definitely doesn't want to back away even with the HP bar.
Last player standing.
Kills going in favor of Liquid. Actually, Tank finally finds a response. Camo to shut it down.
Yeah, nice work in the end from the rest of the team coming through. I thought that tempo coming out from Batty G was just going to be enough to get amongst them. Here we go, we can have a little look back. Look how quickly he's there. 128, I think it was. He's right
double
amongst
TP.
them. Must have been. Must have been. Make it that fast. But still, great recovery. Kiko coming in, catching those two. Just enough to keep that scoreline within touching distance now. 7-6, a likely conversion here. How we look now. There we go. Bring himself on top of this, and this is the look back. I'm pretty sure this was the start of it at the very least, but yeah, just instantly up through middle. But again, let's see how this one goes down. Any plans in mind for Koi here? They've been pretty aggressive, very assertive, even with just the classics, but this is tough.
The Flyer classic alarm sounding.
Camo.
Clean on the first two.
Well, look, we had Comeback playing today. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see more of him on the Outlaw. He was one of the players that made it look so good in that Tier 2 when he was running around here, but now, obviously firmly within Tier 1. Quite shot it down. Camo, it's like a gut punch during that thing.
One enemy
And now
remaining.
just fly up. And once again, that's just keeping this clean with an end zone for us. We are tied up at 7 apiece.
I guess just to come back to a point made in the first half, obviously with the KO and the Gecko, the timing's a little awkward potentially for Camo on the attack. Now Liquid, I guess, have the advantage to kind of dictate the pace on some of these set pieces if Camo wants to get a little more aggressive. Certainly got my eyes on that. See here, like Camo looking to a similar position once more.
Revealing area.
Well, at least set up the probe outside A. Looking to trap this orb, but maybe to receive on the other side. All committed though from Koi, so surprised to see Nats completely bail on this. Contact's going to come early enough from Camo, so there should be time, but a little bizarre.
How do they remove him? Okay, well that's how I guess you soak the hit and then you manage to hit the headshot yourself. Fair play. Flyer going to get put down though, so it does leave them at this 4v4. The back line somewhat now controlled. High flash allowed for the swing to check behind it too, just seeing that on the minimap coming out from Trex. Now the plant's going to be in though. Well, I say that. Plant should be in, but Nats patrolling. Outdone here. With slightly better weapons, going to find their position to do well, but it's still a 3v3.
Deep
Trex
plant here.
has the Phantom 2, so a bit more to play into with it.
10 seconds away from the heal, so try and buy some time. Got a ton of pressure towards Snowman here though. G down to 35 as well. Actually, Kiko, what a wild swing onto the wall.
I mean, I guess it allows Trex then to play into it, but Palitek needs to find his and he can't. Trex does it all though. Quietly building up after a very lackluster first half here, looking much, much better.
Certainly want to see that from his perspective. Picking up the last three here. Beautiful open onto Camo. That's unlucky not to find this, but commit to that spray potentially. Actually, so yeah, the sightline's just nice! Chopped up perfectly for Trex.
Oh! Nice Nikita, he's back.
First half, but
Nikita
back. Crucial. 3K to convert a third here in the second for Liquid.
Bit of a purchase coming out for Koi. Not dipping too far into the coffers, but still just down towards those sheriffs. Stinger for the tank. Look at this passive setup here. Back to Kiko. We're going to have Nats on the utility investment. Kiko doesn't even need that much help yet. The only damage he's receiving is because he's just snapping his own ankles.
Ooh.
But Batty G runs him down. Rez comes in. Trex has fallen suddenly. What is going on? They've taken the perfect fight and Nats, overwhelmed, put himself in an unfavorable spot near on. Palitek and Camo It's a long road back now, a 2v4.
Still one player up towards rafters as well. Keep your eyes on Batty G.
Here.
Potentially shut down Pad Stick on the way out here once the smoke drops, and he absolutely does.
Oh, you love to see it. This team looks so nasty with just pistols. Just give them a classic. Give them a sheriff. There's something about it, keeping it now at 8 apiece.
The issue being now, even with the bonus converted, it's only Trex to survive, so fun's not necessarily flush for Liquid just yet. I mean, Camo's early progress will give them a Blade Storm. Just about muster a purchase together. Camo, what did he go with things that's the end here, but
This is gonna be
the
fun.
tank to shut down any hope of recovery.
What's this?
No command here as well for Trex, so. Actually, yeah, but baiting it away from that. No, it didn't. It didn't.
Tried to turn, but I think even with his own utility, kept himself a little bit hidden here. Oh no, they saw
cleared,
it. They were very aware of this, it felt like. Oh no, doing the homework oh so well. And a very swift shot from Flyer there. Kiko and Padatek. I mean, that's a nice little start for Kiko, but he couldn't quite shut down on the shot there fast enough. And now Padatek's got his work cut out. Full util, but no real easy start to this. Wall still in. Awful angle to play up against. Nice on the first, but good trade there from Flyer. Lovely work. Look, Koi, they're a gritty team, Mike. They're digging into this one.
They are with the purchase. It almost sends Liquid back to the Stone Ages. Got to muster something together.
Take it now.
Beautiful shot. Flyer there.
Coaching staff don't like that one. Instant timeout now, knowing that the financial situation is going to be brought in as well.
Yeah, and whether or not there's any notable mistakes to really discuss here or to take stock of their approach overall to the defense, but boy, I mean, the resilience is there, absolutely. You cannot doubt that.
And I do want to highlight as well, Flyer, there was a couple of question marks about his, I guess, sticking with the team and staying in this roster and compared to some of the other changes that were made, but he is having a fantastic start here. I don't want to over-deliver and say, he's going to have a great run, this, brilliant split coming in, but by all rights, he looks sharp today. If this is the level he's going to bring out for the rest of this, I can't wait to see it. Flyer's looking very, very good here, and he received a lot of criticism. So I want to see if that continues, if he can keep this level up.
I think as well the expectations coming into EMEA in general for Flyer were actually quite high.
Yes.
Certainly probably seeing him a little closer to where we would have placed him. Here with a rejuvenated team. Could be the catalyst for him to start delivering on a weekly basis. Yeah. One round to the good here on Icebox. Said still a purchase here for Liquid. Shutting them down. All of that. It's not pretty.
No. Kiko does at least have a Vandal, but that's about it, right? Small takeaway. We're going for a Wander mid, are we? Koi come up with the maddest stuff on the back of the timeout, trying to get a little bit weird, trying to get in their face, and I don't mind it. It's generally a really good idea. Completely turn the script. And how often do we talk about how badly it goes when we try and split through A using middle, but this time, going for the brawl, completely nullifying what Liquid were maybe trying to consider. They'll take the tour, get that old orb as well. Plant now coming in, really strengthening the likelihood. That's going to be found. It is lovely, great call into that one after the timeout here. Maybe shaking Liquid a little bit further than they'd like.
Yeah, really good read and crucial kill being Kiko in the back lines here. Shut down, can't get anything going.
I have one enemy.
It's another unfortunate Spectre moment for Nax. Liquid come back in. Operator in hand for Camo, so
Keep up.
to slow things down a little bit early on. Lockdown still here, no command still.
Alarm bot down.
Back pocket. Well, actually, look at the ult cycle for Star Coin. It's looking really healthy. Just 2 more orbs will be the pit and the res for Filu.
Placing swarm grenade.
sent through to deal with the turret. Operator now noted. Actually just
that little
decapitates Camo.
That's so nasty. Oh, I love that. I could watch that all day long, but still, they still got to get that plant down and secure the site, because Nats is pretty close by. Buildup now gives away the game, but they seem unaware. Nats gets away with it, gonna find one, but can't get the follow-up. Koi delivering on the site, trying to carve out some security. Maybe a little bit of worry still about that lockdown here, but unlikely at this point now.
So proactive. Again, the sort of play you'd expect after the plant comes through, but it's just to secure. Beautiful stuff from Koi. Liquid. Patstek and Kiko. Try and recover. Two very squishy members of Koi though. And there's the first. Tag down, but Monster finds a response.
So what a try, but trying is not enough. We're at 11 now. And that confidence has to be building. What I'm seeing from Flyer is nuts, Mike. I mean, that little crouch peek into it.
That is bold, yeah.
Down. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, you love to see it. And the ult's coming in as well now. Almost going to have that full hand, right? Only missing Baddy G's, which, you know, take it or leave it. You got the big boys now. Same to be said on the other side for Liquid, but that purchase is not good. We've got Light Shields, we've got Guardians, we've got Bulldogs. Koi have drawn blood here, and they go for the kill.
Space created here towards B main, but all a pump of a fake, to be honest. Camo will actually figure it out early on. Well, I say figure it out, at least note presence here. Will draw Trex back this direction. The swing comes through. Patstek good for two, actually. Camo remove once more. Luckily able to slow things down on the way in. Chance for Liquid to stabilize now with a second member in the form of Trex. Further info. Playing into Liquid's hands now.
Placing swarm grenade.
Shot down.
What's the game plan? Here in a 3v4.
Scanning ahead.
I'm going to try and imply presence over towards B.
30 seconds left.
Interested, but they can play the numbers game.
Cover going
Make
out.
this one work now. Climactic still primed on the site. Ready for this. Ready for this, yeah. Not too much of a problem for Climactic there. And now with the time running low, Baddy G, are you serious? Gets away with it. Nats wanted to deny that plant, but the plant is in. He can't get away. And now down to just Flyer, but this guy has been good. And now he's good enough, at least for the follow-up. Kiko, the security in the end to keep Liquid alive.
Down thrown in just in case. Again, you almost hope that they could stack up and play a trade here. Maybe Nat's just on a different tempo in terms of his positioning, feeling like he was under threat here. 9 on the board, no stability in terms of the purchase just yet for Liquid. Ult's looking healthy though.
Last player standing.
Certainly is. Timeout now for Koi as well. If you've got a little bit of a set play to bring in, this is the one for it. You can't let Liquid walk through that little bit of a gap that you leave open. Plenty of pedigree there to take them through it if they need to. But for now, how much homework have Koi done here? Do they have a little bit of a play in mind? Good money, for the most part. Ults are plenty. And look at those 3 heavy hitters. You can't see the scoreboard, but the man on the screen is one of them. 21-12, Baddy G. Looking fantastic. Flyer, 22-12. Monster, 20-13. It's Natank and Filu, they're a little bit lower down. Not even into the double digits, but those 3 are the big boys on the server so far. Really, we've seen aggression coming out from Koi. We've seen plenty of different looks.
I mean, which has looked fantastic for them tonight.
Recalling my body.
Really hoping to continue with that sort of pace to their gameplay. Said a full house in terms of the ults here. teed up to potentially to force a third.
People want.
I'm here for it.
See this level coming out from Flyer. I'm all aboard. Here we go though. What's the game plan? A little bit creative to say the least, right through middle. I've never seen teams go through this mid split so often, and it's kind of working out.
Man.
Yeah, and it's weirdly working, which is worrying to an extent, but Nat's gonna pop the ult here. Doesn't like it. Does not like what he's seeing. Now how did Koi pivot from this?
See Trex and Camo's position. They're gonna swing out of this. They are.
Oh, Kiko. I don't know if one's going to really be enough, but I guess information is also the name of the game. I'm feeling a little bit lost here. TP taken, Batty G. Getting back with the boys over towards B long.
Poison's off.
The ult on top, trying to clear back through middle, clear out kitchen, make sure that is actually now free of player, but you're going to see what Monster's up to. I quite like this idea. Have they considered that this could still be happening? They are. On the other side, Paditech checking for it. Timing is everything. It's Monster to win that one out. And now there's a backline issue here. Do they try and play it forward? Do they have to ignore the problem building behind them? As 12 looking more and more likely. The flash is going to blind one, forcing them away, allowing Camo to close it down. Nats joining in as well. But it's a 2v2 and they know one of the players was on the back lines, but the defuse is already started and it ain't stopping. You got to deal with it. Drex now in the 1v1 up against Monster, who was that mid player. The reposition there. And Koi pushing up to 12.
And closer to forcing Lotus. Really finding their stride here on Icebox. Liquid struggling to deal with it. You can see still trying to be decisive and take action in some of these rounds, but execution just slipping through their fingers. Going hunting once more. Obviously, it's a broken purchase here, just out of vision, but Filu will find it. Catches a glimpse of his shoulder.
Okay.
Big win from Trex, though.
Yeah, it ain't over yet. That's a tag, though. But Camo not been cleared, still does damage. Liquid clinging on for dear life. Pouring into this round. The tank, though, takes away one, but it's not enough. There's still life in them yet. Flyer in a 1v3 to close it here and now, but Liquid showing that resolve.
I have the spike.
Quick grab of the spike. Flyer looking to try back away. He can't do it. Double digits now made for Liquid.
Upgrades will be found. Chance to maybe catch a breath here. Will force a timeout from Koi. He may be feeling a little tense in the comms. But this kill from Camo comes through at the last possible second he had to play up there.
Remaining.
Ton of pressure. Through main, that actually onto pipes as well. I think 2 players from Koi stacked up there ready for the trade. Lots to consider for Liquid as well during this timeout. They're not able to best any ultimates off rip here. Closest being the knives once more for Camo.
How far away is he? On off?
Yeah, just one away, but again, when you're up against the ropes, really, it's you almost start it in the round, you get it.
The other side, they still have that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're still stacked.
Lockdown and res.
I mean, the tank and Monster can basically just clear through a site here, give them a really comfy post plant. Well, not Liquid are going to read into that and continue to maybe posture up a little bit.
Placing sentry.
Okay. How does Liquid read this one?
Time for a
scaling
shield.
ability with Koi
Placing swarm grenade.
is a little bit scary now. They're going to show early presence, but not too much. You've got Camo pushed up a bit deeper. And awareness shown from Koi, caution. A little bit of a tempo change, to say the very least, slower on the approach. They've got to clear this. Be a flash ready from Trex. Gives Camo the deeper look. Not going to see anything here. Almost need to draw some eyes towards B with some intent if this is the end goal, which Monster is doing wonderfully. Absolutely through the legs of Nats there. Not much to be done for him. Completely outplayed on it. Brilliant work, and now that slow creep up here. This is looking quite masterful so far from Koi. As Liquid, I think the penny might have dropped there. Not sure why. I'm not sure what gave it away.
Because no commitment on the other side from Koi, so really for anything for Liquid to sink their teeth into on A site. Luckily didn't retreat all the way, so rough timing here for Kiko though, because he's drifting onto yellow. Potentially a flash set up here from Trex.
Okay. 30 seconds left. Turn. Kiko position noted. Flash now in. Swing not on the corner. He's a little bit late to the corner. He can't use it.
Now he's stuck.
Yeah, now he's dead. The tank there, the timing just right for Koi, and a little bit of a misstep because of that dart almost denying this. And now Trex desperate to try and deny, and he can't. Plants in place. Lockdown. Viper Spit. Everything thrown into this. Well, I might even see a kitchen sink up there, but Camo and Palitek, a 2v5. Res still, if needed for Filu. Camo gonna deny one, and that is gonna be the knives coming out here, but that Viper Spit gonna make it very difficult. And he knows it, spammed out, handled. This is a dream for Koi, taking us to a third, making Liquid look out of sorts.
Beautiful recovery here in the second half, looking so composed. Liquid looking a little rattled. Very impressed from movie star Koi so far. Badiji in particular here dominating the opening engagements, but we will head to Lotus after the break.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Vans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노리는 것들이 꼴 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로만 소림없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
What a response from Koi. They managed to take Icebox, and we have some very excited. I don't want to intro Buddy G. Let's just let us roll out. This is the Buddy G we expected to see, right? Full of life, giving it a little bit. He was telling him to sit down at one point as well, but a fantastic performance there from Koi. However, kind of want to feel like there was maybe an easier route with this comp in terms of the allocations of agents with their players.
Yeah, so we're talking about, it's interesting that they went for Buddy G on smokes and then Monster Viper, like how Monster could have been the Killjoy maybe. The tank could have been the Sage, but honestly, I think Buddy G on the Omen was actually good in the end. Like, he was taking those aggressive plays, getting those picks. Of course, like, he's not as comfortable opping, and Philo looked a little bit weird with the op on the Sage, but if Buddy G's playing as well as that, keep him on the Omen.
But I think that you're kind of sacrificing the comfort of Nathan could have easily played the Sage in his sleep, you know? I think it's less about Buddy, but maybe more about the others.
How would you envision that working?
I don't know how you feel, Billy, if you're with me on this one. I would put Filu Omen, Buddy Viper, Monster Killjoy, and the tank Sage.
I think that makes sense for what we know these players as usually playing. In terms of like comfort picks and comfort roles, but I think they showed us exactly why this is a new era of Koi. And I think that the fact that they were able to come out and show such dominance, I know it got a little bit tight towards the end. I think that, yeah, like the creativity that we're having, I think the fact that they were able to prove that they could play this composition is really, really nice. I mean, it is pretty standard composition, as we know. But yeah, I think in terms of creativity, they looked really good. I'm thinking back to like the amount of thrifties that they were able to get as well. I know that's outside of the composition, but yeah, they were just able to innovate throughout the map, I feel.
How about the other side? Because again, they have run this comp before, but it was very different roles.
Well, they're not running the Sage, so that means they lose.
Okay.
That's the summary.
Yeah, that's
me.
already.
But yeah, Trex not playing Sova again. We've hyped him up as this world-class recon player, and for 2 maps in a row, he's playing not a recon, and he's not looked good.
Yeah, and the last time we saw him on KO, it was Vitality, and it was Icebox again, and they didn't go super well either. And I think maybe our concerns lie in the fact that there is a world where Paddy could play KO and maybe put Trex on the Gecko.
It does feel a little bit weird, and that's what I was kind of like looking at when we went into that agent select is why is Patty playing the Gecko? Why is Trex on the KO? I mean, Trex was having a really, really rough start to that map, especially when we look at the first half. I think he finished like 1-11. Like, it really wasn't looking great for him. We've seen times where he ended up flashing Camo when Camo was trying to entry. So a couple of oopsies here and there, but then there was a couple of oopsies on Movistar Koi's side as well that we were kind of discussing. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still unsure about the reasons behind why the players are all on different things from what we maybe envisioned.
Yeah, I mean, we're not coaches, you know? What do we know?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know anything. You're not a coach anymore, Minnie. You're one of us. But what we can talk about with absolute certainty is just the flylights that we saw. We love a frag in IGL, and we love, I think, this loose and relaxed version of Flyer.
Yeah, it seems like the vibes in the team, the having fun, seems to have been unleashing Flyo. Like, this year, he's been not amazing statistically, having a rough time in the IGL spot, but he's looking like their best player today. Like, it's crazy.
He's looking consistent, and that's the main thing as well. And I think that this is an IGL that has been maybe overlooked, I guess, because of the results that Koi have been having. So it's really nice to see him coming into this stage with a fresh mindset, a fresh roster, and is, yeah, like you say, leading from the front.
This is insane stats, by the way, even for a frag in IGL, because let's not forget, he's playing against Nats. He's playing against the frag in IGL of all frag in IGL, so I think we have to give him his flowers. The question is, how much steam do Koi have in the series? Because for Liquid, they're kind of used to this, you know, where there's been days where I've not gone home until like 1 AM because Liquid are playing map 3 into an overtime. They know what it's like to play deep in a series, to draw it out and so on and so forth. But what about the side of Koi? Can they keep up with this kind of stamina?
It's possible. The vibes are there. I think it is possible. I think on the Team Liquid side, they're going to probably brush it off a little bit. It'd be like, it's Icebox, not a map we're super comfortable with. We're going to have to go back and watch. So I do expect Team Liquid to actually come back out here.
Yeah? I mean, it is going to be Lotus, and it's been a little bit all over the shop here for Liquid. And if Paddy locks in Phoenix, I am going to be so happy. Because for those of you that do not know Paddy, he was... Oh my god, for a second I thought he locked it in. He was the Phoenix player at one point of our region. But on the other side of this, Natank. Yeah. Natank. With the wall.
With the wall.
Not on a wall, but there is a wall.
On a wall, yeah. I mean, when I was thinking about what Koi are going to play on Lotus, I was a little bit, you know, I was considering, do they go back to that Vise Cypher ideology that they tried initially on this map? It does look as though they're wanting to keep that Vise in play, which I do like. However, they opted for the double smokes, which, again, we've seen how amazing Baddy G just looked on that Omen and Icebox. I'm still really cautious at the fact that Team Liquid haven't fully locked in.
But Team Liquid are running with the double duelist, looking like that kind of Paper X style of composition. And I got to point out, Trek's finally playing the recon, so no excuses now. He's on his comfort role, needing to prove why I was bigging him up, why we're bigging him up on the desk. This is the map for it for him.
This is what you wanted to see, right? And of course, without Stereo on the team, Nat is hovering Vice. I'm really interested to see if we're gonna get this Vice.
Yeah, he's not playing the Cypher, he's actually playing the Vise. Okay, I can't wait to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this interaction between the double duelist and the Vice. So the Yoru baiting out the tank's wall and then just being able to explode anywhere they want to on the attack side for Liquid.
Do we have a preference here?
Preference?
Yeah.
I think the Koi comp is a bit more standard and safe. It really comes down to, on the Liquid side, how comfortable Kiko is playing Raze on this map specifically. He's played it on Split before and looked decent, but not that many reps.
I was about to say, I think Liquid will be fine. Like, we can't even worry about Kiko being a duelist considering how great he was last year. And I think, as you say, they have looked amazing on Split when they've played double duelist, so I expect the same here for Liquid.
This is the final map. We will get a winner by the end of this. I can't wait to find out who is going to be Pansy and Hypok. Any predictions?
Predictions, Michael. How are we feeling?
My prediction's out the window already.
I mean now.
Oh, now?
Now, yeah. Is that a little rain in it? Yeah. Sorry, I was going distracted by the little pictures. Way to champs, hold that sign.
Okay.
Yeah?
All the way to champs. I mean, yeah.
All the way. Prediction.
Pretty sure.
Say it. Say how you feel. Be bold.
I mean, in terms of momentum here, I don't feel like Koi are going to be coming into the third map feeling themselves. This, for me, would have been uncharted territory. Koi have really impressed me so far.
I mean, the mad thing is, right?
But just, again, just to stop you there, this could just now be Liquid going, okay, right.
Guys, game time.
Yeah.
Guys,
wake
no
up,
more,
guys.
Yeah. Silly comp, he didn't
again,
work well on
the
Icebox.
comfort factor.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see.
But as the Death said, right, this should be the best version you're going to see of Trex. Very, very solid for him. Overall, good comp as well for Liquid. I don't think it's a bad comp by any means. For Koi, it's all hard to clarify points in the tank. Oh, I thought he could have even had more there, but still, it's actually Filu chiming in, who has been quiet. If he has a performance, then suddenly it's game on. Nats and Trex, oh, it's not pretty. And that is gorgeous, though, from Koi. I said this was the team that didn't get a single win during kickoff, only one during stage one against Gentlemates. They'd been struggling. Now, can you imagine a world where we kick off here?
And that's just this year.
Exactly. If we kick off here and they're able to take a win over Liquid, now that would be unthinkable to most people. I saw the odds at the start of the day, and I don't blame you. We're going off of previous results, an unknown sort of roster mix-up here. But if they can come out swinging, Mike, we're in for a damn good day. One enemy remaining. Already, you can see really high tempo, confidence there. Liquid have to really remind them who they are. Irrelevant.
I was going to say the reveal pings through, but it's Nats to actually get punished here. Just shouldering Flyer here. Second set of hands. Chance for Liquid to slip through anywhere early on. Camo going to deal with the wall now, but spammed on the way back through. Forced up the early angle here, and performance tonight, considering. Going to back away and respect this for the time being. That's just 11 HP though, going to make things even more problematic. Yeah, fly out. The pick up both skills here. Zone flawless here in round 2 for movie star Koi. Here in the background, Maddie G as well. A little more vocal.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Try again.
Find an answer here in round 3, Lauren.
Come on, bruv.
And this is, I guess, one of those things as well that I do want to keep an eye on is how well Trex is going to deal with this. It's not a good, you know, debut with Liquid so far. We know his caliber, we know his capability. You have to see that built throughout, but again, nice early fight here coming out from Koi to try and test over this side. It's gorgeous from Batty G. Brilliant from him, fought back by Trex. I call his name, and he is up for the fight. But left on 15 HP, it's brutal. The tank's still able to keep control on this map too. That beauty of Vice still very much in play. Just trying to keep himself central to the map here. Make Trex try and work for this.
Head towards the site here. Chance here to maybe bypass some of the util. And the tank will know, but Thorns don't catch. Very deep position here, could be teed up for it.
Oh, here of the plant. It just added that little seed of doubt, and the tank is so ready for it, denying the ace and denying Liquid's first round.
Bonus converted. Starkoi continuing to deliver here in the decider. Batty G going huge with the 3K. Beautiful response here from Trex. Make no mistake.
Yeah. And it's such a different pressure point for these teams, isn't it, Mike? If you're Koi, every round feels great. Every round feels better than the last. A map win here, taking it to a third. Looking solid from the start. Like what they're trying with Panatek, but it doesn't really matter when Batty G's just threading the needle anyway. He's still going to find his man. Takes away Trex instantly. Really happy to brawl on this side of the map. They are making a real go of it. Eco, nice shot there. God, honestly, he was on for that too. See you, Luke. Whoa!
He is on for it still.
A couple more of those, and we've suddenly got a real show. The tank sharp, though. Camo's got a winnable scenario to play with. This guy is good. Even in the losses, even in the struggles, Camo's been solid, but he can't deal with that much of an opposition from Batty G. 4-0. Mike.
Looking for an early timeout already. I hate to say it, but potential here to see another buy round come through, but really, really do want to see Liquid not allow this to spiral out of control. Go. Nice shots here.
Nice, got me, let's
really
go!
Amount to anything though. And yeah, actually just seeing it flag up, sorry. Liquid calling a timeout.
Flagging that one early, making sure this doesn't go too far, because look, we've talked about kind of the synergy, the comms, the kind of playing together here, and how well Trex will fit into this roster, and put into this position very early on is tough, right? This is a big testing point for them. Keep everyone on the same page. Good opportunity for Koi as well. They've got early ults to play with now. They can start dictating the pace for themselves too, which they have been from the very word go.
Yeah, like I said, it's been the same ethos across this entire series. Liquid able to control things on bind. Like I said, when the finances are problematic, you can't really justify this sort of play style, but able to carry that through to Icebox, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Also, demonstrating already here on Lotus in the opening 4 rounds. They're happy to continue. Ult starting to come online as well, and a tank 2 away. Belu just missing 3, but Flyer and Batty G is available here for round 5.
That timeout is really provided here. You already see the change up from Koi. 1-2-2 across. Big switch that device utility as well.
Maybe just just a little question mark really for Liquid to deal with coming out of the timeout.
Big utility commitment, and Panatek nearly caught. Punished with just that pain shell. Oh my god, this is so aggressive. I really like it. And there's zero hesitation to this. An isolated Panatek is vulnerable. He's already been punished on this one, but they did get the entry over towards C. So maybe this is their chance to go for it. But you can see the slow build does allow time for some rotations. The ult's ready for Camo though. He can hopefully give them access now.
Be fairly comfortable here. The flash deep here for Camo, but not going to commit on the back of things. Actually, fly up. Caught here just after the ult's invested.
Didn't know how many are on the site as well. Now, we still have a decent concept for it. You can see now the diligence that they try and approach it with, but counter roll coming in, and a lovely bit of timing on the swing off the back of the ult on the Prowler. Brilliantly handled there from Liquid. The tank quite far away. We already saw that switch up a few tilts, certainly not on that C site anymore. Position over towards Waterfall is given away. Splash, and it's all easy. Simple stuff in the end from Liquid there, after what was a bit dangerous with Panatek falling over towards B.
Absolutely. On the board at least now. In the discussion of ultimates. Nats have theirs available. Obviously, Trek's investing his to respond really to Flyer's investment. Coming out of the timeout now, they can string a few rounds together. And already the finances humbled slightly from movie star Koi. Still a purchase behind this, but the Bulldog in the hands of Flyer already. That'll be the showstopper for Filu though. Early rubble control.
Paddy G, this is a fake. Keep your eyes on where that spike is. Paddy G, I love this little bit of a step back from the smoke. Oh, it's just brilliant from Paddy G. Does eventually trade his life for it, but that's telling. That's enough scene.
Probably though. Rotation's going to come through early enough that Hiko's not really got anywhere to path into. Require an engagement here, and as the wall drops, that's actually caught. Filu with 2 huge kills here. Puts Camo in the clutch.
Yeah, good luck, Camo. You're good. Put a 3-man stack on stairs. Don't fancy the odds. Have to say again, love Badiji's position on that. Just a little step away from the smoke. Expecting maybe them to kind of face check it as well. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. For Camo, it feels like a full-gone conclusion here, just a formality really to wrap up, but glance, 30 seconds
30
to
seconds
pretty
left.
much wait through at this point. I'm so impressed with this look from Koi. The danger.
And the commitment to it
as
well.
Yes, and the difference a bit of confidence can make here. Again, this team was struggling for wins. Even map wins at points. They were not in a position to be threatening someone like Liquid last time around. Not during kickoff, not during that first stage. This is a very different looking side. Rebuilt, what feels like from the bottom up almost. And now, seeing the fruits of that labor. The time now dwindling away. As said, a formality in the end. Camo, let's try and keep hold of that rifle. And I think he'll be given at least that small gift. At 5-1 though. See that silence starting to be a little bit deafening on that Liquid side.
And it's also funny to just see Baddy G, I guess, after all but deciding this round, to be honest with you. Sat there on the player cam, he's just
do the
staring
things that we are
across the
being told
stage.
to do, and we're gonna be fine.
Yeah, but that sounds worrying, doesn't it?
Nice,
He's
nice try,
give it
guys!
as well. I said the whole time he's dead there, he's sat just staring at the Liquid players.
Brilliant.
And yeah, I'd hate to think that actually on the side of Liquid, you know, coming into today, there was any element of complacency.
Go get him.
In that regard. Certainly being punished for it now. 5-1 on the decider. Proactive once more. It's actually Flyer to find that kill. Door opens over in a tank. Find Camo.
No rest in this game. Nats has done well to try and equal this out to a 3v3. The tank still has his ult. He's still primed with the paranoia and his TP if it gets to that effect. All there. G trying to find a way to get around it. He's got a deeper angle to look through. And kind of keep these two players closer towards that B and C side. Flash confirming there's still attendance on C, but we can see it maybe not really a misread, but at this point, G surely dead. Yeah, absolutely is. Could have paused there. You see that want for information just too great.
Maybe reading into some of these scenarios now, and actually almost now playing into it a little further.
Nice.
With Kiko's forward position on the C site. A rotation coming through. Darkboy gonna probably figure things out.
10 seconds left.
Almost unfortunate. Imagining maybe that TP was a little bit further. Well, if they were further away, not able to hear G there, that could have been a different outcome, but...
I mean, a kill and the tank could throw his ult in here.
Good.
We'll see there's a deeper position to invest it from potentially on the retake, but...
Poison's off.
Not going to feel good throwing it in blind.
Need something. At this point, it almost feels like it would be a fumble to go for, but Trex is cleared quickly, but Kiko, fast in position, has that pain shell ready to go if needed. Oh my god, the attack, what a shot! Pacey, time, Kiko! Ball under pressure in the end, but that got way too close.
The tank just showed his head. At the top of sight here, Kiko maybe not catching it. The demise of his teammate. Weird exchange back and forth here at the start of the round. And that's when Liquid trying to get a good grip on what's going on. Find them their second.
Not ready yet.
Scatter. Early presence noted here. Patstek sticks the TP off rip.
Similar scenes though. Again, G taking that space over towards A. You're looking at kind of what can Patstek do, but Monster super aware, right on the corner. Denied Patstek. The cross going to come in and the crunch towards B. In effect though, Kiko fights through. This is still game on here. Deep Prowler aware that someone would have wanted to take that space, but for Koi, they've got a long way back now. They've got to kind of peel away from those extremities. There is a Steel Garden though coming in that we were expecting. Not make much of it yet.
And they run the clock out actually on this Kiko. Still armed and dangerous. Will find his third.
Spy, Camo, surely you want to check on it. He does! Does so well on the one. I thought he could have adjusted for the second, but no. Trex in the end secures the safety for Liquid. It looks like a nice idea here from Liquid. Yeah, B crunch working.
Yeah, the rough spacing potentially, or coverage on the B site here, because the CP is really rough for the B player to deal with. I mean, look what Monster turns his back into. There's 4 members of Liquid already. Just getting a slice to play from here.
I say as well for Koi, the coaching staff not letting anything fall too far away, right?
Let's go! Okay,
2 rounds, consecutive. Money now in a bit of a predicament.
Good job.
They've instantly pumped the brakes here, not going to let this one spiral if they can. Maybe want to see some layering to this now. Maybe G kind of taking that space consistently over towards that A-side lobby, opening up that potential towards B quickly. A couple of things that maybe Liquid is starting to read into, right? This is a high-caliber team that should be able to kind of learn on the fly. Great in-game leadership, arguably some of the best there is, notorious on Liquid's side. So I do want to see what now Koi come up with as their reaction to this. Okay, still feeling good, still feeling confident. Babyface assassin over there. Looking like still very much locked in. So I do want to see that versatility here. Because again, for Koi, we know they're still in the early building blocks. So what do they have to go to?
Yeah, and I guess it's funny because that's almost not the questions I'm asking of Koi today.
I know.
I almost want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes in terms of exploring this sort of this sort of approach to certainly this matchup versus Liquid. Everything you've just said valid for the rest of the stage, but for me, day one coming out and seeing this sort of play style is really exciting. Again, maybe scoreline bias a little bit, but like I said, coming in today, Movistar Koi still be very happy with what they've been able to achieve, regardless of outcome here on the third map.
I'm absolutely with you. Steady progress over towards the A side, building through past rubble. It's quite really wanting to overly bite on it just in case, but at this point, Flyer does need support here. Let's have a player on the side with him. For Liquid, that's it. Cautious steps being made. Worried about the stack, worried about too many players in too many positions, and that is a Prowler not finding someone. Flyer played it, does well, got his one. Can't really ask much more in these sort of rounds here. Filu going to be able to dip away from that, non-affected. But now you can see that pour on of utility, making it very hard to handle. Filu's still getting one. That is outrageous, considering the util that was invested just to clear that spot. Bringing this to a 3v3, it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's point now where actually you're a little concerned because Liquid don't have many options in the post. An ultimate available here for Trex. Almost don't want to see that invested.
Matty G just didn't expect that re-aggress out of tree almost. He kind of had that space earlier on. That flash. Oh, it's nasty.
One enemy
So
remaining.
that shot with the classic. It's still a 1v2. The tank, I keep doubting him and they keep doing things that I don't expect, but the time is maybe the defining factor here. Vandal collected might be the best thing that the tank can really get away with. Oh my god. It's a damn good try here. Gonna make him fight for their way out. It's lovely. Yeah, Trex is going to get away, but they've still done so well.
Absolutely. Look at the funds available for Liquid behind this. 650, 300 nats at 1600, but that's a ton of damage done in terms of the bigger picture and the economy going forwards. That was the third in a row for Liquid. Really, these are the sorts of rounds that they can secure a lead and I guess exacerbate the situation for your opponents. Byproduct of that, Camo bringing just a Guardian here. Showstopper available. Didn't even get the Guardian going.
Okay, gonna try and dip over the util, find a bit of space to work, and Kiko demanding respect and getting it. See what ult's ready with Flyer. A quick note of presence, but does Kiko try and play it forward? He is going to be marked here. There's still a Prowler, I believe, to play in on this. Yep. Does actually go. No, it took a
Where's it
weird route
going?
to it. Yeah, I think it got a little confused itself here. Rex as well going to have his Nightfall if needed. But a 5v4. Look at Nats going all the way around the wall. The wall's still here though, so.
Yeah, it's going to be revealed. Unless the tank falls here.
Face your fear!
Oh my god, the timing. It's just...
Nobody else here on the other side for Koi, but
it then just feels like everything's coming from this side. You can create these crossfires. You can work from this Kiko, given a corner to play from. Nice use of that low ground, though, for the double swing. Nats' position unconsidered because the timing on that kill. But Trex left in the 1v1. He's up for it this time. Well handled, but another tall task to overcome here. Liquid being forced to really fight.
yeah. Forced to dig deep to find a 5-5 scoreline here. Four without an answer from Koi. Conversion here after conceding the opener.
One enemy remains. Player standing.
Still see a purchase.
Nice! Good job, boys.
In response here from Movistar Koi.
Not ready
Some
yet.
gaps in the purchase for Liquid as well. But face change here. Kiko almost catching the tank.
Yeah, look at the way to try and target him there. Gonna be difficult to shut down on him though. Still got that util, still got that wall. And have one player across, maybe even two. Camo now does have some help. That's lovely. Good trade from Baddy G, who feels like he's just about everywhere. He's trying to get away. He's at least going to be caught by the ult coming out from Nats. So sight secured for Liquid, at least for now.
Yeah, heavy utility. Navigate their way past. Slow popped early here.
Spike planted.
Open plant for Mound. We will retreat back out of sight. Showstopper invested here from Fila. Will catch actually. Kiko falls.
Yeah, the little bit of synergy there working well, but the final three are hard to move, right? This is difficult. I don't know if that's going to make much of a difference here at this point because Filu's already going to find Paddy Tech. Flyer on the follow-up, and now it's just on Nats. The Viper's been completely removing vision. He's got to get a move on here. And so do they if they want the defuse to be started, but Nat's going to make a go of this one. Oh, he's making a damn good go. Oh, it's brilliant from Nat.
Will know my name.
A Red Bull clutch. And the lead taken back at 6-5.
The leader standing up, delivering for Liquid here. Putting them one round to the good. In the final stretch of this first half. Monster's just desperate to find this kill.
Situation happened and Colin.
A rough loss here. Movie star Koi to swallow, but the purchase still scrappy. Rifles at least. Ultimates to rely on now for Koi. Camo, only one for Liquid.
Cutting through.
How it is employed here in the 12th.
Who's next?
He's set up here, so Camo out on a fact finder. Say a moment there where I thought he might try and commit towards that kill, but
I'm back.
Unconfirmed whereabouts of other players here. G gonna have his hands full. Spammed out, Patstek finds it.
Where's that Liquid come from? Just bullying their way towards the side. The paranoia sent towards Monster, going to force him off the corner. He's actually come out of it in time to maybe challenge, but they're down to 2. His life rather precious at this point. Liquid finding stability in these final couple of rounds.
30 seconds left.
Tank on the Guardian, Monsters from that Bulldog. Okay, good clear there, Camo. Taken away as the front line to this post plant.
More commitment really here from Liquid. We'll sit back on this. Spam coming through, but not finding anything just yet.
One enemy remains.
That comes through. Nats will find the first Trex to clean up here. 7-5 on the half. Liquid able to stabilize, Lauren.
Yeah, those 6 rounds, right? Round 7 onwards, they suddenly found what they needed. It felt like it was a drought. I was wonderfully impressed with this turnaround, but let's see if it continues in the second half, or a coin not out of it yet.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, 5-7 here. Koi, brilliant start. But that pedigree kicked in for Liquid. It suddenly became an all too simple affair, it felt like, on that 7th round, Mike. And then we saw clutches from Nats coming in. We saw Kiko looking sharp. Everything's starting to look better. Trex having big impact. Things changed. Now, will this go down as one of those games you remember as just a close game that Koi got, you know, a little bit under the skin of Liquid, or is there still something to be said here about this?
Chance here maybe with the half switch. Koi to set the tone once more in this series, as we've seen them do successfully a few times. And stacked up approach here towards C. Nats. They're going to be tested off rip here.
One man through so far. The rest soon to follow. Till go down G. I mean, that
Surely they
seems
clear
like
him.
he's
Surely
got
they clear
this.
him.
Oh, Nat gets away with daylight robbery. Charging forward. He's got no bullets though. Knife in hand. Trying to do what he can, but Koi punching right back.
Could be the demise for Liquid in that regard, but Camo multiplier, Patitech a follow-up as well. Monster, last man standing! Finds his third in a Red Bull clutch. Knife weight not looking so slick with the outcome of that round.
Well, it ain't game over yet, is it? Look at this. You thought it was one and lost on this, didn't you? 2 quick kills. And then...
Here. What's that?
Standing.
What's that then?
One enemy remains.
So good as well.
Nice!
Means a lot to him. You can see it. It means a lot. It's a big opponent. I know we've got some big names here at EMEA. You've got your Fanatics, your Heretics, take it or leave, whichever results you want to look at. But Liquid's name is in that ring now. They are up there towards the very, very top end. As said, question marks how far they go in champs, rather than if they make it at all. The likes of Koi, who are struggling to do damage, this means everything.
Camo sniffed out. Only down to 22 HP now. Still deeper. Dug out Filu, dissecting this C-site hold. Find anything just yet. Fire. Follow through that as well. Consolation here for Trex. Nothing to find for Patitech. 4 left standing for Movie Star Koi, and probably the best start you'd want here to the second half to tie things up.
Well, it kind of takes the wind out of the sails, doesn't it? You look at Liquid in those last 6, gets that confidence back in, start feeling out the game a bit more, just doing what they were supposed to. The words we heard from Patitech during that first half. Now, though, quick reminder that Koi were under your skin. Making it difficult, this bonus lethal as well. That does seem like it could be a dangerous stat if you're a Liquid fan, but let's see. Do they have a plan in mind for Koi here?
Saw them convert the bonus in the first half, right? Here, Filu just one away from the showstopper, a big tool to bring into a round 3. Test onto the orb either, so Liquid be cognizant. This is now on the cards.
Bring them down.
Slow him down. I mean, confirmation here off the flash, but we're able to evacuate. I want to see that held a little longer, maybe, in the post here.
Nice, good stall and great spam. Very aware of those next steps that Liquid would have wanted to take. Good reaction, however, from Kiko, clearing backside. Trex gonna clear close, that's Monster gone. Batty G towards Tree, gets buried, and now you're down to the 2.
Last player standing.
Is actually pretty nasty, but probably the issue is the plant. Beautifully silent, but can't deny the defuse. Valiant attempt.
Waited as long as he possibly could on that first, but even catching the silent grab on the rope. Fortunately, with Liquid on the defuse so fast, unwinnable position for him.
One enemy remains.
Good recovery from Liquid. Like I said, in this scenario, all things considered, stop this snowball early on from Movie Star Koi. Right back on the purchase though, and Nats and Trex down on Guardians.
Good bonus round overall, right? If we look at it traditionally, I know statistically they swing pretty high in them, but Camo, this side of the map as well, over towards C. My ult is ready, maybe catch one a little bit closer, but we are going to have Flyer's ult ready to go here. Still have to get past that wall. Cleared above a minute.
Still plenty of time to play with. exchange back and forth on rubble, not really favouring Movie Store and Koi either. Not necessarily many options for them to look into. Now you're a little worried, yeah, with the Clyde.
Okay.
Trigger on B.
And look at that, Trex stands his ground, takes away Philo and Flyer. As Kiko then fills the gap, his aim is crisp as hell. Beautiful between the two of them. They'll be happy with that one, as Koi not given many opportunities.
I said just so few options on the table there in the late round.
Down B.
Forced into a pretty rough situation.
One enemy
Did I
remaining.
blind you? My bad. I was trying to help Nikita.
Now here for Kiko and Trex. Kind of headliners from that previous. The attempt here very early. Flame over towards Rubble. As with 3 players committed. A lot of faith put in towards Nats, and I mean, I don't really blame you, it is Nats.
Yeah, rightfully so, yeah.
But for Koi, what's the plan now?
Coming through onto default here. Camo. Potentially try and punish somebody trying to bait this wall out, but smoke coverage good enough for the time being. Eyes trained towards this choke point though. Oh, he actually didn't catch the reveal, so chance to really dig his heels in here. TP's away.
Plays into the hands of Liquid here though. They were kind of mid-rotate.
Does.
Now they got 3 players. Now they got Kiko with the ult, and I don't think you're getting away from this. Kiko just trying to catch him. He does. No escape for Filu. Seems like it does get taken, but they've suffered casualties now. Camo trying to control that backside of CT. Wait for the cavalry to arrive as Natang trying to back away as well. It's getting messy here. Batty G still holding the angle. They're seized. They've been blinded, but they're still standing.
Oh no, it comes through Batsy. Koi have retreated back onto site. Flyer will find another one here. It's just Kiko and Trex left now. Wisely backing away from this engagement. Going to be 8 on the board here for Koi. Purchase will still be there for Liquid. Chance to maybe establish themselves once more. Second half, just 1 round separating them. Beautiful opener found here onto Nats as well. It looked like Koi were going to try and, I guess, catch a timing into the door, but a little bit of a
nice call, bro.
misdirection.
Vamos.
Vamos.
Okay.
Remember, everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Should have known.
Should have known. This was the plan all along.
Okay, what we got? What we got? Ooh, Camo being mega aggressive over towards Mound. We haven't really seen that. It's been mostly that priority towards Rubble, but it's a stark contrast when they're not out here, right? So you can kind of read into it a bit, but again, it is Nats on this side. All now over towards that main approach. Looks like Koi fancy going through towards tree and door.
Launching thorns.
And to send Thorns over the top here.
Activated.
Nats deals with them. Again, the solo anchor here, so I expect him to really get his toes ahead of this hit coming through. Flank coming through nice and early though for Liquid, so backline pressure and actually the tank isolated here.
Okay, you can see how closed in this site is starting to look. Filu wants to fight ahead of this. Durka causing panic while not even in the server. And Monster gonna find Panatech. Hold on, this is still lethal, and I don't know if I'd be more worried about them on pistols than not, but it's still just Batty G here. Good try. Oh! Down to the wire! There is the paint shell in the end to get them across the line, but that got dangerous.
The timing there.
Oh.
For it to expire and the Phantom be back online.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Double digits for Liquid, though. Still somehow Koi able to string together a purchase.
One enemy remaining.
Tank excluded. Even when he initially pulls it out there, it's still wrapped in thorns, but all under control.
All good. Okay. What we got here? Melodies are one away from monsters, one away from the tanks. A couple of those very much close by on the other side. You're looking at camos, really. The rest a little further off, barring Padatex, but still. Big stack here. From Liquid, that's the map, and it is the correct read. Oh my god, Padatex? How's he gone away with that? How the hell? How have they just suddenly gone away with this late take back towards Rubble, and then Nats gets caught on the retreat? This is a bizarre round.
Aztec trying to TP out, fails on the first, but we use the ult to get out of dodge. Still advantage here for Liquid in round 19. One that will break the bank, really, for Koi. Trax is going to have his hands full here. Overwhelmed, but Kiko here. The cleanup crew. The tank down to 14 HP. Has to try and get away, but can't navigate his way to safety. 11 on the board now for Liquid. Plenty of ultimates for Koi, but the purchase just out of reach.
Spike down A.
And look, when you're looking at someone like Kiko, this guy, 24 to 13, headliner by a long way as well here, leading the pack. And he's been brilliant. He's been getting you know,
he's really come into his own.
And yeah, he's kind of one of those kind of names that now should be added to the kind of big boy list, right? You're looking at those kind of duelists out there. And I think a lot of us will wait and see if there's consistency to it. Was it going to be something that can be kept up against all different levels?
Also, bear in mind as well, this is across a wide agent pool that I guess initially at face value, you never would have thought of.
Yeah, no,
Kiko first stepped onto this stage, I guess the tier 1 stage, and he's really turned his hand to everything that Liquid have asked of him.
He's done it in some style too. Wondrous player, deserves his flowers here. And when Liquid have needed a couple of kills, a couple of big impact ones, he's been right there beside it. But Koi, said, we asked that question again, is this going to be one of those games that we think, oh, it's actually not great after phrasing, but still, it's fine. All good.
That one.
One
away from
that's
ult.
excessive. Oh, why did you make it worse? But
So
still.
playing up close here, because reading the purchase well, maybe even reading the play well. I mean, Spike not committed. There's plenty of bodies for Kiko to find here.
That's one.
The rest of Koi are like, nope.
I think we'll go the other way.
Okay, who had the full shield? Yeah, Monster's still got a full shield, so
There.
if anything,
Off you go, Monster.
this could catch Kiko off guard.
Somebody out. Poison's off.
Different line now, a little bit deeper.
I have this
Doesn't feel good to go to B right now, does it?
No.
Doesn't feel like I want to do that. I'm trying to probably apply further presence here. And quietly build towards 8. Take a look to kind of that VC rotation. But there are players waiting and watching Camo. Does take a little bit of a TP back from the site. Filu gonna take the space that was granted. Still have that ult here. To clear through towards B and make you wonder, does he find his man? No! But Kiko gonna pull the trigger as well. He's gonna find it. All under pressure but finally handled, but the number's still not advantageous. Oh, but Filu, lovely positioning, controlling that top side.
Problem being Nats ate that showstopper, so he's down to 6 HP. The pit will come up from Monster, and this purchase here could be a problem for Liquid on the way back in. Unconfirmed damage onto Flyer here. Clear that smoke either.
Stealing sight.
Get called in on this and wait and see. Oh, his Camo's just dived in, found Filu. And this now all becomes too simple. It looks like Monster's being called off too. Liquid finding all the right answers to every question that Koi put towards them.
A slight gap in the pit. Allowing just enough space for Liquid to work with. Forcing Camo's ultimate then. That's the hard counter really to the pit. Having no sound effects there.
One enemy.
Well, I was curious if it was the rocket or the jump.
Nice! Good shit, boys.
Crazy. The ult's still left here for Koi, but it feels like the atmosphere's changing here. Liquid just slow and steady, figuring it out, working it out. Koi, they haven't had that answer back. Camo, insult to injury. Flyer removed, and Trex's position unlikely to be checked diligently enough. Oh, he's just standing his ground for a second as well. Confidence aplenty. And now the rest of Koi, which is Monster, which is Batty G, have to face the music. Close! It's not close enough today. 13-8. Team Liquid proving their capability under pressure.
Pressure being the key word here. And like I said, if I'm Koi, I'm coming away from the series feeling pretty damn good about ourselves. Certainly put up a good performance today. Maybe almost really more questions from, well, for Team Liquid coming away from this series.
Yeah.
Long, drawn-out affair here. Eco, third map performance. Absolutely stellar from him, 26 and 14 on the raise here. Actually, across the series for Kiko.
But I do want to say as well, Trex with a big upswing. Seeing him there on a comfort agent looks much different.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, you don't kind of put him in as like the newcomer. There's no real question marks about the capability of Trex, but certainly in terms of, I guess, getting back into the swing of things.
Exactly. Back on the stage. And the flip to that, I do have to say, for me, Koi, much, much better. If this is the first look we see, if this is their starting blocks for being on the stage, that team is scary. They really do start to shake things up, and it looks like a sigh of relief really for Liquid here. Getting across the line in the end, that 13-8 in map 3. Couple of question marks for sure, a lot more work to go. We've got a good couple of games to figure it all out with. Camo, brilliant series too as well. Yes, towards the end, Kiko kind of took over the main stage, but I've got to say he looked brilliant in the previous two maps. So love to see it, and I hope we see more from Koi. I don't want this to be that one-off where it catches people out and then people kind of learn the systems. But again, seeing the likes of Batty G on stage, having a great game. You're seeing a lot of these players.
It's so good to see him back.
It is, and they look solid. They look dangerous. If they can refine that a little bit more, I'm more than up for seeing it.
Absolutely. I think we've got a taste from maybe how Koi want to approach Stage 2 in general. Certainly an exciting prospect.
Just waiting for the interview to be ready here. He's being asked now, he's like, nah, I don't want to. Get Lohan instead. Yeah. Actually, mate.
Do I have to?
Yeah, is this a requirement?
Actually, I mean, that's the homework for production. I do want to see the Kiko jump scare compilation.
Yeah.
For sure. Across the entire evening. Because there were some bangers.
They were brilliant. Okay, let's see, how are we getting on? Come on, do the interview. I dare you. Come on. Even Yinzu's like, what's going on? Come on, I dare you. Who's doing it? It's like rock, paper, scissors.
Are they actually drawing for it?
I don't know, wait and see. That is what we're waiting for. If you are wondering, waiting for the coach to be out, so they can do a little interview with Yinzu down on the stage, see how things go. And it's been good to have the EMEA crowd back as well.
Yeah.
I see him in the building.
I mean, yeah, it was fairly active in here tonight.
Oh.
I mean, especially in the first series. But fairly vocal in the second.
Appreciate him. I missed him. I do see coach and player approaching. And we will get to hear from Trex, it seems like, up for having a chat here. Obviously, the kind of debut with Liquid, so that's Gonna have a couple of questions around it, see how he's fit into the roster, where they are in their process. And obviously Lohan, the one leading that from the back lines as well for Liquid, getting everyone on the same page. And can't wait to see how far they go, really, and what they have lined up for us here. I do think Yinzu is almost ready. Yeah, she is. She's been locked in the whole time. What am I saying? We're gonna hand it over to her. Close out the show for us, Yinzu.
I promise the wait was worth it because I'm now joined by Coach Lohan and Trex from Team Liquid. Oh, that feels a little bit strange to say, Trex from Liquid. But congratulations on that win, Trex. What was it like to be back on this stage?
I mean, it's good to be back. The game was the game went not as expected, I would say, but it's good to be back anyway, yeah.
And for you, Lohan, I'm glad you said that it wasn't as expected because I think we felt a similar way. What were your struggles, you think, in the series in general?
I think we're still trying to find our groove, bringing Nikita into the team. We're trying to redefine a bit our system, our values, the way we play the game as well. And I think just give us time and we'll be much more dominant.
Now, Mini called this the greatest pickup of the partnership era, you know, an amazing deal that you guys have made here on Team Liquid. So I wanted to ask you, Lohan, what was it about Trex that made you want to take this risk?
I mean, he's an amazing player, honestly. The way he sees the game, the way he approaches the game, super methodic, super smart player. And I mean, it's a no-brainer, honestly.
And Trex, for you, I hope you don't mind sharing because for you, the beginning this year was like a dream. You know, you won your first title, you went to a global event, and you kind of showed everybody why you're one of the best players we have in the region. And then you were kind of sidelined. So what was it like for you to have to watch the action from a home, and how was it for you mentally?
I mean, I felt like I need to reset a bit in a way. Like I took a break for 2-3 months. And then, yeah, I was waiting for an offer, like for a second stage, and I got what I wanted. Like I wanted to play in Liquid, and yeah, it was good.
And what does it mean to you have this second opportunity? Because sometimes, you know, when these things happen, players might not necessarily be able to compete at this level again.
I mean, I think I'm proven that I'm like able to play on a tier 1 on like a good level. So. Like, it's good that I got second chance to prove it again, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
How hungry are we right now, Lohan? What's the atmosphere like?
Super hungry, honestly. We are ready to work, we've been working hard, and I mean, the reason we've made these changes is not to just aim for the VCT EMEA, right? We want to go to champions, we want to be contesting titles, and that's our goal, and that's what we're working for.
We've also seen some changes in your identity because I think you kind of carved out this little meta for yourself and the agents you like to play. And obviously with Trex coming in, we're not seeing the double senti anymore. We're seeing some other different things. So what's it been like for you to try and get everybody to adapt to the new game plans?
I think, again, like we always try to have an approach that we play to our strengths, right? It's going to take time with Nikita because it's a different playstyle, right? But in terms of compositions, playstyle, whatever, it's always towards our strengths. It's what we've been doing all year, and it's going to be keep doing what we've been doing all year. Just adjust and play to our best. That's it.
And Trex, do you like Gecko? Did you have fun?
Yeah. I mean, it's good to have different roles on the different maps. So yeah.
And is there a reason why we didn't see the Gecko on Icebox from you? Because it kind of felt almost like a crime to see Paddy coming off of the KO and you guys swap in there a little.
I mean, I used to play KO a lot, especially on Icebox, and I felt like it's good for the team if I play KO on this map, and I think it was fine, but yeah, we need to work on that still.
And yeah, and for you, Lohan, you know, this decision again, I think anytime you switch Paddy off the KO, there's going to be questions about this, right?
Obviously, people are always going to be asking questions. There's a million different reasons that we make the decisions that we do. At the end of the day, I'm pretty confident on the decisions that we are doing right now. And yeah, we'll keep going.
And do you think you've had enough time? Because I think the question on everyone's mind is prep. How do we keep reinventing? How do we keep consistency when, you know, some teams get a longer break than others? How are you guys feeling in your current spot?
I mean, there's teams in worse spots than us right now in terms of time for preparation. I don't think we are not even yet close to our ceiling. Give us split 1, we're going to keep working, and I'm pretty sure by the end of group stage, we're going to be at our best level.
And lastly, before I let you guys go, Tregs, I think you're used to pressure. I think you're used to high expectations. You've always been on rosters with very high expectations. Is this different for you, or is it similar to your previous teams, you think, when it comes to the pressure and the need to qualify for big events?
No, I don't think it's like I have that big of pressure. Like, yeah, maybe people say that it's like now like Liquid hasn't like upgraded, and now like we are expected to win and stuff. But I mean, for me it was the same this year, and then yeah.
And yeah, for you, Lohan, I mean, one of global event was kind of cool, you know? All the Liquid fans were loving life. Two, which not many teams in the world can say that right now. And if you make it a third, I think that's more than what your fans asked for. So how are you feeling about this expectation?
Yeah, I'm feeling really great, honestly. At the start of the year, not many people thought that we could qualify for international events. I think we proved a lot of people wrong, and now, once again, the goal is to prove everyone wrong and to go to champions and contest for the title.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, you two, for your time. Congratulations once again. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
The action is not over, because tomorrow we have 4 more teams taking the stage. But for now, everybody, thank you very much for watching. Have a lovely evening, and please enjoy the Herman Miller Gaming End of Day highlights.
It's fine.
No! No!
We get both.
Andy!
They're dead.
This will be the end of map number 1, the choice of Foot and its gentlemates to dominate on Vine. 150 saves the day for gentlemates. Nice! Let's go!
It's fine. We don't need a slow-mo replay, but we might need one of this.
He knows that defuse isn't being stuck, and he's got the info again. A phenomenal play by Yenijay as he uses the clock to his advantage. It is 13-5. Stands in their way. The 1v1, another chance, and this time he wins it. And it's Foot looking to bring this night into full effect. Mini stands alone, and the light has gone out for gentlemates.
Sit down.
But you can't be lazy against a team like this.
Oh, no, why you have bundle now?
He's trying to bait it. He knows what this post-plant setup is, but very different. Oh my! Oh! You don't even have a chance. You already got the wall in. There's security here. Yeah, Kiko, you can put on a show. You can put on... This is a dream for Koi, taking us to a third, making Liquid look out of sorts.
Nice try, guys!
As Kiko then fills the gap, his aim is crisp as hell. Now the rest of Koi, which is Monster, which is Batty G, have to face the music. Close! It's not close enough today. 13-8. Team Liquid proving their capability under pressure.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's